at this point, everybody on that list has to go to the airport and be put on a plane and taken somewhere where the more thorough screening and vetting can be done. And there may be people who slip through the cracks of that process who aren't worthy. And there will certainly be people who are worthy who do not make it. But right now we have to do what we can rather than basically for the sake of consistency, tell everybody in Afghanistan that they're out of luck.
Yeah, Tom, I was referring, I absolutely agree, and that's my understanding as well, but to the SIVs in particular, that, you know, are uploading things into a portal, getting rejections, waiting for months, you know, can't get to the embassy obviously now for any kind of follow-on of leveraging those entities on the ground, that particularly the ones outside of Kabul, to help at least with that narrow group as well. So that's something that I think state could do. And I know there are a number of NGOs that are reaching out to us willing, and still with folks on the ground willing to do it.
Yep, totally agree. Same principle applies.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mike. Well, we are at time. If there were more questions that we weren't able to get to, please reach out to my office, Meg Spencer, on my team, and I won't speak for the other representatives, but I can say I'm sure they are happy to field follow-up outreach as well. So thank you for joining us. We have time to still do the right thing, but we have to do it today. That is our message, so let's get it done. Thank you all for joining.
Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to always bring you the latest here. We are just moments away, everyone, from President Biden to be making some remarks at the White House here. This is a live look here. We are expecting a podium shot pretty soon. This will be the first remarks really from the president after the collapse of Afghanistan. What we will do right now is play out some of the United Nations earlier. They had a special Security Council meeting. This was an emergency meeting on the collapse as what the other countries are thinking at this moment.
The balance, the progress, the hope, the dreams of a generation of young Afghan women and girls, boys and men. At this grave hour, I urge all parties, especially the Taliban, to exercise utmost restraint to protect lives and to ensure that humanitarian needs can be met. Conflict has forced hundreds of thousands from their homes. The capital city has seen a huge influx of internally displaced persons from provinces around the country where they felt insecure or fled during fighting. I remind all parties of their obligation to protect civilians. And I call on all parties to provide humanitarians with unimpeded access to deliver timely and life-saving services and aid. And I also urge all countries to be willing to receive Afghan refugees and refrain from any deportations. Mr. President, now is the time to stand as one. The international community must be united and utilize all available instruments to ensure the following. First, we must speak with one voice to uphold human rights in Afghanistan. I call upon the Taliban and all parties to respect and protect international humanitarian law and the rights and freedoms of all persons. We are receiving chilling reports of severe restrictions on human rights throughout the country, and I am particularly concerned by accounts of mounting human rights violations against the women and girls of Afghanistan who fear a return to the darkest days. It is essential that the hard-won rights of Afghan women and girls are protected. They are looking to the international community for support, the same international community that assured them that opportunities would be expanded, education would be guaranteed, freedoms would be spread, and rights would be secured. Second, the international community must unite to make sure that Afghanistan is never again used as a platform or safe haven for terrorist organizations. I appeal to the Security Council and the international community as a whole to stand together, to work together and act together, and use all tools at its disposal to suppress the global terrorist threat in Afghanistan and to guarantee that basic human rights will be respected. Regardless of who holds power, these two fundamental principles, in which our world has such a deep and abiding interest, must be upheld. Mr. President, the United Nations is committed to supporting Afghans. We continue to have staff and offices in areas that have come under Taliban control. I am relieved to report that, in large measure, our personnel and premises have been respected. We urge the Taliban to continue to do so and to honor the integrity and inviolability of diplomatic envoys and premises. The humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan affects 18 million people, fully half of the country's population. It is vital that basic services continue to be provided. In a statement issued yesterday, the Taliban said that they would work with the existing institutions. It is crucial that civil servant salaries continue to be paid, infrastructure is maintained, airports are reopened, and health and education services continue. The United Nations presence will adapt to the security situation. But above all, we will stay and deliver in support of the Afghan people in their hour of need. Looking ahead, I call for an immediate end to violence, for the rights of all Afghans to be respected, and for Afghanistan to comply with all international agreements to which it is a party. Mr. President, Afghans are a proud people with a rich cultural heritage. They have known generations of war and hardship. They deserve our full support. The following days will be pivotal. The world is watching. We cannot and must not abandon the people of Afghanistan. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I now give the floor to the representative of Afghanistan. You have the floor, please.
Your Excellency, the President, Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to speak at yet another Council meeting on the situation in Afghanistan and for India's leadership of the Council during this critical period. We welcome the convening of this emergency session of the Security Council on the situation in Afghanistan and thank all the Council members, particularly Estonia and Norway, as co-pin holder of Afghanistan, for their role in organizing this session. Mr. President, today I'm speaking on behalf of millions of people in Afghanistan whose fate hangs in the balance and are faced with an extremely uncertain future. I'm speaking for millions of Afghan girls and women who are about to lose their freedom to go to school, to work, and to participate in the political, economic, and social life of the country. I'm speaking for thousands of human rights defenders, journalists, academics, civil servants, and former security personnel whose lives are at risk for defending human rights and democracy. I'm speaking for thousands of internally displaced people who are desperately in need of shelter, food, and protection in Kabul and other places. As you're witnessing yourself, the situation in Kabul, a city of about 6 million people, is extremely worrying, to say the least. You have seen chaotic scenes at the Kabul International Airport as desperate citizens are trying to leave the country. Mr. President, we are extremely concerned about Taliban's not honoring their promises and commitments made in their statements at Doha and at other international fora. We've witnessed time and again how Taliban have broken their promises and commitments in the past. We have seen gruesome images of Taliban's mass executions of military personnel and target killings of civilians in Kandahar and other big cities. Mr. President, we cannot allow this to happen in Kabul, which has been the last refuge for many people escaping violence and Taliban's revenge attacks. Kabul residents are reporting the Taliban have already started house-to-house searches in some neighborhoods, registering names and looking for people in their target list. There are already reports of target killings and looting in the city. Kabul residents are living in absolute fear right now. Mr. President, there is no time for blame game anymore. We have an opportunity to prevent further violence, prevent Afghanistan descending into a civil war and becoming a pariah state. Therefore, the Security Council and the UN Secretary General should use every means at its disposal to call for an immediate cessation of violence and respect for human rights and international humanitarian law. Call on the Taliban to fully respect the general amnesty offered by them, cease target killing and revenge attacks, and abide by international humanitarian laws. Urge that no public institutions and service delivery infrastructure be demolished, including works of arts in museums and media institutions. Stress that anyone violating human rights of Afghan citizens and international humanitarian law will be held accountable. Urgently establish a humanitarian corridor for the evacuation of those at risk of Taliban's retributions and attacks. Call on neighboring countries of Afghanistan to open their borders and facilitate exit of people trying to escape and entry of goods for humanitarian relief and operations. Call for the immediate establishment of an inclusive and representative transitional government that includes all ethnic groups and women representatives, which can lead to a dignified and lasting solution to the conflict, bring peace, and preserve the gains of the last 20 years, especially for women and girls. Stress that the Council and the United Nations will not recognize any administration that achieves power through force or any government that is not inclusive and representative of its diversity of the country. Unequivocally state that it does not recognize the restoration of the Islamic Emirate as reaffirmed in previous Council statements and agreements. Establish international guarantees for the implementation of a future political agreement. And finally, mobilize urgent humanitarian assistance for the 18 million people of Afghanistan, particularly those displaced by current conflict. The UN humanitarian appeal at $1.3 billion remain 40% funded. We urge the international community to meet the remainder of this life-saving appeal to provide critical aid to all internally displaced people. At the end, I would like to thank the United Nations and many other international organizations who are on the ground providing life-saving humanitarian support and monitoring human rights on the ground. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Afghanistan for a statement. I will now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of Estonia. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I welcome the presence and the strong messages of the Secretary General and the representative of Afghanistan. Last week, we highlighted our grave concern that the number of civilians killed and injured in Afghanistan had reached the highest on record, with Taliban responsible for the largest share of casualties. Today, having declared control over Afghanistan, the Taliban bear even greater responsibility and accountability for the safety and security of all people in Afghanistan. Estonia calls for those in power, those in positions of authority, to adhere to international law, in particular international humanitarian law, and uphold the norms and standards on human rights. What has not changed is that more than half the population of Afghanistan is in need of humanitarian aid. It is of critical importance to ensure that humanitarian access is not hindered and that aid providers can work in safety. We call on all parties to allow immediate, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access for UN humanitarian agencies and other actors providing assistance. This is the time for building, repairing, and healing, not retaliating, looting, or profiteering. It is the utmost time to establish peace. The people of Afghanistan deserve peace and security. a sustainable end to the conflict in Afghanistan can only be ensured through an inclusive political settlement that upholds the constitutional protections for the rights of all people of Afghanistan, particularly women, children, and persons belonging to minorities. Only an inclusively negotiated political solution can lead to a durable peace in the country, as well as stability in the region. Mr. President, I would like to reiterate Estonia's commitment to the people of Afghanistan. However, our cooperation with any future Afghanistan leadership will be based upon its willingness to uphold the positive achievements of recent decades and act by the norms and standards of international law, including international human rights law. Our political and financial support continues to be conditional upon the preservation of the country's human rights and democratic achievements. We welcome the efforts of Afghanistan's neighbors and partners who have offered their help by providing shelter to those escaping the dangers and the uncertainties that accompany armed conflict. I would end with a special thank you to the UN mission in Afghanistan. The efforts of the mission are now more important than ever, as is the safety and security of their staff. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Estonia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for calling this emergency meeting on the situation in Afghanistan. Allow me also to thank the Secretary General for his participation and his briefing, as well as the Ambassador Isaac Tsai for his remarks. To echo the Secretary General and previous speakers, the situation in Afghanistan is extremely serious. Over the last few weeks, amidst an ongoing violent conflict, the national security and defense
Afghanistan that are continuing to provide life-saving assistance to Afghans in need. We also thank Norway and Estonia for calling this meeting and India for convening it given the events of the past 72 hours. And we welcome the participation of Afghanistan to this meeting. Over this past weekend, members of the international community joined together to state unequivocally that every Afghan should be able to live in safety, security, and dignity. We also called on all parties in Afghanistan to ensure safe departures and the protection of human life and property. Today, I want to reiterate, reemphasize, and reassert this call. Civilian populations, including journalists and non-combatants, must be protected. Attacks against civilians or civilian objects must stop, and the human rights and fundamental freedoms of all Afghan citizens, especially women, girls, and members of minority groups, must be respected. We also call on all parties to prevent terrorism, and we must all ensure Afghanistan cannot ever again be a base for terrorism. We also call on the Taliban to permit humanitarian organizations to continue their vital work in Afghanistan. In addition to the ongoing violence, the Afghan people are suffering acutely from the effects of COVID-19 and drought. These urgent humanitarian needs must remain top of mind for all of us in the coming hours, days, and weeks and beyond. Humanitarian personnel and agencies must have safe, unhindered access to provide life-saving assistance to the increasing numbers of Afghans in need. We are deeply concerned that right now aid is not flowing to people in crisis. According to the World Food Program, more than 500 tons of aid are currently sitting at border crossings taken over by Taliban forces. These aid deliveries must resume immediately, and the World Food Program must have immediate and sustained safe passage to deliver this much-needed assistance. Finally and critically, all Afghan nationals and international citizens who wish to depart must be allowed to do so safely. President Biden has made clear that any action that put U.S. personnel or our mission at risk will be met with a swift and strong military response. The United States promises to be generous in resettling Afghans in our own country, and I'm heartened by the pledges.
I want to speak today to the unfolding situation in Afghanistan, the developments that have taken place in the last week, and the steps we're taking to address the rapidly evolving events. My national security team and I have been closely monitoring the situation on the ground in Afghanistan and moving quickly to execute the plans we had put in place to respond to every constituency, including and contingency, including the rapid collapse we're seeing now. I'll speak more in a moment about the specific steps we're taking, but I want to remind everyone how we got here and what America's interests are in Afghanistan. We went to Afghanistan almost 20 years ago with clear goals. Get those who attacked us on September 11, 2001, and make sure al-Qaeda could not use Afghanistan as a base from which to attack us again. We did that. We severely degraded al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. We never gave up the hunt for Osama bin Laden, and we got him. That was a decade ago. Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been: preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland. I've argued for many years that our mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's why I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant that we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats. Today, the terrorist threat has metastasized well beyond Afghanistan. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Nusra in Syria, ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. These threats warrant our attention and our resources. We conduct effective counterterrorism missions against terrorist groups in multiple countries where we don't have permanent military presence. If necessary, we'll do the same in Afghanistan. We've developed counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on the direct threats to the United States in the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. When I came into office, I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. Under his agreement, U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just a little over 3 months after I took office. U.S. forces had already drawn down during the Trump administration from roughly 15,500 American forces to 2,500 troops in country. And the Taliban was at its strongest militarily since 2001. The choice I had to make as your president was either to follow through on that agreement or be prepared to go back to fighting the Taliban in the middle of the spring fighting season. There would have been no ceasefire after May 1. There was no agreement protecting our forces after May 1. There was no status quo of stability without American casualties after May 1. There was only the cold reality of either following through on the agreement to withdraw our forces or escalating the conflict and sending thousands more American troops back into combat in Afghanistan, lurching into the third decade of conflict. I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risks. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, This did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. So what's happened? Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force of some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. What we could not provide them was the will to fight for that future. There's some very brave and capable Afghan special forces units and soldiers. But if Afghanistan is unable to mount any real resistance to the Taliban now, there is no chance that 1 year, 1 more year, 5 more years, or 20 more years of U.S. military boots on the ground would have made any difference. Here's what I believe to my core. It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not. The political leaders of Afghanistan were unable to come together for the good of their people, unable to negotiate for the future of their country when the chips were down. They would never have done so while U.S. troops remained in Afghanistan, bearing the brunt of the fighting for them. And our true strategic competitors, China and Russia, would love nothing more than the United States to continue to funnel billions of dollars in resources and attention into stabilizing Afghanistan indefinitely. When I hosted President Ghani and Chairman Abdullah at the White House in June, and again when I spoke by phone to Ghani in July, we had very frank conversations. We talked about how Afghanistan should prepare to fight their civil wars after the U.S. military departed, to clean up the corruption in government so the government could function for the Afghan people. We talked extensively about the need for Afghan leaders to unite politically. They fail to do any of that. I also urge them to engage in diplomacy, to seek a political settlement with the Taliban. This advice was flatly refused. Mr. Ghani insisted the Afghan forces would fight, but obviously he was wrong. So I'm left again to ask of those who argue that we should stay, how many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery? I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat because we have significant vital interest in the world that we cannot afford to ignore. I also want to acknowledge how painful this is to so many of us. The scenes we're seeing in Afghanistan, they're gut-wrenching, particularly for our veterans, our diplomats, humanitarian workers, for anyone who has spent time on the ground working to support the Afghan people, for those who have lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and for Americans who have fought and served in the country, serve our country in Afghanistan. This is deeply, deeply personal. It is for me as well. I've worked on these issues as long as anyone. I've been throughout Afghanistan during this war, while the war was going on, from Kabul to Kandahar to the Kunar Valley. I've traveled there on 4 different occasions. I met with the people. I've spoken to the leaders. I spent time with our troops. And I came to understand firsthand what was and was not possible in Afghanistan. So now we're focused on what is possible. We will continue to support the Afghan people. We will lead with our diplomacy, our international influence, and our humanitarian aid. We'll continue to push for regional diplomacy and engagement to prevent violence and instability. We'll continue to speak out for the basic rights of the Afghan people, of women and girls, just as we speak out all over the world. I've been clear that human rights must be the center of our foreign policy, not the periphery. But the way to do it is not through endless military deployments. It's with our diplomacy, our economic tools, and rallying the world to join us. Well, let me lay out the current mission in Afghanistan. I was asked to authorize, and I did, 6,000 U.S. troops to deploy to Afghanistan for the purpose of assisting in the departure of U.S. and allied civilian personnel from Afghanistan, and to evacuate our Afghan allies and vulnerable Afghans to safety outside of Afghanistan. Our troops are working to secure the airfield and to ensure continued operation of both the civilian and military flights. We're taking over air traffic control. We have safely shut down our embassy and transferred our diplomats. Our diplomatic presence is now consolidated at the airport as well. Over the coming days, we intend to transport out thousands of American citizens who have been living and working in Afghanistan. We'll also continue to support the safe departure of civilian personnel of our allies who are still serving in Afghanistan. Operation Allies Refugee, which I announced back in July, has already moved 2,000 Afghans who are eligible for special immigration visas and their families to the United States. In the coming days, the U.S. military will provide assistance to move more SIV-eligible Afghans and their families out of Afghanistan. We're also expanding refugee access to cover other vulnerable Afghans who worked for our embassy, U.S. non-governmental agencies, or U.S. non-governmental organizations, and Afghans who otherwise are at great risk in U.S. news agencies. I know there are concerns about why we did not begin evacuating Afghans civilians sooner. Part of the answer is some of the Afghans did not want to leave earlier, still hopeful for their country. And part of it because the Afghan government and its supporters discouraged us from organizing a mass exodus to avoid triggering, as they said, a crisis of confidence. American troops are performing this mission as professionally and as effectively as they always do, but it is not without risks. As we carry out this departure, we have made it clear to the Taliban, if they attack our personnel or disrupt our operation, the U.S. presence will be swift and the response will be swift and forceful. We will defend our people with devastating force if necessary. Our current military mission will be short in time, limited in scope, and focused in its objectives. Get our people and our allies to safety as quickly as possible. And once we have completed this mission, we will conclude our military withdrawal. We will end America's longest war after 20 long years of bloodshed. The events we're seeing now are sadly proof that no amount of military force would ever deliver a stable, united, secure Afghanistan, as known in history as the graveyard of empires. What's happening now could just as easily happen 5 years ago or 15 years in the future. We have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan is taking many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president. I will not mislead the American people by claiming that just a little more time in Afghanistan will make all the difference. Nor will I shrink from my share of responsibility for where we are today and how we must move forward from here. I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face. But I do not regret my decision to end America's warfighting in Afghanistan and maintain a laser focus on our counterterrorism missions there and other parts of the world. Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan was not, and I wrote and believed it never could be. I cannot and will not ask our troops to fight on endlessly in another country's civil war, taking casualties, suffering life-shattering injuries, leaving families broken by grief and loss. This is not in our national security interest. It is not what the American people want. It is not what our troops, who have sacrificed so much over the past 2 decades, deserve. I made a commitment to the American people when I ran for president that I would bring America's military involvement in Afghanistan to an end. While it's been hard and messy, and yes, far from perfect, I've honored that commitment. More importantly, I made a commitment to the brave men and women who serve this nation that I wasn't going to ask them to continue to risk their lives in a military action that should have ended long ago. Our leaders did that in Vietnam when I got here as a young man. I will not do it in Afghanistan. I know my decision will be criticized, but I would rather take all that criticism than pass this decision on to another president of the United States, yet another one, a 5th one, because it's the right one, it's the right decision for our people, the right one for our brave service members who risk their lives serving our nation, and it's the right one for America. Thank you. May God protect our troops, our diplomats, and all brave Americans serving in harm's way.
All right, thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Not taking any questions as President Biden walks out of the room again, making quite a few remarks. First saying, you know, this was a deal that was signed by his former president, Donald Trump, with the Taliban, and said that they didn't expect things to escalate so quickly in Afghanistan. He did say so far that the embassy has safely been shut down, and that even if he did extend the troop withdrawal for another year, it wouldn't make a difference. So there's been quite a few remarks that President Biden has been making. Of course, we're going to be having them all on our channels, so you can always head back over with Live Now from Fox. Now we are expecting here very shortly, just want to show you the shots, some remarks on Afghanistan, not only from the State Department, but also from the Pentagon as well. So it will be something we're going to be bringing to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, though, they did let us know that they are expecting expecting those remarks to be happening here very shortly. Until that time, let's go ahead, take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we'll be going into those press briefings as we continue to follow this devastating news out of Afghanistan as U.S. troops continue to withdraw. You've been seeing those images and pictures of people trying to flee the country. We're going to stay on top of all of those stories here for all of our viewers on Live Now from Fox, again after a quick 2-minute commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Once again, we just heard moments ago from President Joe Biden as he was talking about the takeover of the Taliban in Afghanistan, saying they didn't expect this to be moving as fast as it has. But he said when there's been requests for U.S. troops to be increased, they are sending more personnel over there to try to help continue to secure the airport, where they've now been trying to remove the last of those who have been helping the U.S. in the last few years. But again, he said we aren't going to increase our U.S. troops when Afghanistan won't even do so themselves. So we are expecting more remarks on Afghanistan, U.S. troops, and much more. It's all going to be coming up not only in the Pentagon briefing, which we are expecting here very shortly, but it's also going to be happening in our State Department briefing with Ned Price. So we have both of those events anticipated to start here soon. They were supposed to be making remarks right after President Biden. So we will be jumping out to those events live for all of our viewers here with us in just a few moments. But again, until that time, let's head back to our United Nations meeting. They had a special meeting here today, not only on Afghanistan, but also Haiti. So let's listen back into that. And as I mentioned, when we do see the Pentagon and the State Department briefings starting, we'll of course be jumping into those live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Believed that the only path to a sustainable peace in Afghanistan and regional stability lay in a negotiated political settlement. We have worked hard to breathe life into peace negotiations between the Afghan government and the Taliban, working closely with the US, our leading allies, and other regional powers. The Taliban pledged at Doha to engage in those talks in good faith. Their actions on the ground have betrayed that promise. Mr. President, the Taliban must immediately do three things. First, they need to cease all hostilities and military action to ensure the protection of civilians. And third, the Taliban must honor their promises to protect and uphold human rights, including those of women, girls, and minorities. We have seen evidence of Taliban human rights abuses in areas where they have taken control, including persecution of minority groups, harsh restrictions on women, allegations of forced marriage, and using civilians as human shields. If the Taliban continue to abuse basic human rights, they cannot expect to enjoy any legitimacy in the eyes of the Afghan people or the international community. Mr. President, given the fragile security situation, Afghanistan is now facing a catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Lack of access has masked the true scale of the problem. Half the population were already in need of humanitarian assistance at the start of the year, and the situation is much worse now. The Taliban must respect international humanitarian law and permit humanitarian organizations to continue their work with unhindered, safe access to those in need. The United Kingdom has long been a leading provider of humanitarian aid to Afghans, both in Afghanistan and in the region. Over recent years, the UK has been proud to be one of the leading contributors to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. We will continue to work with our partners in this Council, in the Human Rights Council, and most importantly, in the region, to deliver a more stable and inclusive Afghanistan for all its people. It is vital that the international community coordinate closely in the coming days and weeks to ensure that we speak with a single message in our engagement with Afghanistan. The UK will use its presidency of the G7 and membership of this Council to help forge such closer coordination and to address the humanitarian plight that the Afghan people now face. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya. You have the floor, please.
Good morning. Mr. President, I have the honor to make this statement on behalf of the A3+1, namely Kenya, Tunisia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Niger. I thank the Secretary General for his briefing on the latest developments in Afghanistan. The A3+1 reiterates its support for the stabilization efforts deployed by the UN in the search for a durable solution to the Afghan crisis, which has been developing in worrying ways in the past few days. Mr. President, this meeting comes on the heels of a similar meeting we held on the 6th of this month. If at that time we still harbored hope, as slim as that might have been, for the Taliban to heed our appeal and stop their attacks, today we're faced with a fait accompli, with the effective collapse of the Afghan government and a takeover by the insurgents. The A3+1 deplores the violence, human rights abuses, and the loss of life and the suffering endured by the civilian population who were forced to leave their areas because of the latest combat all over the country. We reiterate our call for an immediate end to the hostilities. We reiterate our principal rejection for any seizure of power by force and call for the establishment of an effective dialogue, convinced that the only viable solution to this conflict is a negotiated political settlement. We take note of the discussions between the Taliban and the different Afghan stakeholders. We hope that these negotiations will result in an interim transitional government that would be inclusive and take into account other political voices within the country. We also urge the international community and all regional powers that have leverage on the warring parties to use that influence and advocate for a lasting ceasefire, which is a condition for true dialogue. Mr. President, while it is difficult to predict how the coming days, months, or years will unfold, in particular with regard to the political and security situations, one thing that remains for certain is that Afghanistan is on the brink of a humanitarian catastrophe, of which the first victims are women and children. The A3+1 would therefore like to highlight the importance of finding an urgent and sustainable solution to the already dire humanitarian crisis, which has been worsened by the recent fighting. The effects of the recent upsurge of violence, combined with those of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic, have created a situation where more than a third of the population is experiencing food insecurity and thousands are internally displaced, the overwhelming majority being women and children. We call for the United Nations and the humanitarian agencies to step up their support to the displaced populations and honor the pledges made to the Afghan humanitarian plan. Mr. President, the Afghan people now, more than ever, need the support and solidarity of the international community and regional players to help them navigate this challenging time. Every effort must be made to mitigate the pains of the civil war and to assist them in their search for peace and a stable environment conducive to the pursuit of democratic governance as well as social and economic well-being. The A3+1 continue to welcome and fully support the good offices of the United Nations and all other diplomatic efforts by neighboring countries to reduce tension in order to reach a negotiated solution to the crisis. Furthermore, we emphasize that the search for peace must not be at the expense of Afghan human rights, particularly those of women, children, and Afghanistan's ethnic and religious minorities. While making peace requires settlement between combatants, we believe that the international community does not wish for peace processes to reward and legitimize the use of military interventions and association with terrorist organizations through political recognition. We recall how the Taliban came to be thrown out of power because of their support of Al-Qaeda. Reports of the release of prisoners affiliated to ISIS and Al-Qaeda by the Taliban are extremely disturbing. Such actions will embolden terrorist networks and motivate a resurgence of increased export of terrorism, particularly to countries in regions that have active conflict situations. In its statement of the 6th of August, the A3+1 recalled this Council's decision to split the Al-Qaeda and Taliban sanction lists in response to efforts by the Afghan government to negotiate a peace process with the Taliban that would lead to national reconciliation in Afghanistan. The purpose of this decision was to provide a future lifeline for members of the Taliban that renounce violence and disassociate themselves from Al-Qaeda. Therefore, the Council must not relent in its demand that the Taliban make sustained efforts to embrace peace, cease its links with Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and engage in the peace process that will transform Afghanistan to a net exporter of peace. As we conclude, Mr. President, the A3+1 notes that the situation in Afghanistan is extremely volatile and unpredictable. Armed insurgent groups and terrorist groups across the world are watching closely in order to replicate the unraveling events. This Council must therefore carefully consider the decisions it makes, fully aware that building political tracks for entities using terrorism to achieve political ends will in the end be counterproductive. Finally, Kenya, Tunisia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Niger reaffirm their unwavering solidarity with the people of Afghanistan during these uncertain times and reaffirm our support for their vision for a peaceful and progressive country. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Kenya for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to thank the Secretary General for his presence with us here today and for his very powerful words at the beginning of our meeting. Mr. President, we supported the convening of this urgent meeting today to discuss the unfolding tragic development in Afghanistan. Over the past weeks, we've witnessed, as we've heard in real time, the Taliban seizing control of Afghan cities by force, culminating in the loss of government control in Kabul. We've all seen the scenes of chaos at the airport. We cannot say that we were not warned of this possible outcome. In this room, we have heard many worrying alerts, not least in the courageous testimony of members of Afghan civil society. Sadly and tragically for so many, we failed to heed these warnings. Now we will have to address the consequences. Now, in the face of an unfolding crisis of tragic proportions, this Council will have to assume its responsibilities and act. Mr. President, this is a calamitous situation for all of the people of Afghanistan. As we have consistently done in this chamber, we condemn the appalling violence and the indiscriminate attacks perpetrated against civilians in Afghanistan. The violence and intimidation must end. It's clear that we have entered a new phase in Afghanistan. Peace will only be achieved through an agreed, inclusive and negotiated solution. Violence does not provide legitimacy, nor does it deliver durable peace. Respect for the rule of law and compliance with international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law is imperative. We call now for the utmost restraint to protect lives and to ensure that the dire humanitarian needs be addressed. Given the urgency of the situation and the desperate plight facing the Afghan people, it is vital that we act to address the crisis facing Afghanistan. Lives are at imminent risk through worsening violence, displacement, and food insecurity. The international community has a responsibility to respond, to act to protect civilians, and to alleviate the suffering of the Afghan people. Safe and reliable humanitarian access must be guaranteed and protected, and the work of all relevant UN agencies and humanitarian partners be facilitated without exception. Mr. President, those who have worked for peace, human rights defenders who have endeavoured tirelessly to promote and protect the rights of their fellow citizens, must not be abandoned now. I wish to address the women of Afghanistan directly. Women who have the most at stake as democratic government dissolves and an uncertain future awaits. Lest there be any doubt as to the gravity of the situation, I am speaking to the women at the airport with their children and families trying to find a way out.
All right, guys, we are going to be going into the State Department briefing. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Say a few things at the top, and then I will turn to your questions. You just heard directly from the president regarding the context, the current situation, and what the United States is seeking to do in the coming hours and the coming days. Let me offer just a few additional details from the Department of State. The safety and security of U.S. government employees and U.S. citizens overseas is our top priority. All remaining U.S. direct hire embassy personnel, including the ambassador, have relocated to Hamid Karzai International Airport, where they are secure. The Department of Defense is working to restore a safe and secure environment so that military and commercial flights can resume. Now, of course, the situation is evolving quickly, and we will communicate information to U.S. citizens as rapidly as possible. In the meantime, we are asking U.S. citizens to shelter and not to travel to the airport until they hear otherwise from the Department of State. We also continue to pursue all options to relocate interested and qualified Afghan SIV applicants and their immediate families, as well as other vulnerable Afghans. We remain closely coordinated with our international partners on the ground and around the globe. We've been engaging tirelessly with our partners in the international community. You may have seen last night, the United States organized a joint statement with 98 signatories calling on all parties to respect and facilitate the safe and orderly departure of foreign nationals and Afghans who wish to leave the country. Today, Secretary Blinken spoke with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, PRC State Counselor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Pakistan Foreign Minister Qureshi, UK Foreign Secretary Raab, NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, Turkish Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu, and EU High Representative Josep Borrell. Yesterday, he spoke with Australian Foreign Minister Payne, French Foreign Minister Le Drian, German Foreign Minister Maas, and Norwegian Foreign Minister Søreide. Other senior officials have been making calls to their counterparts as well around the clock. Additionally, the UN Security Council issued a joint press statement earlier today calling for a new government that is united, inclusive, and representative, including with the full and meaningful participation of women. The Council spoke with one voice to underscore that Afghanistan must abide by its international obligations, including to international humanitarian law, and ensure the safety and security of all Afghans and international citizens. The situation will continue to remain fluid in the coming hours and likely in the coming days. Nevertheless, we are operating on multiple fronts and around the clock to protect our people, those who have worked side by side with the United States over the years, and other vulnerable Afghans. Now, before I take your questions, I do want to speak to one additional issue that is of great importance to us, and that is the U.S. response to the earthquake in Haiti. The United States is closely monitoring the situation following a magnitude 7.2 earthquake that struck the southwestern part of the country on August 14th. We offer our deepest condolences to all who suffered the loss of loved ones or saw their homes or businesses destroyed. We are in close contact with Haitian authorities to respond to the earthquake and any requests for assistance. On Saturday, USAID deployed a Disaster Assistance Response Team, or a DART, to lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response efforts. And yesterday, at the request of the government of Haiti, USAID deployed members of Fairfax County Fire Department's Urban Search and Rescue, USAR, a team to join the DART. So far, the DART conducted an aerial assessment and is continuing to assess the damage. They will also identify priority needs and coordinate with the government of Haiti and humanitarian partners. U.S. Coast Guard air crews are transporting medical personnel and supplies from Port-au-Prince to Jérémie and Le Cay, and are evacuating injured citizens to higher level of care facilities in Port-au-Prince. At the request of USAID, Southcom is sending 2 UH-60 and 2 CH-47 helicopters from Joint Task Force Bravo to provide critical airlift support to ongoing relief efforts. We are also closely tracking Tropical Storm Grace, which is expected to reach Haiti today, potentially exposing people to further devastation. The United States remains a close and enduring friend to the people of Haiti, and we will continue to provide assistance in the aftermath of this tragedy. We are committed to helping the Haitian people build a better future. With that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thanks. Can I ask 2 real quick logistical ones, and I hope really hope they'll be real quick. One, other than the threat, I guess you could call it, to respond militarily if the Taliban interfere or get in the way of any of the evacuation efforts, is there any kind of agreement that's been reached, or any kind of an arrangement that has been reached with them about the presence of the U.S. military at the airport, or are they just basically there at kind of the pleasure of the Taliban, as it were, until they decide that they've had enough and they start, I don't know if they will or not, but whether they start to resist the fact that the airport is not under their control?
Well, let me take the opportunity to offer a bit of context on our diplomatic efforts over the past 72 or so hours. Ambassador Khalilzad and his team remained in Doha. They still remain in Doha, following consultations that we talked about last week with a number of countries from the region, the UN, and countries much farther afield. They continued, and they still continue, to engage with the Taliban. They continued to engage with the Islamic Republic, that is to say the government of Afghanistan representatives. When it became clear that the government of Afghanistan was on the verge of collapse, that President Ghani had fled, and that the Taliban were encroaching on Kabul, the focus, of course, changed. It shifted from supporting peace negotiations along with the international community to working assiduously and urgently to do all we can with the international community on an urgent basis to avert violence, to attempt to maintain order in Kabul, and very, very importantly, to guarantee that the Taliban would not seek to threaten our people or our operations. It was a very fluid situation. The situation changed markedly when President Ghani left the country and as the Taliban continued to encroach on Kabul. We do continue to engage with Taliban representatives in Doha from the State Department team. The U.S. military has spoken to engagement with the Taliban on the ground in Kabul. And again, we are working on a couple different fronts. First and foremost, to seek to preserve calm in Kabul, to maintain a semblance of security, and very importantly, to underscore that any effort, any attempt to target, to threaten, to intimidate our personnel or our operations would be met with a swift and decisive response.
Other than that, there's no agreement with the Taliban for the U.S. military to run the airport, to run the airspace, to be in control. And if there is an agreement, how long does that agreement last?
We have engaged with the Taliban. We have had discussions. I would say that some of those discussions have been constructive, but again, when it comes to the Taliban, we are going to look for their actions rather than listen to their words.
And then secondly, the logistical thing is on the embassy compound itself, which is now abandoned. Do you have you taken any measures to secure that place, or are you just basically letting It's just, is there a protecting power? Is it open area that anyone can get into now if they can get over the fence?
Well,
are you prepared to leave it just sit there?
Well, as you know, Matt, we confirmed last night that as of late night Eastern, all of our civilian personnel located at the embassy, chief of mission, those operating under chief of mission authority, had safely relocated from the embassy compound to Hamid Karzai International Airport. As you also know, the embassy is in an area that has been heavily fortified. So we do not have an American presence on the ground.
Is there any presence?
We do not have an American presence on the ground at the embassy. Our ambassador is and has been at the embassy at the compound, the Hamid Karzai International Airport, since late last night, our time, and that remains the case.
Yeah, but there isn't any protecting power. There's nobody there. It's wide open for anyone who wants to go in there.
As you know,
regardless of whether it's in a built-up, barricaded area or not, you basically just took off and left it empty.
As you know, it is a heavily fortified area.
My last one is that in the Doha agreement, which the president mentioned several times as having kind of tied his hands, there are 16 times in that agreement where it refers to the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, which is not recognized by the United States as a state and is known as the Taliban. 16 times it mentions that. And you've said before that you will not recognize any government or assist any government that comes to power by force. Since the Taliban basically walked in to Kabul and the president fled, are you in a position to say whether or not you might be willing to recognize a government that emerges from this, aside from the UN calls?
Well, this is something that we have spoken to before. We have spoken to it before events of recent hours and recent days. Secretary Blinken spoke to this yesterday morning. We are still taking stock of what has transpired over the past 72 hours and the diplomatic and the political implications of that. We are, as you have seen in any number of venues, we are coordinating closely with Afghanistan's neighbors. As we've said, the secretary, other senior officials in this building, our ambassadors in their respective capitals around the world have engaged governments in the region and much farther afield on an aligned approach to the evolving situation. And you've already started to see some of the fruits of that. I think most notably, and I mentioned this at the outset, you saw the statement that emanated from the UN Security Council. Obviously, the UN Security Council has a permanent set of members, several of whom are among our closest allies in the world, and a couple countries where our interests are rarely aligned. Nevertheless, this document, it is quite strong. It is quite clear. I think it is reflective of the broad consensus that has emerged from the international community about not only our thinking, what the United States may or may not do going forward as we assess ultimately what has come to pass, but what the international community will do. This statement says that the sustainable end to the conflict can only be achieved through an inclusive, just, durable, and realistic political settlement that upholds human rights, including for women, children, and minorities. The Security Council, speaking with one voice, which, as you know, is not always an easy feat, called on all parties to adhere to international norms and standards on human rights, and to call for an immediate cease to any abuses in that regard. Ultimately, when it comes to our posture towards any future government in Afghanistan, it will depend upon the actions of that government. It will depend upon the actions of the Taliban. We are watching closely. But as you heard from this UN Security Council statement, and as you've heard from any number of governments that have issued their own unilateral statements, the world is watching closely. The fact is that a future Afghan government that upholds the basic rights of its people, that doesn't harbor terrorists, and that protects the basic rights of its people, including the basic fundamental rights of half of its population, its women and girls, that is a government that we would be able to work with. The converse is also true. We are not going to support a government that does not do that. A government that disregards the rights, the guarantees enshrined in basic documents like the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. That is not a government that the United States would be able to work with. That itself is important. It becomes all the more important when you account for the fact that you have a statement from the UN Security Council that was adopted by all of its members that says exactly that. Andrea.
Following up on that and one other issue as well, social media is just filled with desperate appeals from girls, from women. Taliban going door to door, ripping girls out of their mothers' arms. Women who have been told for 20 years they should get schooling, learn to code, learn to teach, become engineers, become doctors, become lawyers. It's simply heartbreaking. And the question remains, there are Democrats as well as Republicans on the Hill, including veterans of the Afghan war and Iraq wars, saying that there should have been arrangements made months ago, that before the withdrawal was signaled by the date in April, that for months we should have been moving people out. We should have been moving on the evacuation, not only of the special visas, but of other people as well, and that this chaotic vision of people, thousands of people at the airport, climbing onto C-17s as they are rolling down the tarmac was completely avoidable, given the withdrawal. Secondly, let me ask you about a question regarding the President's speech. He said that we can accomplish the mission we accomplished 10 years ago of not only getting, bin Laden, but preventing Afghanistan from becoming a haven for terrorists against the homeland, the original mission of 20 years ago, that we can accomplish this from over the horizon. Intelligence experts, including former Obama GCI, say that's just not true. That once the withdrawal was completed and Bagram dismantled and turned over and now taken over by the Taliban, we don't have eyes on the ground. That we cannot fight terror from over the horizon in a place like Afghanistan, as we perhaps do in other countries. If you could address both of those.
Let me take those questions in turn. Let me start with your first question. The images that we've all seen emanating from the international airport in Kabul, HKIA, they are searing, they are painful, they are difficult to see, they are difficult to watch. And I say that on a couple different levels. One, the most basic level, we are all human. We share a common humanity with these Afghans whose desperation, whose fear, whose concern is they wear it on their faces. And so on that level, it is deeply moving to all of us. There's another level, though, that I think is especially relevant to this building. I'm a relative newcomer here. I have spent 7 months here. There are people in this building, hundreds if not more, who have dedicated years and years of their lives to affecting a better life for the people of Afghanistan, including the women and girls. We have foreign service officers who have served multiple tours in Kabul in the 2 decades that the United States has been there. We have many more who have served in functions back here to support that mission. There are, and this I can speak personally to, there is a generation of public servants in this country who entered public service in the weeks, months, couple years after the 9/11 attacks. In my case, I was a freshman in college, and I knew on that day, as I climbed to the roof of a dorm here in Washington and watched the smoke rise from the Pentagon, that I wanted to pursue public service. So many of my colleagues have a similar story. It unites us. It unites many of us as public servants. So it's also painful on that level. Right now, what we are doing is a couple things. We are working around the clock, in the first instance, to regain positive control over the airport compound. This is something that our colleagues at the Department of Defense have been working urgently to reestablish for a couple reasons. One, to be able to resume U.S. Military flights, and my colleague John Kirby will be briefing shortly, and he'll be able to give you an update on that. But importantly, this is also a civilian airport. We are seeking to reestablish positive control in order so that commercial travel can also resume, so that many of these Afghans whose images we have seen, whose images have been so searing, will be able to reach safety. In many cases, that will be with a helping hand from the United States government. We have spoken to our efforts on behalf of SIVs, so-called special immigrant visa applicants. You ask why we haven't done more. Let me just offer a bit of context. Through the course of this program, the United States has resettled, brought to their new lives, more than 75,000 Afghans who have, in various ways, assisted the United States government over the years. The Special Immigrant Visa Program provides, well, as it was initially conceived and legislated by Congress, it provides a visa to the United States. When this administration recognized that the security situation was becoming, was quickly evolving, many weeks ago, we launched Operation Allies Refuge. This was something that was never envisioned in any SIV program, including the one we had in Afghanistan or the one we had in Iraq. That is to say, a gargantuan U.S. effort not only to process, adjudicate, and to grant visas to these so-called special immigrants, but to actually bring them to the United States with a massive airlift operation. It's been through that operation that 2,000 Afghans have been able to reach the United States. Most of those Afghans have now been able to start their new lives through resettlement agencies. It was a month or so ago, we recognized that the need could be even greater for Afghans who are vulnerable, who may be at risk. That is precisely why we initiated a so-called Priority 2, P2, refugee status program that went beyond the statutory definitions of who could apply for and be eligible for the SIV program to include those brave Afghans who not only have helped the U.S. government over the years, but have helped the American people. We know that there are other vulnerable Afghans, some for the work they have done, some for the things they have said, some for nothing more than their gender. And we are also working and planning to bring as many as we can to safety. Right now, we are, again, in the process of reestablishing control over the airport. The military has been able to surge resources and will surge additional resources to the theater to allow us to bring on a large scale a number of these Afghans who will be able to start new lives in the United States, or who will be able to reach safety elsewhere in the world. We are committed to that. We have been flexible. We have been ambitious in our effort to do just that. You asked a second question about counterterrorism and what this means for our ability to detect and to thwart terrorist plotting. A couple points on that. Number one, the United States has built up the capacity to detect, disrupt terrorist plotting, terrorist networks in ways that were, in some cases, unimaginable prior to 9/11. That is to say, our tactics are effective, they are proven, and they go well beyond what this government would have been and was able to do prior to 9/11. We also recognize that the center of gravity of the threat we face from terrorist groups, whether it's Al-Qaeda, whether it's an Al-Qaeda affiliate, whether it's ISIS, whether it's an ISIS affiliate, it has shifted over the years. Of course, the center of gravity, the locus of activity, was in Afghanistan on September 11th, 2001. It hasn't been there in years. It hasn't been there in years precisely because we have been able to employ these effective tactics over the course of the past 20 years to do precisely what our forces went into Afghanistan to do in the first place. That is to decimate the network that launched, that conceived of, directed and launched the 9/11 attacks and ensure that they can't regroup on Afghan soil. We are confident. But more importantly, the military and our intelligence community leaders have spoken and even testified to the fact that we will have capabilities in the theater, so-called over-the-horizon capabilities, that will allow us to use the technologies, to use the tactics that we have deployed and improved upon over the past 20 years to detect and to disrupt any terrorist plotting that may seek to reach our shores. We've also been very clear with the Taliban, and I said it just a moment ago, that the willingness of a future government of Afghanistan to allow any terrorist group to operate on its soil and to pose a threat to the United States, it's unacceptable to us, and we will demonstrate that using the fierce power of the U.S. military. Laura.
So to follow up on that, and also to let you know, I have kind of three buckets of questions. I'll be succinct in asking them. What is the, when the United States, when Ambassador Khalilzad talks to the Taliban and says, these are the actions we expect the Taliban to adhere to in order to be considered a legitimate government, what is your level of confidence that the Taliban will agree to that, especially when it comes to the fate of women and girls in Afghanistan? So that's question one. If you want to, I can give you the other ones.
Please.
Great. Okay. So number two, I'm curious about, you started off by saying that the State Department is urging, the embassy has urged Americans in Kabul to not come to the airport for evacuation, to shelter in place. But as we've discussed in this room, there are tens of thousands of Americans, probably dual citizens, who are spread across Afghanistan, who have no ability to get to the airport in Kabul in the first place. So what plan or what assurances can the United States offer them that they will not be left there, since they can't get to Kabul to even try to come to the airport? Third, when the Secretary spoke to President Ghani on Saturday, I'm curious if he knows where President Ghani was at that time, and if he was aware that President Ghani was about to was either going to flee the country or at least step down from government.
Let me take those in turn. Again, we have made very clear, abundantly clear to the Taliban in Doha, but in some ways just as importantly, publicly, speaking with a single voice with the international community, what the United States, what our closest allies and partners expect, but also what other regional stakeholders, again, including some stakeholders with whom we share very few interests, where our interests are rarely aligned. The fact that this UN Security Council statement emerged today is a clear indication that there is decisive consensus within the international community on this front. It means a lot when the United States says something and when we put our voice and actions behind a statement, but it means even more when much of the world and certainly the key stakeholders come together and say the same thing. We will be watching very closely as any new government in Afghanistan takes shape. Of course, we have all seen various statements that have emanated from the Taliban, not only in recent hours and recent days, but in recent weeks and recent months. We take those for what they are. They're statements. Again, we will be watching actions. That's what will be important to us. Beyond watching, beyond galvanizing the international community, as we did with the statement signed by 98 countries, from Albania to Zambia just last night, we are going to be marshaling the international community because we now know it is incumbent on all of us, including the United States, to use every conceivable lever that we have. Diplomacy, our political leverage, and importantly, economic leverage. And economic leverage can take different forms. It is patently obvious that the government of Afghanistan would not have endured 20 years were it not for the broad and generous support of the international community in the United States. The United States being the largest donor, both on a bilateral basis and to the humanitarian needs of the Afghan people. This is a positive source of leverage. If the Taliban, or any government that is to emerge, seeks to have the level of international assistance that was needed to sustain the Afghan government over the past 20 years, the words on the paper that emanated from New York today, from the Security Council, will have to mean something. That their actions.
All right, guys, going to break in here. We're going to continue to cover this topic as we listen in more to the fallout of Afghanistan as the Taliban continues to make waves through the country. But what we're going to do is take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to then head out to New York City, where they're going to be having those vaccination proof requirements put in place tomorrow. We'll be getting a live update from New York City in just 2 minutes. So we'll see you all after a quick break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow breaking news that happens all across the country. Want to turn things back over to COVID-19 news because tomorrow in New York City is when those vaccination cards are going to need to be shown in a number of different establishments in the city. We are joined with Fox 5's Lizette Nunez. And Lizette, let's just talk about this all kicking off tomorrow.
That's right, Christine. There has been some confusion leading up to today. So some businesses and restaurants, they thought it was going to be in effect today. But then we heard from Mayor de Blasio, and he went ahead and clarified that confusion and said it was actually going to start tomorrow. And there's different ways of showing proof of vaccination. So you mentioned one that is going ahead and carrying your vaccination card. There's also the New York Excelsior Pass, and then also the New York City COVID Pass as well. No vax, no service. Starting Tuesday, proof of vaccination will be required for indoor dining at New York City restaurants, as well as for entry to gyms and entertainment venues, including theaters and museums. The initiative goes into effect as concerns over the Delta variant continue, and the city pushes more people to get vaccinated.
You can participate in if you're vaccinated. We want people to enjoy the fullness of the city, but you got to be vaccinated to do it.
Hassan Senyurt, a manager at Serena's Wine Bar on the Upper East Side, says there's been confusion on how it's all going to work.
I think it's going to send really mixed signals to a lot of people.
But says he's ready to begin enforcing it in his restaurant on Tuesday and hopes people will comply.
I have to do what's right for the business, what's right for the other customers. So I hope that everyone will understand where we are coming from. And of course, I expect also many people not to understand and also trying to give us some problems.
Over at Silver Star Restaurant on 2nd Avenue and 65th Street, the manager worries this is going to turn customers away and ultimately hurt business.
It's like we are making a division on the people. We don't want to make a division.
However, others say it brings us one step closer to ending the pandemic and avoiding another shutdown.
I don't think it's a particular hardship to show a vaccination card. And, we're all in this together. We're not going to beat this unless we as a society take those steps to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and the general public.
Mayor de Blasio says the next couple of weeks, the city will be focusing on educating businesses about the mandate and how to handle potential confrontations. Enforcement will begin on September 13th. And there are some exceptions to this mandate. So children who are under 12 years old and are not eligible to be vaccinated. And you heard there September 13 is when enforcement will begin. So any businesses who are not complying, they could face a fine of up to $1,000 for the first offense. Christy, we'll send things over to you.
All right. Well, thank you for that important update. Again, it's something that is going to take a little adjusting in time for, but we do appreciate you letting us know all the details that, again, it starts tomorrow. Lizette Nunez joining us from Fox 5's New York. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. And what we're going to do is continue to give you more news stories happening across the country. Going to take things back out as we continue to listen into all of these press conferences taking place. While the State Department briefing did start, we also had the Pentagon briefing begin as we're hearing more about everyone's plans as we continue to withdraw our troops. Pentagon saying that they are having 3,000 U.S. Troops arrive in Kabul here today. Let's go to the beginning of the Pentagon press briefing, start that so we can get all those important updates for all of our viewers here with us. We're going to be listening in on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. Good
afternoon, everybody. I know we gave you an update this morning, so I brought a couple of additional briefers with me this afternoon to flesh out some more detail from the kinds of things that we talked about earlier today. So with me is Major General Hank Taylor of the Joint Staff. He's the Director of Current Operations. And Gary Reed, who I think you all know, he is the Director of our Afghanistan Crisis Action Group. I'm going to ask each gentleman to come up and say just a few words, give you some updates from their perspectives, operations in the general's case, and on the SIV process and what DOD is trying to help along with that from Mr. Reed's perspective. And then we'll get to some Q&A for a little bit. I will moderate that Q&A, so I'll still be up here calling on you, and we'll try to get through as many of you as you can in the limited amount of time that we have. So with that, with the time being a constraint, I'm going to stop talking and bring up the general. General.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Kirby. I want to reinforce what has already been said today and a little bit earlier. The U.S. military remains focused on the present mission to facilitate the safe evacuation of U.S. citizens, SIVs, and Afghans at risk, to get these personnel out of Afghanistan as quickly and as safely as possible. When this plan was put in place, we prepared for a number of contingencies and recognized that events unfolding at HKIA has drawn concern and attention throughout the world. We're actively monitoring the situation, what's happening on the ground, and we will continue to support the commander and adjust forces as necessary to allow the mission to be successful. Our troops are trained professionals. They understand the complexity, the urgency, and the importance of their mission. They remain agile. Our mission was and still is today to secure the airport so that we can evacuate, as said earlier, U.S. citizens, SIVs, Afghans at risk out of the country. We have approximately 2,500 troops that have moved into Kabul within the last 72 hours, and more will arrive soon. By the end of the day, we expect nearly 3,000 to 3,500 troops on the ground. First, for a real-time update, as of 15:35 local Eastern data time here, the airfield at HKIA was open for operations. Shortly thereafter, the first C-17 landed with U.S. Marines on board, and the next C-17 is preparing to land as we speak, with members of the 82nd Airborne Division. I'd also like to offer a couple of additional operational details. More than 700 SIV applicants have departed Afghanistan in the past 48 hours, a combination of contract and commercial air, bringing the total to date to nearly 2,000. Mr. Reed here will have more details on that. The U.S. military continues to supported the State Department with the closing of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, moving several hundred personnel by helicopter to HKIA. Those personnel remain safe and are preparing to depart. Forces continue to conduct operations, security operations at HKIA, and as I said earlier, we are in charge of air traffic control, and that includes with commercial contracted military air. We expect to maximize our throughput of all means of transportation over the next coming days. Again, our focus right now is to maintain security at HKIA, to continue to expedite flight operations while safeguarding Americans and Afghan civilians. We're proud of the professionalism and the skill of the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines are showing under extraordinary circumstances at HKIA, and they are absolutely prepared to respond and self-defend if necessary. Many of us have spent time in Afghanistan over the years and feel a deep sense of connection to the current events. We are focused on the safest evacuation of Americans and Afghans. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you, John. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time today. I'm Gary Reed. I'm the lead for the DoD Crisis Action Group for Afghanistan for matters pertaining to the relocation of refugees and transportation of our embassy staff, Americans, allies, and other partners from Kabul to their onward destinations. Secretary established the Crisis Action Group in early July, and we've been working very closely with the Department of State as a lead agency since that time. Partnered with Department of Homeland Security, our initial focus was to relocate the SIVs, finalize their visas, and resettle them into the United States with the help of our non-governmental organizations. To date, nearly 2,000 Afghans have passed through this process, joining more than 70,000 that have participated in the SIV program since 2005. Our military has done an outstanding job supporting this effort. U.S. NORTHCOM and U.S. Army North, operating predominantly from Fort Lee, Virginia, have provided housing, food, medical treatment, medical screening, and other services to these Afghans. Our military embraced the opportunity to recognize their contributions to combined operations in Afghanistan by welcoming them in the U.S. As we prepare for even more arrivals, U.S. NORTHCOM and the U.S. Army are working to create additional capacity to support refugee relocation in the U.S., including temporary sites under assessment at Fort Bliss, Texas, and Camp McCoy, Wisconsin. There may be other sites identified if services are needed, additional capacity is needed. At this point, we're looking to establish 22,000 spaces. We can expand if we need to. As with the operation we've been supporting at Fort Lee, persons that come to these locations will have been pre-screened by the Department of Homeland Security to enter on condition of full immigration processing once they arrive. With this operation underway, but given the urgency of the situation in Kabul, our focus has shifted to supporting movement of our embassy staff, American citizens, allies, and other partners out of Kabul. Starting on August 14th, we began movement of these persons on Department of Defense aircraft, providing them transportation that had flown into Kabul, delivering our troops and hauling cargo. This is an important point. The numbers to date are in the hundreds. We certainly have a much greater requirement. We are still in the process of bringing in forces. These aircraft, as space is available on the outbound, have been taking passengers. And of course, this has been somewhat disrupted in the last 24 hours. But nonetheless, we have transported several hundred to countries in the region and aligned them, again, with our State Department DHS colleagues for their onward transportation. We anticipate picking up the pace, provided we can stabilize conditions at Kabul as described by the General. Our military team in Kabul is working side by side with the ambassador and his staff to coordinate future airlift operations in the coming days. The Department of State and Department of Homeland Security will facilitate initial processing at overseas transit points and prepare for onward movement for all of those transported by the Department of Defense. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get to questions. Bob, want to go?
Thanks. A question for General Taylor,
okay.
If I may. General, has the U.S. military conducted any airstrikes today or in the last 24 hours or so? And also, there have been some reports of Afghan pilots flying their aircraft into other countries. Is that happening? And is the U.S. taking any other sort of steps to prevent aircraft or other military equipment from falling into the hands of the Taliban?
Yeah. First, on the first question on the strikes. No strikes have been conducted in the last 24 hours, but the commander on the ground continues to maintain that capability if required to do so. The commander has the assets that are available there at HKI and in support from other areas of the region. I don't have information on your second part of the question, but we'll get back to that.
So there's no U.S. actions being taken to prevent equipment from falling into the hands of the Taliban by destroying it or anything else?
I don't have that answer to that question.
You don't have the answer.
General Taylor, was this a failure of intelligence or planning that led to the scenes we saw at the airport today?
When the scenes at the airport of everybody coming
that
on
caused it to be shut down?
Yeah. What we know had happened at the airport was that there were a lot of Afghans that were trying to get out of the country. So I don't think that was a lack of planning. As we look at the coordination with those that were responsible for securing that, we'll look at our mission, though, as I talked earlier, is now that the airfield's open, is to make sure that it remains open. So like, as I said, we can continue expediting flights in and outbound.
But the quick fall of Kabul, was that a failure of intelligence?
I can't answer that.
And Mr. Reed, you're in charge of the SIVs. There are women who fought for the special forces. There are reports that the Taliban are now knocking on doors, going into the homes of those who served in the military. What are you doing to protect them, to get them out? Are you in touch with the Taliban, and do you have assurances that they'll be safe?
We recognize that beyond the SIVs, there's additional Afghans at risk, and they are included within the group of people that, in time, as we get through the Americans and the immediate priority, that we have plans in place to support lifting them, transporting them out of the country on the defense side. Again, it would be Department of State, Homeland Security, questions about immigration processing. We recognize the risk that they face, and we're doing everything we can to get this operation underway at scale so we can get through as many as possible under these very difficult conditions.
But are you communicating with the Taliban? Do you have a line of communication?
I'm personally not communicating with the Taliban, but I would imagine there are communications within the diplomatic channels.
As we said earlier, General McKenzie did meet in Doha with Taliban leaders. I'm not going to detail that conversation, as I said earlier, but the message was very clearly put to the Taliban that these operations and our people were not to be attacked, or there would be a response. And as you and I speak, there has been no attack on our operation or on our people at the airport. To your other question, I would, again, like to just fill out the mission that the military has right now is to secure the airport, to keep operations going, and to help make sure that we can safeguard the movement of personnel, people, from Kabul to onward destinations. That's the focus right now. The State Department has methods of their own to reach out to people, to communicate with them about the process of getting into the queue, and I would let the State Department speak to that. But it's, as I've said before, the military mission is very narrowly focused around the airport and making sure we can secure operations there. Barb?
I'd like to follow up with you or the General, but let me start with you, please, at the mic, if I may. To follow up on the previous question, the U.S. military, the Department of Defense, always, for decades, says we plan for everything. Clearly, whatever you planned for did not get planned for at the airport. We've now seen a C-17 with more than 600 people sitting on the floor, with the pilot making the decision that he would fly them out anyhow, even though that's an extraordinary number of people. We've seen the world seen all the scenes at the airport. So my two questions are, what failed in your planning? Because you didn't plan for this. You would not have planned to fly in such dangerous circumstances. And how do you determine where the responsibility lies for this failure?
Well, first of all, Barbara, I would take issue with your designation of this operation at the airport as a failure. But let's get back to that in a second. Let's get back to that in a second. Yes, we do plan for all manner of contingencies. This is a planning organization, and we do that specifically to try to mitigate risk and to try to be ready for unforeseen circumstances. But it's not a perfect process. Plans are not always perfectly predictive, and as is a well-known military maxim that plans don't often survive first contact, and you have to adjust in real time. And I think when you look at the images out of Kabul, that would have been difficult for anybody to predict. Yes, we did plan on non-combatant evacuation operations as far back as May. There were drills being done here at the Pentagon to walk through what different non-combatant evacuation operations might look like. There was another one recently done just 2 weeks ago, a tabletop exercise to again examine what a non-combatant evacuation would look like out of the Hamid Karzai International Airport. I mean, specifically at the airport. And we think that those exercises did prepare us in terms of having the resources forward, the Secretary forward deployed troops, including Marines, off of their ship and into Kuwait so that they could be more readily available, as well as other forces in the region. So a lot of what you're seeing transpire, the reason we can be so quick with upwards of 6,000 troops is because we anticipated the possible need to do this. Now, could we have predicted every single scenario and every single breach around the perimeter of the airport with only a couple of thousand troops on the ground? Absolutely. You know, there are changes that happen. So plans are terrific and we take them seriously, but they are not and never have been perfectly predictive.
When you practice this, was one of the scenarios a complete Taliban takeover of the capital?
There was certainly, as you do exercises, I don't want to go into too much detail here on these, but it would certainly be wrong to conclude that the United States military did not view as a distinct possibility that the Taliban could overrun the country and including Kabul. Now, as we've talked about here many times, it happened very fast. And one of the things that we couldn't anticipate and didn't anticipate was the degree to which Afghan forces capitulated, sometimes without a fight.
But the president said that he did not see that happening. Did you tell the president that you thought it was a possibility the country would be overrun?
We won't speak to advice and counsel that our leaders here in the Pentagon give to the president. What I can tell you is that in the planning that we've done and in the exercises and drills we ran, we certainly ran them against the possibility that the Taliban would make significant gains throughout the country. Yes, absolutely. Carla.
Speaking of the images we've been seeing at the airport, a U.S. official has told VOA that there's an investigation currently underway about multiple civilian deaths when a C-17 took off from the airport. What more can you tell us about that investigation, and can you confirm the number of deaths?
I can't confirm that reporting, Carla, so I mean, you're getting information that I don't have, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least that commanders would be taking a look at what happened this morning with respect to the C-17, and I won't get ahead of that process. There will be, you can expect that we will take a look at this to see what happened and what we can learn from it in the future. That is absolutely consistent, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if there was, in fact, a formal investigation, but I just can't confirm that right now.
Looking at the images, was the U.S. too late to bring in the number of troops that it brought in? Did the decision come too late?
We flowed these forces in as fast as we possibly could, and it was aided, in fact, by the pre-positioning that was done in previous weeks. I mean, you all reported yourselves about the Iwo Jima, the Navy ship from which these Marines were based, being extended for a couple of weeks by Secretary Austin. That was a decision he made several weeks ago because it was all part of the contingency planning for the need to maybe do some evacuations. To make that even faster, we moved those Marines ashore, and we saw the benefit now. Those Marines were the first ones on scene. So it was something that we absolutely had thought about.
And one last question, and this can be for you or the general. You've spoke from the podium over the last several days many times saying that the Afghan Air Force was conducting more airstrikes against the Taliban than the U.S. was. My question is, why was that? Why didn't the U.S. conduct more strikes against the Taliban in these final days?
Yeah, Carla, I think, Monday morning quarterbacking here now, I mean, it isn't, I don't think, a helpful exercise. But as we said from a while ago, that as our resources and capabilities in the region dwindled because of the drawdown, and we were ordered to draw down by the end of August. And we were nothing but honest about the speed with which we had to do that, because speed is safety. We wanted to make sure we did this quickly. And a drawdown means a drawdown. And it's not just about boots on the ground. The drawdown is about capabilities and resources in the region as we wrapped up our advise and assist and combat missions in Afghanistan, which meant we had fewer airplanes, fewer strike capabilities in the region as we continue to draw down. And again, we were very transparent about the fact that we would conduct airstrikes in support of the Afghans where and when feasible, fully cognizant of the fact that it wasn't always going to be feasible on every day and in every place. But the Afghan Air Force is indigenous, and they are in the country, and they did maintain their presence. And there were days where they flew easily twice as many strikes as we did. And they were able to often get on scene quicker because they were already there and because they had tangible connections to their troops in the field. It also is a healthy reminder, something that I think we forget, that in the last year and a half, Afghans were in the lead of almost all, literally all, but just about almost all of their operations on the ground. I mean, the advise and assist mission was still there, but they were very much in the lead of their own operations and coordinating with their Air Force. Sylvie.
I have a question for Mr. Reid.
Okay.
You said earlier that your crisis action group for Afghanistan was set up in early July.
That's right.
The decision of President Biden to and the war was taken in mid-April. Why did it take so long to create a group to take care of your Afghan allies?
The Department of Defense enters into this in support of the State Department, and the State Department has, for many years, as you know, executed the SIV program. The addition of the U.S. military support to that program was new, and it was generated by guidance to try to accelerate and help the process due to the time delays inherent within getting them through. So we were asked by the State Department to provide support to their operation. That's not a suggestion that that is when SIVs became a priority for the government. That has been for many years. It was just the contributions that the Defense Department could make using our installations in the United States as an example, where we could do this in a very orderly setting, free of distractions, without them coming individually or scattering to multiple locations. We could centralize the resources and contribute our resources, our logistics, our medical personnel. Fort Lee, Virginia is the center of excellence for Army logistics. So it was a good example of how we could use our resources to support a program that we all wanted to see continue and accelerate and help as many folks out as we could because, you know, we value what they did for us and we want to be reciprocal in that regard.
So do we have to understand that this group was created because of the slowness of the process at the State Department?
No, that's not what I said. It is a long process. And to the extent that the addition of DoD resources and support could make it, again, about bringing them all together. If you're familiar with the process, there's multiple stages and multiple agencies involved within our system. This gave us, because of our resources, the ability to have a base with a location. We could bring that together and speed up something that may have otherwise taken weeks into a matter of days. And it became more economical. We increased the throughput of that process and create capacity to do more. So that's really the contributions of the Defense Department.
I think we need to get to the phones too a little bit. I haven't done that yet. Dave off the Washington Post.
Thank you, John. To drill down a bit on the flights out that we've seen on video, my colleagues at Defense One have reported there were in excess of 600, perhaps 640 people on a C-17 flying out. And you also took a question this morning in your first briefing and said you'd try to get back to us on it. There appeared to be 2 people that fell from that aircraft, likely to their death. Can you confirm those things? Thank you.
On that video footage that I know we've all seen of something falling off the wing, I don't have an update for you in terms of specific validity of that. We're obviously just as interested in you in learning more about what happened there. And on the first question about the C-17 with, you know, fully loaded, again, I don't have any additional information about that particular aircraft and that particular flight, but you know, we'll continue to try to dig down and see if there's more information that can be had about that. It's obviously difficult from 8,000 miles away to have perfect knowledge about everything that's going on the ground over there. But again, we're working hard to secure to keep the airport secure and keep these operations now sustained now that they're back on track. Nazira?
Thank you so much, John. As you know, I'm from Afghanistan, and I'm very upset today because Afghan women didn't expect that overnight all the Taliban came. They took off my flag. This is my flag. And they put their flag. Everybody is upset, especially women. And I forgot my question. What do you ask? Where is my president, former President Ghani? People expected that he bye-bye with the people. And immediately he ran away. We don't know where is he. And we don't have a president. President Biden said that President Ghani, no. He has to fight for us people. They have to do everything, and we were able to financially help them. But we don't have any president. We don't have anything. Afghan people, they don't know what to do. Women has a lot of achievement in Afghanistan. I had a lot of achievement. I left from the Taliban like 20 years ago. Now we go back to the first step again. Do you have any comment? We as our president regarding, he should answer to Afghan people.
Well, I obviously can't speak for Ashraf Ghani or where he is or what his views are. I wouldn't do that. But let me say with all respect that I understand, and we all understand, the anxiety and the fear and the pain that you're feeling. It's clear and it's evident. And nobody here at the Pentagon is happy about the images that we've seen coming out in the last few days. And we're all mindful of the kind of governance that the Taliban is capable of. So, heartfelt respect to what you're going through, and we understand that. A lot of us have spent time in Afghanistan. The general mentioned that everything that you're seeing in the last 48, 72 hours is personal for everybody here at the Pentagon. We too have invested greatly in Afghanistan and in the progress that women and girls have made politically, economically, socially, and we certainly do understand and we do feel the pain that you're feeling, probably not to the same extent. We're focused right now on making sure that we do the best we can for those Afghans who helped us. And to Sylvie's point, when she was talking to Gary, yes, the action group got stood up in July, but you can go back to the spring and hear the Secretary himself talk about interpreters and translators and the sacred obligation that we know that we have to them. And so in this moment, on this day, now that the airport is open again, we are going to be focused on doing what we can to honor that obligation to all those who help make all that progress possible, because by helping us, they helped us help you, and we take that very, very seriously. And again, I'm sorry for your pain. I truly am, and I know that the General and Gary share that as well.
All right, guys, we've been listening in to this briefing from the Pentagon as they've been talking about more U.S. troops going to Kabul here today. They're expecting 3,000 more to be arriving here today as they continue to try to hold down the airports to help get more refugees out. But what we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, we're going to be down in Florida as we talk about some local people who are affected by the powerful earthquake that took place in Haiti. We'll be going out to that live report again after a quick 2-minute commercial break. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow stories not only across the country, but even around the world. Again, Saturday is when that powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit Haiti. And we are now being joined with Fox 35's Elena Shirazi as she talks more about how some people right here in the U.S. are affected. Elena?
Right. Well, we got to speak with locals here in Central Florida who share some of their concerns and their heartbreaks for their family members, friends, and loved ones back in Haiti. They actually shared some heartbreaking pictures and videos.
It is really tough for us as a Haitian.
A Central Florida businessman received these pictures and videos from family and friends in Haiti when the earthquake slammed into the island nation. This is a church outside of his neighborhood.
Their house is destroyed. They are sleeping on the soccer field. Some people are sleeping on the street.
The president of one of the largest Haitian American groups in Florida is making a recovery plan as the entire state comes together after tragedy. A lot of people personally impacted.
It really broke my heart, and it was it made me real sad. It was a very sad news. Yes, I do have family there. In fact, my parents are from that very area, the southwest of Haiti.
Haiti was slammed 11 years ago with an earthquake that killed over 250,000 people.
Man, when will it be? When will we get a break?
City leaders here like Felix are organizing financial relief for the people of Haiti, and other locals even flying supplies directly into the country in private planes. Haitians here say they have confidence their country will survive this. They've proved they can once before, sharing a message for people back in Haiti. Meaning, together, we are more powerful.
Nos voisinages à surveiller sur l'autre, ba l'autre cher food que manger.
And we know that tropical depression Grace was downgraded from a tropical storm, but it's still going to bring some of that serious wind and bad weather and landslides. And people here in Central Florida are actually putting themselves in the direct line of danger. I spoke with a pilot a few hours ago from here in Central Florida in Titusville who says he's safely arrived in the island nation with supplies. For now, we're live at Palm Bay. Elena Shirazi, Fox News.
All right, well, thank you. It seems like Haitian people gone through a lot, so our thoughts will also be with all of them and with their family members that you spoke to right here in the U.S. Elena Shirazi, thanks again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And what we're going to do is continue to follow all of these different news stories happening not only across the country, but also around the world. Haiti has been a topic of discussion in the United Nations topics here today. They also talked, of course, about Afghanistan, as not only did we hear from the president today, he addressed exactly what is going to be going on moving forward as we continue to withdraw those U.S. troops. But President Biden mentioned here today that he does not regret, he still stands by his decision to remove those troops from Afghanistan, saying they're not going to increase U.S. troops if Afghanistan's not going to fight for their country as well. So there's definitely been a lot of conversations surrounding Afghanistan and exactly what's going to be happening moving forward as the Taliban continues to push their way across the country. We've been listening in to both the State Department briefing and the Pentagon briefing. They took place directly after President Biden had made those remarks earlier here this afternoon. So we've been listening into the Pentagon. We were just near the finishing point as they were addressing reporter questions. We're going to go back out to the Pentagon, finish out that press briefing, then go back into the State Department briefing, finish that out as well, re-listen to President Biden's remarks. It's all coming up here within not only the next few minutes, but also next few hours here on Live Now from Fox. So headed back out to the Pentagon with John Kirby as he continues to answer just some more reporter questions on Afghanistan.
Open again. We are going to be focused on doing what we can to honor that obligation to all those who help make all that progress possible. Because by helping us, they helped us help you. And we take that very, very seriously. And again, I'm sorry for your pain. I truly, truly am. And I know that the General and Gary share that as well. Megan.
Mr. Reid has said that you guys want to make space for 22,000 Afghans, other helpers, to be able to come to the U.S. There's about 2 weeks until all troops are supposed to be off of the ground in Afghanistan. Who is going to protect that mission into September, assuming that 22,000 people are not going to get out in the next 2 weeks? And does that mean that there might be an extension of some of these security forces at the airport after that?
Well, I can't speak to the last part, but I can say that our commitment, and the Secretary's task to me, is to continue to do everything we can in this department to support this process. And as conditions change and opportunities change, we will do our very best to make whatever resources this department has to contribute to continued success in that regard. Understanding it could be very difficult. We don't know what's ahead, but we're going to stay in this as long as it takes, as long as we can contribute.
And I would just add, Megan, it's up to 22. That's the capacity that we're looking at these 3 installations. It doesn't mean that there are going to be 22,000 people that need that support. We're just trying to fill out the capacity as best we think we need right now. If we have underestimated that capacity, the Secretary is fully committed to finding additional locations and installations if we need it. And if we've overestimated, then to Barbara's excellent point, we've planned well. We want to make sure we're ready. So it's a capacity thing of up to 22. We're not being predictive that it's going to actually be 22,000.
So is that to say it's as many people who can get out in the next 2 weeks, or is there a consideration?
What I can tell you is that over the next 2 weeks, we're going to be as aggressive as we can and moving as many people as we can. And as you've heard me say, once we get the operation up and running well here, we could get conceivably up to 5,000 out a day. But that's seats on airplanes, not just military airplanes, but commercial and charter airplanes as well. That doesn't necessarily mean that there will be that demand signal on the other end. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Let me go back to the phones here. I haven't been good about this. Tara Kopp.
Thank you for doing this. We just reported on the C-17, a separate C-17 that was able to airlift 640 Afghans out, and learned that that was one of several C-17s that have that number or more aboard. So I was just wondering, how is the Pentagon or State Department tracking just how many Afghans and Americans it's helping assist depart the country? And how going forward are you able to track those people to be able to help them as they repatriate elsewhere?
So the number of 700 that I gave earlier was the number reported by Department of State and the commander on the ground. So the question, as we continue to go forward, that is one of the more important tasks that we will do, is as Department of State continues to provide names of those that will depart, the military will continue to ensure we have the aircraft, whether it's military or civilian aircraft, to get them out and continue to report forward.
David.
This is a lot like Megan's question. What is the determining factor here? Is it August 31st, or is it the completion of the mission to evacuate diplomats, U.S. citizens, vulnerable Afghans?
It's the mission is to evacuate our embassy personnel, American citizens, as well as Afghans who we can help. That's the mission set. The time frame that we're on right now is to do that, complete that mission by August 31st. And if we're at 5,000, and I've seen some estimates that go north of 5,000 a day, depending on how many sorties you can fly, and obviously that's dependent on a lot of factors, including weather. We believe that with that capacity, should air operations be able to go uninterrupted, that we can meet that goal by the end of the month. Beyond August 31st, it's just too difficult to speculate, and we wouldn't want to get ahead of decisions that haven't been made yet. Where our head is right now on getting the air operations going again, getting airplanes in with troops and getting people on those same airplanes as they head out. And then once the troop flow is done, to continue to flow in military aircraft empty to pick up people and go out. But again, our focus is on getting as much done as we can, as quickly as we can. And yes, the date, August 31st, is when the president has told us to be done this drawdown and this movement. I won't speculate about what it's going to look like beyond that.
Are there any plans for helping people get to the airport?
Right now, as I said before, our mission, military mission, is to secure the airport, to safeguard air traffic and people and the flow at the airport, and that's what we're focused on right now. Courtney.
General Taylor, can you tell us a little bit more? Kirby said that there hadn't been any Taliban attacks, but there were a couple of security incidents earlier in the day. Were those Taliban, these armed fighters that the U.S. had?
No, we can't confirm that those were Taliban. We do know that there was some random shooting that came in during that piece, but not confirmed to be Taliban.
Have there been any other security incidents like that, and have there been any Americans wounded?
There haven't been any other major security incidents other than what we saw last night. There was a report of one U.S. Wounded, but superficial and already back to duty.
Shot? Was the individual shot? Or?
I don't know that detail. Who was wounded?
And then can you, I'm not sure who this is for, but I'm still unclear on the numbers. So there's been 700, since, let's take it from August 14th until right now.
Yep.
There have been 700 SIV candidates. How many Americans have been moved? How many aircraft have left taking people out? Like, how many total people have been moved as part of this evacuation operation so far? Out of the country?
Yeah, so I can give you the answer for the SIV. So in the last 48, we know that we had 700 out on flights. That gives us that total of 2,000 SIVs since we began operations.
But how many Americans? I mean, haven't there been Americans moved out on the who worked at the embassy, right? And other Afghans who are not SIV candidates as well? Have there been? I'm trying to get a sense of, this has been ongoing for 48 hours, and I hate to say it, but have you only moved 700 total people in 48 hours?
Well, so first thing, just to remind everyone, the SIVs that we're talking about were on the charter flights that the State Department had chartered, and we have been running those since the 29th of July. I think Flight 10 arrived overnight last night, 265. None of them went to Fort Lee. They already had their electronic visas, and they're being processed by state. The outflow of Americans and embassy staff it's in the hundreds. I don't have an exact number for you, but just to reinforce, this is sort of available space on aircraft that are coming in configured, not ideal to just load up completely. There's equipment backhauls and other things that are occurring on these aircraft, so just think of it as a space available with those aircraft going out. And as Mr. Kirby said, as soon as we get all the forces in, you will have aircraft coming in solely for ramping of these evacuations, getting up to the 20 or 30 a day, getting you up to 5,000 per day.
So, but as of now, it's still in the hundreds of people who, as part of this evacuation mission, in the hundreds
That's
that
what
have been
I'm
brought out.
tracking, yeah.
That's right, and we talked about that earlier today. We got time for just a couple more, guys. Mike?
Can you tell how the U.S. is going to keep Afghanistan from becoming another terrorist safe haven, since arguably we're in a worse position than we were pre-9/11?
We've talked about this too, Mike. I mean, we have robust over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities already in the region. We can fly from ships at sea. We can fly from bases in the region. I mean, just in terms of the support we were able to give to the Afghans in just the airstrikes that we did in support of them, I mean, there were multiple sorties per day, and sometimes several strikes, sometimes as many as 10 to a dozen per day. So we've got the capability and the capacity, and we continue to talk. We continue to talk to partners in the region to see if we can explore additional options that are closer to Afghanistan. But you've heard the Secretary say this many times. There's not a scrap of the earth that we can't hit if we don't need to. Now, is it more difficult to do counterterrorism strikes over the horizon? You bet. Do you have to travel more distances? Yep. Could it take more time? Yes, but it's not like we haven't done this before. And if you look at other places around the world where we execute over-the-horizon counterterrorism. It is possible, it is effective, and we believe that our intelligence apparatus and the networks we have in the region now are far more mature than they were in 2001. We believe that we can execute effective over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities going forward. Doesn't mean that we aren't going to try to improve that. We absolutely will. I got just time for one more. I'll go to Tony.
Yeah, for General Taylor, I want to go back to the question of that the Afghan National Security Forces collapsed quicker than anticipated. What was anticipated? I ask you because you've been there. You said you had a deep emotional connection to the events on the ground. Roughly $83 billion has been spent. 66,000 of these brave people have been killed, according to the SIGAR. Can you give a sense broadly, why do you think they seem to have collapsed quicker than expected?
I think, as Mr. Kirby said earlier and others, is that the anticipation of the lack possibly of action by some of the Afghan leaders, I think, is one of the areas that we are continuing to look at.
When you say Afghan leaders, you're talking military or political leaders?
Military and some of the political. But really, as we look at what were the actions or lack of actions at the military level throughout the country is what we're looking at right now.
Because $83 billion, people are going to say that was wasted. I mean, what do you think? What do you respond to somebody who does not follow this closely?
Yeah. I know that we will continue to look to find out and dig deep into the why we're at where we are today. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We got to get going. Appreciate it.
And with that, what we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a 2-minute break. When we come back, President Biden standing firm with his decision to continue the withdrawal of those U.S. troops. We're going to be listening back to his address to the nation, again, after a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. President Biden earlier today saying scenes like this one that we're taking a look at in Afghanistan are gut-wrenching. As you can tell, we are taking a look at some video from last night. This showing hundreds of people in Afghanistan making their way to the airports as they all are trying to flee the country. What we're going to do is go back into some of those remarks that President Biden had made just earlier here today. We're replaying them out for everyone so we can continue to keep everyone updated on the latest going on in Afghanistan. Here's that address he had just from this afternoon.
We're taking to address the rapidly evolving events. My national security team and I have been closely monitoring the situation on the ground in Afghanistan and moving quickly to execute the plans we had put in place to respond to every constituency, including and contingency, including the rapid collapse we're seeing now. I'll speak more in a moment about the specific steps we're taking, but I want to remind everyone how we got here and what America's interests are in Afghanistan. We went to Afghanistan almost 20 years ago with clear goals. Get those who attacked us on September 11, 2001, and make sure al-Qaeda could not use Afghanistan as a base from which to attack us again. We did that. We severely degraded al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. We never gave up the hunt for Osama bin Laden, and we got him. That was a decade ago. Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been: preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland. I've argued for many years that our mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's why I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant that we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats. Today, the terrorist threat has metastasized well beyond Afghanistan. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Nusra in Syria, ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. These threats warrant our attention and our resources. We conduct effective counterterrorism missions against terrorist groups in multiple countries where we don't have permanent military presence. If necessary, we'll do the same in Afghanistan. We've developed counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on the direct threats to the United States in the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. When I came into office, I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. Under his agreement, U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just a little over 3 months after I took office. U.S. forces had already drawn down during the Trump administration from roughly 15,500 American forces to 2,500 troops in country. And the Taliban was at its strongest militarily since 2001. The choice I had to make as your president was either to follow through on that agreement or be prepared to go back to fighting the Taliban in the middle of the spring fighting season. There would have been no ceasefire after May 1. There was no agreement protecting our forces after May 1. There was no status quo of stability without American casualties after May 1. There was only a cold reality of either following through on the agreement to withdraw our forces or escalating the conflict and sending thousands more American troops back into combat in Afghanistan, lurching into the third decade of conflict. I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risks. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. So what's happened? Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force with some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. What we could not provide them was the will to fight for that future. There's some very brave and capable Afghan special forces units and soldiers. But if Afghanistan is unable to mount any real resistance to the Taliban now, there is no chance that 1 year, 1 more year, 5 more years, or 20 more years of U.S. military boots in the ground would have made any difference. And here's what I believe to my core. It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not. The political leaders of Afghanistan were unable to come together for the good of their people, unable to negotiate for the future of their country when the chips were down. They would never have done so while U.S. troops remained in Afghanistan, bearing the brunt of the fighting for them. And our true strategic competitors, China and Russia, would love nothing more than the United States to continue to funnel billions of dollars in resources and attention into stabilizing Afghanistan indefinitely. When I hosted President Ghani and Chairman Abdullah at the White House in June, and again when I spoke by phone to Ghani in July, we had very frank conversations. We talked about how Afghanistan should prepare to fight their civil wars after the U.S. military departed, to clean up the corruption in government so the government could function for the Afghan people. We talked extensively about the need for Afghan leaders to unite politically. They fail to do any of that. I also urged them to engage in diplomacy, to seek a political settlement with the Taliban. This advice was flatly refused. Mr. Ghani insisted that the Afghan forces would fight, but obviously he was wrong. So I'm left again to ask of those who argue that we should stay, how many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery? I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat because we have significant vital interest in the world that we cannot afford to ignore. I also want to acknowledge how painful this is to so many of us. The scenes we're seeing in Afghanistan, they're gut-wrenching, particularly for our veterans, our diplomats, humanitarian workers, for anyone who has spent time on the ground working to support the Afghan people, for those who have lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and for Americans who have fought and served in the country, serve our country in Afghanistan. This is deeply, deeply personal. It is for me as well. I've worked on these issues as long as anyone. I've been throughout Afghanistan during this war, while the war was going on, from Kabul to Kandahar to the Kunar Valley. I've traveled there on 4 different occasions. I met with the people. I've spoken to the leaders. I spent time with our troops. And I came to understand firsthand what was and was not possible in Afghanistan. So now we're focused on what is possible. We will continue to support the Afghan people. We will lead with our diplomacy, our international influence, and our humanitarian aid. We'll continue to push for regional diplomacy and engagement to prevent violence and instability. We'll continue to speak out for the basic rights of the Afghan people, of women and girls, just as we speak out all over the world. I've been clear, the human rights must be the center of our foreign policy, not the periphery. But the way to do it is not through endless military deployments. It's with our diplomacy, our economic tools, and rallying the world to join us. Now, let me lay out the current mission in Afghanistan. I was asked to authorize, and I did, 6,000 U.S. troops to deploy to Afghanistan for the purpose of assisting in the departure of U.S. and allied civilian personnel from Afghanistan, and to evacuate our Afghan allies and vulnerable Afghans to safety outside of Afghanistan. Our troops are working to secure the airfield and to ensure continued operation of both the civilian and military flights. We're taking over air traffic control. We have safely shut down our embassy and transferred our diplomats. Our diplomatic presence is now consolidated at the airport as well. Over the coming days, we intend to transport out thousands of American citizens who have been living and working in Afghanistan. We'll also continue to support the safe departure of civilian personnel, the civilian personnel of our allies who are still serving in Afghanistan. Operation Allies Refugee, which I announced back in July, has already moved 2,000 Afghans who are eligible for special immigration visas and their families to the United States. In the coming days, the U.S. military will provide assistance to move more SIV-eligible Afghans and their families out of Afghanistan. We're also expanding refugee access to cover other vulnerable Afghans who worked for our embassy. U.S. non-governmental agencies, or U.S. non-governmental organizations, and Afghans who otherwise are at great risk, and U.S. news agencies. I know there are concerns about why we did not begin evacuating Afghans civilians sooner. Part of the answer is some of the Afghans did not want to leave earlier, still hopeful for their country. And part of it because the Afghan government and its supporters discouraged us from organizing a mass exodus to avoid triggering, as they said, a crisis of confidence. American troops are performing this mission as professionally and as effectively as they always do, but it is not without risks. As we carry out this departure, we have made it clear to the Taliban, if they attack our personnel or disrupt our operation, the U.S. presence will be swift and the response will be swift and forceful. We will defend our people with devastating force if necessary. Our current military mission will be short in time, limited in scope, and focused in its objectives. Get our people and our allies to safety as quickly as possible. And once we have completed this mission, we will conclude our military withdrawal. We will end America's longest war after 20 long years of bloodshed. The events we're seeing now are sadly proof that no amount of military force would ever deliver a stable, united, secure Afghanistan, as known in history as the graveyard of empires. What's happening now could just as easily happen 5 years ago or 15 years in the future. You have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan is taking many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president. I will not mislead the American people by claiming that just a little more time in Afghanistan will make all the difference. Nor will I shrink from my share of responsibility for where we are today and how we must move forward from here. I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face, but I do not regret my decision to end America's warfighting in Afghanistan and maintain a laser focus on our counterterrorism missions there and other parts of the world. Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan was not, and I wrote and believed it never could be. I cannot and will not ask our troops to fight on endlessly in another country's civil war, taking casualties, suffering life-shattering injuries, leaving families broken by grief and loss. This is not in our national security interest. It is not what the American people want. It is not what our troops, who have sacrificed so much over the past 2 decades, deserve. I made a commitment to the American people when I ran for president that I would bring America's military involvement in Afghanistan to an end. While it's been hard and messy, and yes, far from perfect, I've honored that commitment. More importantly, I made a commitment to the brave men and women who serve this nation that I wasn't going to ask them to continue to risk their lives in a military action that should have ended long ago. Our leaders did that in Vietnam when I got here as a young man. I will not do it in Afghanistan. I know my decision will be criticized, but I would rather take all that criticism than pass this decision on to another president of the United States, yet another one, a 5th one, because it's the right one, it's the right decision for our people, the right one for our brave service members who risk their lives serving our nation, and it's the right one for America. Thank you. May God protect our troops, our diplomats, and all brave Americans serving in harm's way.
Good afternoon. Let me say a few things at the top, and then I will turn to your questions. You just heard directly from the President regarding the context, the current situation, and what the United States is seeking to do in the coming hours and the coming days. Let me offer just a few additional details from the Department of State. The safety and security of U.S. government employees and U.S. citizens overseas is our top priority. All remaining U.S. direct hire embassy personnel, including the ambassador, have relocated to Hamid Karzai International Airport, where they are secure. The Department of Defense is working to restore a safe and secure environment so that military and commercial flights can resume. Now, of course, the situation is evolving quickly, and we will communicate information to U.S. citizens as rapidly as possible. In the meantime, we are asking U.S. citizens to shelter and not to travel to the airport until they hear otherwise from the Department of State. We also continue to pursue all options to relocate interested and qualified Afghan SIV applicants and their immediate families, as well as other vulnerable Afghans. We remain closely coordinated with our international partners on the ground and around the globe. We've been engaging tirelessly with our partners in the international community. You may have seen last night, the United States organized a joint statement with 98 signatories calling on all parties to respect and facilitate the safe and orderly departure of foreign nationals and Afghans who wish to leave the country. Today, Secretary Blinken spoke with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, PRC State Counselor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Pakistan Foreign Minister Qureshi, UK Foreign Secretary Raab, NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, Turkish Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu, and EU High Representative Josep Borrell. Yesterday, he spoke with Australian Foreign Minister Payne, French Foreign Minister Le Drian, German Foreign Minister Maas, and Norwegian Foreign Minister Søreide. Other senior officials have been making calls to their counterparts as well around the clock. Additionally, the UN Security Council issued a joint press statement earlier today calling for a new government that is united, inclusive, and representative, including with the full and meaningful participation of women. The Council spoke with one voice to underscore that Afghanistan must abide by its international obligations, including to international humanitarian law, and ensure the safety and security of all Afghans and international citizens. The situation will continue to remain fluid in the coming hours and likely in the coming days. Nevertheless, we are operating on multiple fronts and around the clock to protect our people, those who have worked side by side with the United States over the years, and other vulnerable Afghans. Now, before I take your questions, I do want to speak to one additional issue that is of great importance to us, and that is the U.S. response to the earthquake in Haiti. The United States is closely monitoring the situation following a magnitude 7.2 earthquake that struck the southwestern part of the country on August 14th. We offer our deepest condolences to all who suffered the loss of loved ones or saw their homes or businesses destroyed. We are in close contact with Haitian authorities to respond to the earthquake and any requests for assistance. On Saturday, USAID deployed a Disaster Assistance Response Team, or a DART, to lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response efforts. And yesterday, at the request of the government of Haiti, USAID deployed members of Fairfax County Fire Department's Urban Search and Rescue, USAR, a team to join the DART. So far, the DART conducted an aerial assessment and is continuing to assess the damage. They will also identify priority needs and coordinate with the government of Haiti and humanitarian partners. U.S. Coast Guard air crews are transporting medical personnel and supplies from Port-au-Prince to Jérémie and Le Cay, and are evacuating injured citizens to higher level of care facilities in Port-au-Prince. At the request of USAID, Southcom is sending 2 UH-60 and 2 CH-47 helicopters from Joint Task Force Bravo to provide critical airlift support to ongoing relief efforts. We are also closely tracking Tropical Storm Grace, which is expected to reach Haiti today, potentially exposing people to further devastation. The United States remains a close and enduring friend to the people of Haiti, and we will continue to provide assistance in the aftermath of this tragedy. We are committed to helping the Haitian people build a better future. With that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Excellent. Can I ask 2 real quick logistical ones, and I really hope they'll be real quick. One, other than the threat, I guess you could call it, to respond militarily if the Taliban interfere or get in the way of any of the evacuation efforts. Is there any kind of agreement that's been reached, or any kind of an arrangement that has been reached with them about the presence of the U.S. military at the airport, or are they just basically there at kind of the pleasure of the Taliban, as it were, until they decide that they've had enough and they start, I don't know if they will or not, but whether they start to resist the fact that the airport is not under their control?
Well, let me take the opportunity to offer a bit of context on our diplomatic efforts over the past 72 or so hours. Ambassador Khalilzad and his team remained in Doha. They still remain in Doha, following consultations that we talked about last week with a number of countries from the region, the UN, and countries much farther afield. They continued, and they still continue, to engage with the Taliban. They continued to engage with the Islamic Republic, that is to say the government of Afghanistan representatives. When it became clear that the government of Afghanistan was on the verge of collapse, that President Ghani had fled, and that the Taliban were encroaching on Kabul, the focus, of course, changed. It shifted from supporting peace negotiations along with the international community to working assiduously and urgently to do all we can with the international community on an urgent basis to avert violence, to attempt to maintain order in Kabul, and very, very importantly, to guarantee that the Taliban would not seek to threaten our people or our operations. It was a very fluid situation. The situation changed markedly when President Ghani left the country and as the Taliban continued to encroach on Kabul. We do continue to engage with Taliban representatives in Doha from the State Department team. The U.S. military has spoken to engagement with the Taliban on the ground in Kabul. And again, we are working on a couple different fronts. First and foremost, to seek to preserve calm in Kabul, to maintain a semblance of security, and very importantly, to underscore that any effort, any attempt to target, to threaten, to intimidate our personnel or our operations would be met with a swift and decisive response.
Other than that, there's no agreement with the Taliban for the U.S. military to run the airport, to run the airspace, to be in control. And if there is an agreement, how long does that agreement last?
We have engaged with the Taliban. We have had discussions. I would say that some of those discussions have been constructive, but again, when it comes to the Taliban, we are going to look for their actions rather than listen to their words.
And then secondly, the logistical thing is on the embassy compound itself, which is now abandoned. Do you have you taken any measures to secure that place, or are you just basically letting is there a protecting power? Is it open area that anyone can get into now if they can get over the fence? Are you prepared to leave it just sit there?
Well, as you know, Matt, we confirmed last night that as of late night Eastern, all of our civilian personnel located at the embassy, chief of mission, those operating under chief of mission authority, had safely relocated from the embassy compound to Hamid Karzai International Airport. As you also know, the embassy is in an area that has been heavily fortified. So we do not have an American presence on the ground.
Is there any presence?
We do not have an American presence on the ground at the embassy. Our ambassador is and has been at the embassy at the compound, the Hamid Karzai International Airport, since late last night, our time, and that remains the case.
Yeah, but there isn't any protecting power. There's nobody there. It's wide open for anyone who wants to go in there.
As you know,
regardless of whether it's in a built-up, barricaded area or not, you basically just took off and left it. empty.
As you know, it is a heavily fortified area.
My last one is that in the Doha Agreement, which the President mentioned several times as having kind of tied his hands, there are 16 times in that agreement where it refers to the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, which is not recognized by the United States as a state and is known as the Taliban. 16 times it mentions that. And you've said before that you will not recognize any government or assist any government that comes to power by force. Since the Taliban basically walked in to Kabul and the president fled, are you in a position to say whether or not you might be willing to recognize a government that emerges from this, aside from the UN calls?
Well, this is something that we have spoken to before. We have spoken to it before events of recent hours and recent days. Secretary Blinken spoke to this yesterday morning. We are still taking stock of what has transpired over the past 72 hours and the diplomatic and the political implications of that. We are, as you have seen in any number of venues, we are coordinating closely with Afghanistan's neighbors. As we've said, the Secretary, other senior officials in this building, our ambassadors in their respective capitals around the world have engaged governments in the region and much farther afield on an aligned approach to the evolving situation. And you've already started to see some of the fruits of that. I think most notably, and I mentioned this at the outset, you saw the statement that emanated from the UN Security Council. Obviously, the UN Security Council has a permanent set of members, several of whom are among our closest allies in the world, and a couple countries where our interests are rarely aligned. Nevertheless, this document, it is quite strong. It is quite clear. I think it is reflective of the broad consensus that has emerged from the international community about not only our thinking, what the United States may or may not do going forward as we assess ultimately what has come to pass, but what the international community will do. This statement says that the sustainable end to the conflict can only be achieved through an inclusive, just, durable, and realistic political settlement that upholds human rights, including for women, children, and minorities. The Security Council, speaking with one voice, which, as you know, is not always an easy feat, called on all parties to adhere to international norms and standards on human rights and to call for an immediate cease to any abuses in that regard. Ultimately, when it comes to our posture towards any future government in Afghanistan, it will depend upon the actions of that government. It will depend upon the actions of the Taliban. We are watching closely, but as you heard from this UN Security Council statement, and as you've heard from any number of governments that have issued their own unilateral statements, the world is watching closely. The fact is that a future Afghan government that upholds the basic rights of its people, that doesn't harbor terrorists, and that protects the basic rights of its people, including the basic fundamental rights of half of its population, its women and girls, that is a government that we would be able to work with. The converse is also true. We are not going to support a government that does not do that, a government that disregards the rights, the guarantees enshrined in basic documents like the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. That is not a government that the United States would be able to work with. That itself is important. It becomes all the more important when you account for the fact that you have a statement from the UN Security Council that was adopted by all of its members that says exactly that. Andrea.
Following up on that, and one other issue as well, social media is just filled with desperate appeals from girls, from women. Taliban going door to door, ripping girls out of their mothers' arms. Women who have been told for 20 years they should get schooling, learn to code, learn to teach, become engineers, become doctors, become lawyers. It's simply heartbreaking. And the question remains, there are Democrats as well as Republicans on the Hill, including veterans of the Afghan war and Iraq wars, saying that there should have been arrangements made months ago, that before the withdrawal was signaled by the date in April, that for months we should have been moving people out. We should have been moving on the evacuation, not only of the special visas, but of other people as well, and that this chaotic vision of people, thousands of people at the airport, climbing onto C-17s as they are rolling down the tarmac was completely avoidable, given the withdrawal. Secondly, let me ask you about a question regarding the President's speech. He said that we can accomplish the mission we accomplished 10 years ago of not only getting, bin Laden, but preventing Afghanistan from becoming a haven for terrorists against the homeland. The original mission of 20 years ago, that we can accomplish this from over the horizon. Intelligence experts, including former Obama DCI, say that's just not true. That once the withdrawal was completed and Bagram dismantled and turned over and now taken over by the Taliban, we don't have eyes on the ground. That we cannot fight terror from over the horizon in a place like Afghanistan, as we perhaps do in other countries. If you could address both of those.
Let me take those questions in turn. Let me start with your first question. The images that we've all seen emanating from the international airport in Kabul, HKIA, they are searing, they are painful, they are difficult to see, they are difficult to watch. And I say that on a couple different levels. One, the most basic level, we are all human. We share a common humanity with these Afghans whose desperation, whose fear, whose concern is they wear it on their faces. And so on that level, it is deeply moving to all of us. There's another level, though, that I think is especially relevant to this building. I'm a relative newcomer here. I have spent 7 months here. There are people in this building, hundreds if not more, who have dedicated years and years of their lives to affecting a better life for the people of Afghanistan, including the women and girls. We have foreign service officers who have served multiple tours in Kabul in the 2 decades that the United States has been there. We have many more who have served in functions back here to support that mission. There are, and this I can speak personally to, there is a generation of public servants in this country who entered public service in the weeks, months, couple years after the 9/11 attacks. In my case, I was a freshman in college, and I knew on that day as I climbed to the roof of a dorm here in Washington and watched the smoke rise from the Pentagon that I wanted to pursue public service. So many of my colleagues have a similar story. It unites us. It unites many of us as public servants. So it's also painful on that level. Right now,
all right, guys, what we're going to do is take a quick turn away from that State Department briefing. Again, it happened moments after President Biden had addressed the nation on his stance with the withdrawal of Afghanistan troops. Again, him standing firm with this decision, even as there's been some gut-wrenching, as the president said, videos and pictures still coming from Afghanistan as the Taliban continues to take control over the country. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, switching gears, going back out to some COVID-19 news. More on that, again, after a quick 2-minute commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The National Institutes of Health is calling on Americans to mask up and get vaccinated as COVID-19 continues to climb. We do have Fox's Hunter Davis joining us live from Austin. And Hunter, now daily cases are 7 times higher than they were in July. Isn't that right?
That is the case. We're starting to get a flashback to those January and February numbers as the CDC is now reporting nearly 130,000 new cases of COVID-19 every day. Now, much of this is attributed to that Delta variant, which is now also impacting children. Currently, the NIH is reporting 400 deaths in children due to COVID-19. Another 2,000 are currently in the hospital, some of which are in ICUs across the country. Because of this, school districts across the nation are implementing mask mandates for the school year. In Texas, though, those mandates are being met with some pretty serious blowback. The Texas Supreme Court has blocked mask mandates that were ordered by 2 of the state's biggest counties, Dallas and Bexar County. This ruling comes after several school districts in a number of counties across the state went against Governor Greg Abbott's executive order that stops local entities from requiring masks. Meanwhile, NIH Director Dr. Francis Collins warning things will continue to get worse as Delta surges and millions of Americans remain unvaccinated.
Here we are with Delta variant, which is so contagious, and this heartbreaking situation where 90 million people are still unvaccinated who are sitting ducks for this virus. And that's the mess we're in. We're in a world of hurt, and it's a critical juncture to try to do everything we can to turn that around.
This as the CDC gave final approval Friday to start giving booster shots of Pfizer and Moderna to immunocompromised Americans. This includes people battling cancer, organ transplant recipients, people with HIV, and those with other chronic medical conditions. Now, this recommendation comes after the CDC conducted a study that showed 40% of breakthrough cases that resulted in hospitalizations were immunocompromised individuals. Christy?
Yeah, a lot of school districts implementing different requirements. It will be interesting to see where our cases go now that students are re-entering those classrooms. So once again, Fox's Hunter Davis joining us live here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for that important update on COVID-19.
Thanks, Christy.
All right, and what we're going to do is continue things along here after another quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to be continuing to talk more about Afghanistan here in the United States. Not only have we been playing the Pentagon response, the State Department response, we had President Biden's remarks as he addressed the nation just a little bit earlier here, but Senator Mitch McConnell was even talking about the president's response to all of those images and videos and the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. We'll have it all coming up here on Live Now from Fox again after another quick 2-minute break. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks again to all of our viewers who have been here with us as we continue to have you fully covered on the U.S. response to their withdrawal of troops in Afghanistan. President Biden earlier here today saying he stands by his decision, and he said, the buck stops with me. So we continue to have these briefings right after the president had his address to the nation. We then also had the Pentagon giving their briefing and the State Department giving their briefing on the situations going on in Afghanistan. We've been jumping back and forth between some of them. What we're going to do is continue to listen into the State Department briefing as they talk about their priority being getting some of those allies who helped American forces get out of the country. And again, they do say that they are working on getting more troops to the airport and in Kabul as they continue to try to help get refugees out of the country. So we're going to go back into that State Department briefing. Then in the next hour, we're going to be switching gears, talking about that tropical storm that has now moved its way over the panhandle of Florida, plus many more topics. So it's all going to be coming up here in the next hour. But again, we're going to jump out first to the State Department briefing.
Right now, what we are doing is a couple things. We are working around the clock in the first instance to regain positive control over the airport compound. This is something that our colleagues at the Department of Defense have been working urgently to reestablish for a couple reasons. One, to be able to resume U.S. Military flights, and my colleague John Kirby will be briefing shortly, and he'll be able to give you an update on that. But importantly, this is also a civilian airport. We are seeking to reestablish positive control in order so that commercial travel can also resume, so that many of these Afghans whose images we have seen, whose images have been so searing, will be able to reach safety. In many cases, that will be with a helping hand from the United States government. We have spoken to our efforts on behalf of SIVs, so-called special immigrant visa applicants. You ask why we haven't done more. Let me just offer a bit of context. Through the course of this program, the United States has resettled, brought to their new lives, more than 75,000 Afghans who have, in various ways, assisted the United States government over the years. The Special Immigrant Visa Program provides, well, as it was initially conceived and legislated by Congress, it provides a visa to the United States. When this administration recognized that the security situation was becoming, was quickly evolving, many weeks ago, we launched Operation Allies Refuge. This was something that was never envisioned in any SIV program, including the one we had in Afghanistan or the one we had in Iraq. That is to say, a gargantuan U.S. effort not only to process, adjudicate, and to grant visas to these so-called special immigrants, but to actually bring them to the United States with a massive airlift operation. It's been through that operation that 2,000 Afghans have been able to reach the United States. Most of those Afghans have now been able to start their new lives through resettlement agencies. It was a month or so ago, we recognized that the need could be even greater for Afghans who were vulnerable, who may be at risk. That is precisely why we initiated a so-called Priority 2, P2, refugee status program that went beyond the statutory definitions of who could apply for and be eligible for the SIV program to include those brave Afghans who not only have helped the U.S. government over the years, but have helped the American people. We know that there are other vulnerable Afghans, some for the work they have done, some for the things they have said, some for nothing more than their gender. And we are also working and planning to bring as many as we can to safety. Right now, we are, again, in the process of reestablishing control over the airport. The military has been able to surge resources and will surge additional resources to the theater to allow us to bring on a large scale a number of these Afghans who will be able to start new lives in the United States, or who will be able to reach safety elsewhere in the world. We are committed to that. We have been flexible. We have been ambitious in our effort to do just that. You asked a second question about counterterrorism and what this means for our ability to detect and to thwart terrorist plotting. A couple points on that. Number one, the United States has built up the capacity to detect, disrupt terrorist plotting, terrorist networks in ways that were, in some cases, unimaginable prior to 9/11. That is to say, our tactics are effective, they are proven, and they go well beyond what this government would have been and was able to do prior to 9/11. We also recognize that the center of gravity of the threat we face from terrorist groups, whether it's Al-Qaeda, whether it's an Al-Qaeda affiliate, whether it's ISIS, whether it's an ISIS affiliate, it has shifted over the years. Of course, the center of gravity, the locus of activity, was in Afghanistan on September 11th, 2001. It hasn't been there in years. It hasn't been there in years precisely because we have been able to employ these effective tactics over the course of the past 20 years to do precisely what our forces went into Afghanistan to do in the first place. That is to decimate the network that launched, that conceived of, directed and launched the 9/11 attacks, and ensure that they can't regroup on Afghan soil. We are confident. But more importantly, the military and our intelligence community leaders have spoken and even testified to the fact that we will have capabilities in the theater, so-called over-the-horizon capabilities, that will allow us to use the technologies, to use the tactics that we have deployed and improved upon over the past 20 years to detect and to disrupt any terrorist plotting that may seek to reach our shores. We've also been very clear with the Taliban, and I said it just a moment ago, that the willingness of a future government of Afghanistan to allow any terrorist group to operate on its soil and to pose a threat to the United States, it's unacceptable to us, and we will demonstrate that using the fierce power of the U.S. military. Laura.
So to follow up on that, and also to let you know, I have kind of three buckets of questions. I'll be succinct in asking them. What is the, when the United States, when Ambassador Khalilzad talks to the Taliban and says, these are the actions we expect the Taliban to adhere to in order to be considered a legitimate government, what is your level of confidence that the Taliban will agree to that, especially when it comes to the fate of women and girls in Afghanistan? So that's question one. If you want to, I can give you the other ones.
Please.
Great. Okay. So number two, curious about, you started off by saying that the State Department is urging, the embassy has urged Americans in Kabul to not come to the airport for evacuation, to shelter in place. But as we've discussed in this room, there are tens of thousands of Americans, probably dual citizens, who are spread across Afghanistan, who have no ability to get to the airport in Kabul in the first place. So what plan or what assurances can the United States offer them that they will not be left there, since they can't get to Kabul to even try to come to the airport? Third, when the Secretary spoke to President Ghani on Saturday, I'm curious if he knows where President Ghani was at that time, and if he was aware that President Ghani was about to was either going to flee the country or at least step down from government.
Let me take those in turn. Again, we have made very clear abundantly clear to the Taliban in Doha, but in some ways, just as importantly, publicly, speaking with a single voice with the international community, what the United States, what our closest allies and partners expect, but also what other regional stakeholders, again, including some stakeholders with whom we share very few interests, where our interests are rarely aligned. The fact that this UN Security Council statement emerged today is a clear indication that there is decisive consensus within the international community on this front. It means a lot when the United States says something and when we put our voice and actions behind a statement, but it means even more when much of the world and certainly the key stakeholders come together and say the same thing. We will be watching very closely as any new government in Afghanistan takes shape. Of course, we have all seen various statements that have emanated from the Taliban, not only in recent hours and recent days, but in recent weeks and recent months. We take those for what they are. They're statements. Again, we will be watching actions. That's what will be important to us. Beyond watching, beyond galvanizing the international community, as we did with the statement signed by 98 countries, from Albania to Zambia just last night, we are going to be marshaling the international community because we now know it is incumbent on all of us, including the United States, to use every conceivable lever that we have. Diplomacy, our political leverage, and importantly, economic leverage. And economic leverage can take different forms. It is patently obvious that the government of Afghanistan would not have endured 20 years were it not for the broad and generous support of the international community in the United States. The United States being the largest donor, both on a bilateral basis and to the humanitarian needs of the Afghan people. This is a positive source of leverage. If the Taliban, or any government that is to emerge, seeks to have the level of international assistance that was needed to sustain the Afghan government over the past 20 years, the words on the paper that emanated from New York today, from the Security Council, will have to mean something. That their actions will have to match some of the words that we have seen emanate from the Taliban. There are other forms of economic leverage, and those are, if you talk about carrots, you can also talk about sticks. And the United States, the UN, the international community, has the ability to impose fairly dramatic costs on any regime that were to take shape that does not recognize the basic and fundamental rights of the people of Afghanistan. Importantly, the basic and fundamental rights of half of the Afghan population, the women and girls. The United States, as I said before, has done more than any country in the world over the last 20 years to support Afghanistan's women and girls. We are, you can believe, you can bet that we will do all we can. And I would muster to say, probably lead the charge, certainly lead the charge, in working with the international community to make sure and to see to it that we are doing everything we can, speaking with one voice and acting according to one script to preserve those gains, because they are that important to us. When it comes to Americans who, and others, I should say, who seek to leave the country, we have been in regular contact with American citizens in Kabul. The embassy is providing both public messages, is communicating via email with Americans who have indicated and expressed an interest in leaving the country. We will continue to provide clear messaging about what they should do and when they should do it. Again, people should shelter in place and not attempt to come to the airport until they are explicitly told otherwise by an appropriate authority, including the U.S. Embassy.
The question was about American citizens who are not in Kabul and can't get there in the first place. And then also if you could talk to the Ghani question.
We are going to continue to do all we can to bring as many eligible individuals as we can to safety. When we talk about our priorities, our first priority is always going to be the American people. That is to say, the Americans who are serving and who have served in Afghanistan. That includes private American citizens, some of whom are in Kabul, many of whom are in Kabul, some of whom may not be in Kabul, of course. That also includes our locally engaged staff, that is to say Afghan nationals who were working in our embassy compound and who have expressed an interest in relocating. We have talked about SIVs. We have talked about so-called P1, those applying for P1 refugee status and P2 status, and then other vulnerable Afghans, people who may be exposed to risk because of the work they've done or merely because of their gender. Kylie.
The Ghani question?
The Secretary did have an opportunity to speak to President Ghani on Saturday and late last week. We read out that call. I don't think we have anything additional to offer.
He was leaving at the time the call happened. Did the Secretary have any heads up that the President was about to flee the country?
It was a very fluid situation. The security situation was evolving very quickly. The political situation was evolving very quickly. We'll leave it to President Ghani to characterize what he may have told the Secretary. We will leave it to him to characterize what he told the Secretary.
So no?
Please.
Is he?
There has not been a formal transfer of power. There has not been a formal transfer of power.
Who does the United States recognize as the leader of Afghanistan then?
So this is something that we are working, again, with the international community. You saw in this statement from the UN a clear consensus emerge that a political settlement will be in everyone's interests, that a political settlement will be best positioned to achieve what it is manifestly in our collective interest. And by our, I mean the United States, I mean that of our allies and partners, but also importantly, probably most importantly, the interests of the people of Afghanistan. A political settlement is what we are still pushing for. We are not doing this alone. We are working in close collaboration with the international community. All throughout this process, together with the UN and our international partners, we have been supporting the Afghans in their intra-Afghan dialogue. That intra-Afghan dialogue remains ongoing. The Taliban continues to be represented in Doha. Representatives from the government of Afghanistan continue to be represented in Doha.
And just logistical questions about the SIVs. How many SIVs will the U.S. aim to relocate to the United States? And how many of those SIVs will the U.S. relocate before leaving the airport?
So we are going to maintain a diplomatic presence in Kabul for as long as it is safe and responsible for us to do so. You've heard from this president, you heard from him today, that his top priority is the safety and the security of the American people. And so we will seek to maintain a presence on the ground right now at the Hamid Karzai International Airport for as long as it is safe to do so. As I said before, DoD is working urgently around the clock to reestablish positive control over the airport so that both U.S. mil aircraft and commercial aircraft can land and take off. The U.S. mil aircraft is important for our SIV relocation efforts. The commercial side of the airport is also incredibly important for the capacity that it would lend for other third-party nationals, for Afghans, and anyone who may not be affiliated with a U.S. government program to be able to leave the country if they should choose to do so. So we are going to maintain a presence on the ground for as long as it is responsible and safe for us to do so. During that time, the Department of Defense, working in tandem with the Department of State, we will be working around the clock to relocate as many eligible individuals as we can.
So
Rosalind.
you don't want to give a specific number at this time? Just
So we're not in a position to give a specific number at this time because it is a fluid situation and it will be dependent on the security situation on the ground. The forcing function here, the guiding principle, will be the safety and security of our people. As long as we deem that our public servants serving at HKIA are safe and secure, we will be engaged in an ambitious and an aggressive and around-the-clock effort to relocate as many individuals as we possibly can. Rosalind.
I want to follow on that. How many U.S. citizens and possible dual citizens are in Afghanistan? There's a number floating around, about 10,000 or so. And then following on that, yes, the U.S. State Department is committed to taking care of U.S. citizens. I appreciate that personally. But if things really go sideways, is this government willing to not transport any Afghan citizens, any citizens who perhaps are working for NGOs or for the United Nations, and focus solely on getting Americans out? Should people be getting their hopes up, I guess is what I'm asking.
One, on the question of how many U.S. citizens may be in Afghanistan, it is not a tally that we keep in the context of Afghanistan or any other country. We have files. The embassy has been in touch with many of these individuals, but it is not a figure that is readily available to us, precisely for the reason that you mentioned. It is incumbent on Americans in any given country to reach out to the embassy, to notify the embassy of their presence. There are many dual nationals who are also part of the equation as well. So we're just not in a position to give a firm figure. When it comes to our relocation efforts, again, we are going to be guided by one criterion, and that is the safety and security of the American people. As long as the U.S. government, calling on all the information at our disposal, deems that it is safe for Americans to remain and to be operating on the airport compound, we are going to be engaged in this ambitious, in this aggressive, in this around-the-clock effort to relocate as many individuals as we possibly can. I'll take a couple final questions.
Nick Kristof, the New York Times columnist, said basically every person who ever cooperated with the U.S. in any form or fashion over the last 20 years, the U.S. should just round everyone up, get them out of harm's way, and then figure out the visa situation later. Is that an outside possibility?
Well, that's a generalization, obviously, but it is not that dissimilar from what we are engaged in. As I said before, there are several different classes of individuals. We are, on an urgent basis, making preparations to relocate. In the case of SIVs, that has been in process for some time now. In terms of other individuals, some 1,600 individuals, not including the 2,000 SIVs, have been airlifted out of Afghanistan on U.S. military aircraft in recent days. We are, of course, prioritizing American citizens. We are, of course, first and foremost, Americans who had been serving at our embassy who are departing the country, private American citizens, SIV holders, P1, P2 applicants, as well as other vulnerable Afghans. We have stood up a task force here at Maine State. It is operating 24/7. It is coordinating the department's planning, management, logistics related to this rather large, rather complex, and undeniably urgent operation. There are Acting Assistant Secretary Dean Thompson, the Acting Assistant Secretary of our Bureau of South and Central Asia, is heading that task force. There are multiple subcomponents of that task force. They are all being led by senior department officials. The various lines of effort include SIV relocation, logistics, embassy staff, U.S. citizens, Afghans at risk. This is, again, an ambitious, aggressive effort to bring to safety as many individuals who might be interested in doing so for as long as we can. Will.
Yeah, does that 1,600 include American embassy personnel? Have any of those left? How many of those are at Hamid Karzai Airport? And are there other U.S. personnel who don't respond, don't up to the chief of mission, who are not at the airport but at other parts of the city? Just wondering for kind of a breakdown, as best as you know it, or as of a given time, how many American personnel are at the airport, how many have left, how many might still be in the city?
As you know, whether the context is Afghanistan or whether the context is a less challenging, less complex security environment, we typically don't offer breakdowns like that. As we said last night, all of the Americans under Chief of Mission Authority who had been operating at the embassy had been safely relocated to Hamid Karzai International Airport. It is also worth noting that our efforts to reduce the civilian footprint of our embassy, they did not start last week or the week before or even last month. April 27th, the U.S. Embassy went on ordered departure. Since April 27th, we have conducted several drawdowns to responsibly reduce the size of our civilian footprint. So the size of our embassy prior to that ordered departure was much larger, certainly larger than it was a week or two ago. So this has been a phase. Again, we don't offer numbers when it comes to this, but it has been a phased and deliberate drawdown of U.S. personnel. I know my colleague at the Pentagon is going to be briefing, so I'm going to cede he has started. So I will cede the floor to him. Thank you all very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
And with that, what we're going to do is send some viewers off into a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be giving you more news across the country when you return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to show you some of these press conferences that have happened all across our country on the topic of Afghanistan, especially since today President Biden addressed the nation saying he stands firm with his decision to be removing U.S. troops. Again, that's just nearly 2 weeks away here. So it is something that Senator Mitch McConnell also spoke on, not only Afghanistan, but he also spoke to another big topic, the vaccines for many of our Americans across the country and our economy. Let's go listen into some of those remarks that he had just from earlier here today.
Again, I would like to thank the Senator for taking the time, because of what's happening across the world with Afghanistan, to sit down with the leaders across Jeffersontown to realize what it's going to take to get this economy going again. And also talk about what do we do about COVID? How do we get everybody to step up and be a part of the vaccination of what it means to this community, to keep everybody healthy, keep everybody working, and keep everybody safe? As you know, across the last weekend, on Sunday alone, we had 4 deaths. And in Louisville, the safety is the key factor that I have to deal with in this community, because in Metro Louisville, we have reached a plateau of 126 deaths, which is far exceeds what it was last year at this time, and last year we set a record. So as the senator works on world items that need to be touched, Afghanistan and other items, I will be working on the local level to keep us safe, move the economy, and hope any support that he can give us in the future would be greatly appreciated. Senator, please take the stage. Thank you.
Well, after I finish, I'll be happy to take questions on other matters, but I want to address the situation in Afghanistan. I think it's important to remember why we went into Afghanistan in the first place. Afghanistan was a haven for Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda was the organization that attacked us on 9/11. We didn't go into Afghanistan to build a modern Jeffersonian democracy. We went there because it was in our own interest to try to prevent terrorism, terrorists from operating in a safe haven in Afghanistan. And even though we have been there a long time, I do not accept the notion that this has been an endless war. For example, over the last year, we didn't lose a single American military personnel in combat. Not one. Why were we still there? To keep the lid on so that this relatively stable situation would not become a haven for terrorists once again. The previous president and the one before that wanted to completely withdraw from Afghanistan. I was a part of arguing against that, both to President Obama and to the previous president, President Trump, as well as to the current president. Not because I thought we were ever going to see in our lifetimes some modern democracy in that part of the world, but because I thought it was in our own interest to prevent it from becoming a haven again and providing a victory for terrorism. So against everyone's advice, including the current president's own military, he decided to withdraw, and to withdraw rapidly. What we have seen is an unmitigated disaster, a stain on the reputation of the United States of America. Every terrorist around the world, in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Africa, are cheering the defeat of the United States military by a terrorist organization in Afghanistan. If you insisted on leaving, which, as I said earlier, I think entirely leaving was a mistake, but if you insisted on leaving, at least you should have had adequate concern, not only for the Americans who are still in Afghanistan, but the Afghans who cooperated with us, the interpreters, the people who were part of the government, the people who were on our side through these 20 years, while not only were we there, but the Europeans were there too. Remember, this was a NATO mission, a NATO mission. And now we see these heartbreaking pictures of people clinging to airplanes as they try to escape from the airport in Kabul. An unmitigated disaster. I hope the president will put in enough troops to get out as many people as possible, not only all the Americans, obviously, but those who worked with us, who depended on us. We've even gotten phone calls in my office. Phone calls in my office from people who have family over there who are worried about them getting out. Honestly, this administration looks to me like it couldn't organize a 2-car funeral. And maybe it's not too late, I hope not, for the president to put in enough troops in and around Kabul to at least get out all the Americans and as many of the Afghans as possible who are our friends, who are our interpreters, on whom we relied all of these years. It is a sad day for the United States of America. Having said that, I'll be happy to take a few questions. Yeah, Bruce?
Yeah. Do you think the intelligence the president got was insufficient or wrong? Or do you think the president just mishandled it?
It won't surprise you to know I was in a number of these briefings over the last couple of months. It was pretty obvious to me what was going to happen. I predicted it, and I'm not in the intelligence business, that the Taliban would be in power by September the 11th, which is a date of historic significance, just based on what we were hearing in these briefings. I know for a fact that the president's military leaders argued against this decision. I think the president felt strongly about this, obviously. He overruled his own military leaders to do it, and he owns it.
President Trump, and you mentioned even Obama, were favoring a withdrawal of troops from the region, and so given that, how do you figure that this might have been would this have been any different if President Trump was still in?
Oh, easy. I argued against it with Trump, too. I made the same argument to President Trump. And simply the fact that President Trump announced we were going to leave in May didn't mean President Biden had to do that. But I argued against this to President Trump as well. And President Obama had similar inclinations, and I argued against it at that time as well. Again, not because I thought there was any realistic hope some Western-style democratic government was going to emerge in Afghanistan, but because we went there because it was in our own national interest. Our national interest is why we went there. And I fear also for the Afghan women and girls who, in all likelihood, are going to be put back into a totally untenable position by these barbarians.
How long should America have been in Afghanistan? How long should America have been in Afghanistan, do you think?
Well, we've been in Germany, Japan, and South Korea for over half a century. I don't know the answer to that, but what I can tell you is it was not a haven for Al-Qaeda. Not a single American military personnel got killed in the last year. It was a relatively benign way to keep the lid on to avoid exactly what we're seeing.
Senator, the president's going to be speaking in probably less than an hour. What should he say to America?
At this point, he needs to get enough troops into Kabul to try to save as many Americans and Afghans who cooperated with us out of there as possible.
Do you think he needs to apologize or accept?
Well, we'll see what he has to say. But what he can do at this point, seems to me, and they're ramping it up. Apparently, the last time I read, there were 7,000 troops in there, or about to be in there, to secure the airport and get as many of our people out as possible.
So what should be the policy going forward?
I think Afghanistan is lost. Every terrorist around the world is cheering in Syria, in Yemen, in Africa. They've watched the Taliban, in effect, take America, defeat America, in effect.
Is there anything that can be done to keep terrorist cells from reforming there?
I'm sorry?
Is there anything that can be done to keep terrorist cells from reforming in Afghanistan?
Well, it would be very, very difficult to do that from a distance in Afghanistan. There were suggestions we'd provide air power, but air power would have to be located 6 or 7 hours away. And at this point, there isn't an Afghan army to push back against the Taliban. The Taliban appear to me to be totally in control of the country.
Senator, did we lose a strategic placement for our own national security?
Is what?
Did we lose a strategic spot for where our military was in the Middle East for national security by pulling out when we did?
Well, I don't know how many ways I can say it. I don't think America's reputation, America's national security, or America's interests are in any way advanced by this precipitous withdrawal from Afghanistan. I can't think of anything good coming out of this.
Do you have any concerns about the current state of a lot of hospitals in America right now where they've run out of ICU beds? And what do you think could be done to help some of those hospitals?
Vaccines, vaccines, vaccines. I'm perplexed, as some of you have heard me say before, that there is still resistance among Americans to vaccines. As a polio survivor myself, who welcomed when I was a youngster the advent of the Sabin and Salk vaccines, the fact that they worked, the fact that they have essentially eradicated polio in the entire world. But it took 70 years to come up with 2 effective vaccines for polio. Here we came up with 3 highly effective vaccines in less than a year. And I'm perplexed by the reluctance of Americans to take the vaccine. I just came from doing a public service announcement for the broadcasters on this subject. As you all know, I've used some of my own campaign money to try to encourage people to take the vaccine. I know there are plenty of people that don't believe someone like me or someone like the president or some actor. Just look at the statistics. I believe it's the case that 97% of the people who are in the hospitals are unvaccinated. 97% of the people in the hospitals are unvaccinated. That's a fact. That's not an opinion, it's a fact. So I'm still hoping that more and more Americans witnessing this resurgence will get vaccinated. I think that's clearly the answer.
Time for one last question, please.
In the roundtable discussion today, did you hear concerns from business leaders who are concerned that schools closing or any other type of things like that might cause further disruptions in the economy?
Yeah, many of them are around. You can ask them, if you all are here, you can ask them the impact. One of the things I heard, won't surprise you, is that the $300 extra bonus per week, which will end on September 5th, is creating difficulty in getting people back to work. I think all of them are wrestling with encouraging their own employees to get vaccinations. I think we're all pitching in with whatever audience we have to try to encourage people to do the right thing. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you all.
We're
going to go that way, yes. Senator, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
And with those remarks, what we're going to do is take another quick 2-minute break. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to be showing you a town hall led by Representative Jason Crow. Now, he did fight in Afghanistan. We'll hear more on his thoughts of the Taliban takeover. Plus, much more news across the country going to be coming up here on our Live Now from Fox Stream. So it's all coming up again after a quick 2-minute commercial break. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to have you covered Afghanistan as we do have more of our leaders across the country speaking out on the crisis that continues to go on with the Taliban taking over the country. We're going to go into a virtual town hall that was led by Representative Jason Crow, who did fight in Afghanistan. We're going to be listening into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Department and DoD ramped up their efforts to assist with the SIVs and other Afghan visa programs, particularly as you saw the surging of State Department personnel to Kabul and State Maine. But we really, if we're going to save as many of our Afghan allies as possible, this will to go back to the Dunkirk analogy, require all hands on deck for as long as it takes to get everyone out. Thank you again for your time, and really appreciate the support.
Thank you, Doug. We appreciate your leadership and your work, and for joining us today. I want to take a moment and recognize a few folks who are joining me in person here in Colorado. I have Jennifer Wilson, the Executive Director of the International Rescue Committee of Denver, Sohila Pariyar, and Ashifullah Sharifi, Afghan SIV recipients. We have Terry Clinton with the American Legion of Colorado, Barbara Green, the State Commander of the VFW of Colorado, and Steve Shaughness, the Colorado Legislative Director, past State Commander as well. Thank you for all of your leadership. So our message is very simple, and I want to thank everybody who joined us, and that is send the troops in and the resources and the combat power necessary to secure the airport, and to secure it as long as is necessary to get the job done and to get American citizens out and to get our friends and partners out. There is a bipartisan coalition behind that. The American people are behind that because they know it's the moral thing to do. They know it's the right thing to do. And they also know that it's in U.S. national security interest to do it as well. That is our message. That is simple. We will continue to work night and day for that mission. When I became an Army Ranger, I had to recite the Ranger Creed. And there's a stanza of that Ranger Creed that says, "I will never leave a fallen comrade to fall into the hands of the enemy." That was a lifetime promise. And I mean it, and it applies to our soldiers, it applies to American citizens who are currently in Afghanistan, and it applies to our Afghan friends and partners as well. So with that, we're gonna take a couple of minutes here. I think we have about 10 or 15 minutes to take questions from folks, and Meg Spencer and my team is going to be monitoring. I think if you raise your hand, she will put you in the queue. Meg?
For all folks that are tuning in virtually and for press, if you want to leave your comment in the Q&A section, we're happy to get you queued up. We'll give everyone a couple minutes to get that started.
While we're doing that, while we're queuing it up, my friend Peter Welch is on the line. I would like to give him just a minute to make some comments, because Peter has been a champion walking his footsteps. So Peter, if you have a couple of comments we're waiting for.
Well, thank you.
We would love to hear from you.
You know, this all boils down to the Ranger Creed. I mean, the question for the United States of America, it's very straightforward, it's very simple, and it's this: will the United States of America abandon the people who helped our soldiers, our diplomats, our citizens, or will it come to their aid and assistance? That's our obligation. It's simple, it's straightforward, but by any means possible, by every means possible, we must, as a country, do everything we can to save all of those interpreters, all of those assistants, all of those women who helped our soldiers and helped the United States. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Representative Welch.
And just for those who are participating in the Q&A, if you can include your outlet as well, that'll be helpful for making sure we get the right answers to the right folks.
Okay, so Meg just said for those who are asking questions or in the queue, if you could include your outlet as well.
Alrighty. So our first question is going to be, about, one moment, please. From the Wall Street Journal, we have how many planes, do we have any information on how many planes could be flying into Afghanistan for P2s and people with SIV status if the airfields were secured? If anyone would like to talk on that, and is the carrying capacity for each of those planes? If anyone has specifics, or if we're able to talk about that.
I do not. For that question from the Wall Street Journal, I don't know if folks were able to hear Meg repeating the question, but the question was about the number of planes and the carrying capacity of those planes. I do not have that information, that level of operational detail. I've not been provided that, but I don't know if anybody has more information than I do.
I can speak to that quickly, Representative. There are a range of planes and sizes. It depends largely, first and foremost, on what is permitted in terms of landing. So the first issue is the security of the airport itself and what the protocols are going to be for chartered or commercial planes coming in. That's why it's so important that the U.S. government make sure to secure the capacity for both commercial and charter landings. I think there are planes ranging from 75 to 250, but a lot of that depends on which ones are available and willing to come in. So there's a significant amount, and I can tell you from the philanthropic efforts that have happened, it's just not at the scale of what governments can provide, and the demand is astronomical. So I think, as many have said, the most important thing right now is to make sure that not only the airport is secured and that these types of flights are allowed, but that also the U.S. government commit to protecting that even beyond AMSIT's departures to the point that all of those who can.
Yeah, thank you, Tom.
Jason? Hey, Jason, Mike Waltz.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to answer the latter part of that on the P2 and P1. One of the things that I am calling on state and the administration to do is on the one hand, we are grateful for rolling out that program in the last few weeks. On the other hand, the requirement to go to a third country and engage the UNHCR there, I believe is onerous and unrealistic. And pressing them to waive that requirement. There are NGOs still in Kabul that could help process, and the UN could even help process there at Kabul airport. So again, I think there's a number of things that state could do to streamline this process. We made some progress with the Allies Act, and that was tremendous, but there's a number of other things. Time is of the essence, and the P1, P2 requirement to get to Iran, Pakistan, or any of the other stands is one thing that I think would make a big difference.
Just to Mike's point, I totally agree with that. I do think we've made a little bit of progress in the sense that the administration has said in principle they're willing to take people in those categories to third countries to be processed later on. And Secretary Albright mentioned Albania, Kosovo, North Macedonia having offered to take in people in those categories, to be precise. So there is a place to take those people now. I think there's an argument for opening up a U.S. territory as well if we don't have enough offers from third countries. But yeah, the time to be processing paperwork in Afghanistan is past. We have and the State Department has a list of those people.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Next question, Meg.
Our next question is coming from the New York Times. Members of Congress, including yourself and members of the Honoring Our Promises Working Group, have been raising concerns for months about the Afghan refugee evacuation plan. How do you think the administration responded to those concerns? And if you can talk a little bit about how that has played into what's happening now.
Yep, so the question from the New York Times was in relation to calls from myself and others on this call since right after the administration's announcement of the withdrawal in April, calls for an evacuation to start. So I'm not going to mince my words on this. We didn't need to be in this position. We didn't need to be seeing the scenes that we're seeing at Kabul airport with our Afghan friends climbing aboard C-17s. That's why a very broad bipartisan group of us since April have been very clear that we should have started this evacuation months ago. And had we done that, tens of thousands of folks could have been brought to safety. It could have been done deliberately and methodically. And we think that that was a missed opportunity. We certainly have extreme concerns over the late nature in which this evacuation was started. But our call today here is that there's still an opportunity to do the right thing. And that entails securing the airport, and doing so as long as possible to bring out our friends. Anyone else like to address that?
Yeah, very, very quickly, Jason. This is why you, myself, and others were saying that when those last American assets, those military assets, go wheels up, that we were handing these poor people a death sentence. Now those military assets are back, so we get a second chance, and I stand with you, and I'm thrilled with everyone who is really doing the right thing here. But the military assets are back, and they need to. I'm very interested to see the rules of engagement. Are they going to go outside of Kabul? Are they, what is the agreement understanding with the Taliban? What have they been told, and how long will we keep the air bridge open? I think that's very important for all of us to seek to understand and to press them to do the right thing.
Thank you. Any other comments in that regard? Okay, if not, I'll go to the next question.
Our next question is from the NPR affiliate here in Colorado. And the question is that given the backlog of potentially tens of thousands of SIV eligible applicants, do people on the call want to speak to what are next steps and how we can, the message to people that are still in Afghanistan as your pressure campaign continues?
Yeah, thank you for that question from NPR. The number of options that we have at this point are extremely limited, and that's why our message has been so focused and so clear today, in that we have to keep the airport open, we have to secure it, we have to expand that perimeter as much as possible, and we have to control both the military side and the civilian side of that airport so that we can allow both commercial flights, charter flights, and military flights to be coming in simultaneously to get our partners out that we can. After that, we're going to look at legislation. We're going to look at what's necessary to streamline and expedite the processing of individuals once we get them to safety. Because bottom line is we have to get folks to safety. If folks are not alive, if they do not survive the coming days and weeks, it doesn't matter what our legislative response is because we will not have helped them. So we'll get them to safety. We have to use all available resources to do so. Then we will legislate a streamlining of the process. We will support the administration however we need to make sure that that's expeditious, that it's full, that it's complete, and that the vetting occurs the way that it should. And then we're going to work with our partners like the International Organization of Migration, IRAP, and others to make sure that people are resettled, that they are welcomed into our country as the patriotic new Americans that they are and will be, and that we do the right thing for generations to come. Would anyone else like to address that?
Jason, I have no shortage of words. I just can't. I just can't emphasize enough. Is the Kabul airport the only safe zone that that the administration is prepared to put in place? Throwing your hands up and saying you just have to get there, I don't think is good enough. It wasn't good enough the first time, and it's not good enough now. Are we willing to establish an additional safe zone, perhaps in Kandahar or Herat? To what lengths is the administration willing to go to truly get these people out? And it's worth remembering that President Ford ordered his administration to get the South Vietnamese out and to make Herculean efforts to do so. We now have another bite at that apple. We have 3 times the number of troops, as Representative Malinowski pointed out. So we have a tremendous capability there, but how far are they willing to go? And I hope they're willing to do what needs to be done to get these and for as long as it needs to be done to take care of our allies.
Thank you, Mike. I think we have time for maybe 2 more questions. 1 more question being said. All right.
Our last question is directed to you, Representative Crow, and the other participants who have served. Do you have a message to veterans of these wars and who served in Afghanistan as you're watching all of this unfold?
Yes, I do. And I appreciate that question very much and the opportunity to address that. I know my colleagues will have things to say as well. This is a very tough time for me and my fellow veterans as we grapple with the meaning of service, the meaning of our friends and our fallen comrades. But the message from me is very clear. Your service mattered. You stood in that long line of Americans who stood up generation after generation to take the oath and to answer the call when your country called for it. And you should be very proud of that, because we are very proud of it. Because if you hadn't done it, somebody else would have had to have done it in your place. You served honorably, shoulder to shoulder. You protected the man and the woman to your right and your left, and you did what you needed to do.
Jason, can I just add one other piece? It's not necessarily directly an answer to that question, but I think we're probably going to be wrapping up soon. I think there's also a lot, and I'd welcome Representative Malinowski's input here, but in a number of former ambassadors and envoys that I've spoken with, that there's much more we could be doing to leverage the NGO community that's still on the ground in terms of them providing the appropriate initial screening, documentation, assurances, insurance guarantees to at least get over that first hurdle. We've been briefed that the SIVs alone, much less the broader populace, are getting a 40 to 50% rejection rate before they get chief of mission approval. Once they get past that, it drops down to 2%. But that initial hurdle is backing up at least 9 to 10,000 Afghans who are desperate to get out. So I think there's others, that capacity that we could leverage on the ground, and the State Department has it within its authority to do so.
Yeah,
Such a great point. No, go ahead, Tom.
Sure. I mean, the initial screening right now for many of these folks is being done by NGOs. And it's not a security screening. They're not capable of that. It's simply identifying the people who are known to our NGO community to be the human rights leaders in the country, to be the faces of independent journalism in the country, to be the most active and outspoken leaders for women's rights in the country. And there has been a tremendous effort to compile information about those folks, their names, their identifying information, their contact information, and the State Department has all of that. But there's no more screening beyond that can be done in Afghanistan. I mean, at this point, everybody on that list has to go to the airport and be put on a plane and taken somewhere where the more thorough screening and vetting can be done. And there may be people who slip through the cracks of that process who aren't worthy. And there will certainly be people who are worthy who do not make it. But right now we have to do what we can rather than basically for the sake of consistency, tell everybody in Afghanistan that they're out of luck.
Yeah, Tom, I was referring, I absolutely agree, and that's my understanding as well, but to the SIVs in particular, that, are uploading things into a portal, getting rejections, waiting for months, can't get to the embassy obviously now for any kind of follow-on of leveraging those entities on the ground, that particularly the ones outside of Kabul, to help at least with that narrow group as well. So that's something that I think state could do And I know there are a number of NGOs that are reaching out to us willing and still with folks on the ground.
All right, guys, we're going to be switching gears here because I do have another live event going on. This is a press conference out of Wisconsin. We're going to be getting an update after there was a fatal shooting. Now, there were no officers injured. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered here.
Good afternoon. On Monday, August 16th, 2021, at approximately 3:50 p.m., Milwaukee police officers were dispatched to a subject with a gun incident on a 2500 block of North 27th Street. The caller stated an individual had a gun and was pointed at people. Upon arrival, officers encountered an armed individual and gave him commands to drop his gun. The individual discharged his firearm. 3 officers discharged their firearms, subsequently striking the individual. The suspect, a 14-year-old Milwaukee man, sustained fatal injuries, although officers took life-saving measures on scene. No one else was injured as a result of the gunfire. The subject's firearm was recovered. The officers involved in this incident are 3 male officers, 1 with over 4 years of service, and 2 others with over 5 years of service. They were placed on administrative duty as is routine in an officer-involved shooting. This is an ongoing investigation. The Milwaukee Area Investigative Team will be investigating this incident. The Wauwatosa Police Department will be the lead law enforcement agency in this investigation. A community briefing discussing this incident will be released in the future.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Any questions?
Yes, right here. I'm his
fired his gun? Did he fire it at people?
We are still investigating at this moment right now.
Okay. How old is he? 14?
We believe he's 42 years old.
14 years old. That's
42.
my brother.
We believe.
Where's his body? Where's his body? Where's his body? Where's his body? The family had to raise 14 years old. Where's his fucking body? He's 42 years old.
There is.
Bitch, how old is he? He's 42 years old. That's my little brother.
Yes, it is.
He don't want to live over here with your black ass.
Will you be releasing that?
Where's his body?
We'll be doing a community briefing.
Where's his body? Where's his body? Where's his body, nigga? Y'all can't even tell us, is he down at the corner or is he up here? Where is he?
We are trying to keep it within the 45 days.
Y'all know he got mental illness and the cops knew that shit.
Thank you.
All right, so we do have some very visibly and emotionally upset people outside of this press conference. Again, police just giving that very brief statement on what we do know at this time. And again, viewer discretion advised. We did try to catch the audio there. Again, a lot of people very upset about this situation. Very fresh here. Happened just before 4 p.m. Wisconsin time. So police did say that there was a call for an individual with a gun. And that person, unfortunately, was fatally shot by police. So he did succumb to his injuries when police interacted with him. So we'll give you more developments on this story if we do hear anything else. Again, that was some breaking news that happened out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin here this afternoon. We're going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. And when we return, we're going to be continuing on giving you more news across the country. Again, that's going to be coming up after a quick 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to give you more news stories across the country. Coming up here in about 10 more minutes, we are going to be getting a live update down in Florida as we continue to keep our eyes on Tropical Storm Fred as it makes its way inland over the Florida Panhandle. So we'll be getting that update very shortly. But until that time, since we did just have that breaking news out of Milwaukee, and it continues to be a topic of conversation all the way from coast to coast, the violence and surge of gun violence in America has continued to increase. Let's go out to another briefing that happened just a little bit earlier here today. We had Michigan officials who were speaking to some programs that they're going to be launching to try to help combat the crime surge that they've been seeing. Detroit mayor there, as you can see, joining Governor Gretchen Whitmer as they hold this press conference. Now, Governor Whitmer's proposal is going to increase support for police officers, create programs to curb the use of illegal guns, and it's going to expand the opportunity in Michigan communities holistically by investing in education, job creation, and the justice system. So we're going to listen into this event until we do get that live update again on the tropical storm.
We know what COVID has done to court dockets across the country, what it's done to jail and prison management across the country. All of these things have hit at once. And you're in an interesting situation right now where you have a lot of folks in law enforcement in key positions. Of course, the prosecutor has been a career law enforcement official. County Executive Evans has. Representative Carter has got a law enforcement background. The governor and I were both prosecutors for a period of time. And here's what we understand. If you're going to bring violence down, the system has to work together. It's not about I put more police officers in the street and crime comes down. I was talking earlier today to an official from Boston. In the 1990s, Boston was one of those cities that was a murder capital. By the early 2000s, it had dramatically reduced its homicides, and today it's got fewer than a quarter the homicide rate of the city of Detroit. And the person I was talking to today was in the gang squad in Boston when that happened. And I said, tell me about it. You were there. He says, I know the Boston police got a lot of credit. He said, but you had to see what happened when it was there. The prosecutor and the U.S. attorney came together on a program called Ceasefire with the police department, where they targeted the worst gun criminals and made it clear what they were doing. And then the governor bought into something they called Operation Streetlight, Nightlight, where the state came in for probation and parole violators and visited them and took the worst off the streets. And he said it was amazing when you took the hardcore individuals off the streets, those who were still there could be influenced. He says, and then our ministers and our social services agencies came together. And we had real job training and assistance for families and mentoring programs. And he says when all that happened, the courts and even the defense attorneys bought in to a notion that the way you deal with crime is to take those who are truly hardcore and let them know when you're using guns and violent crimes, we're going to deal with you strongly, but provide support for the rest of the community to do something positive. He said all of us worked together for 3 or 4 years, and all of a sudden we looked up and Boston was being cited as a national model for how the community reduced violence. So when the governor today said, I want to bring everybody together. I want to take a leadership role because she understands it's going to take the state government, the federal government, the county government, the city government, the courts, all of us together, and we're going to get the individuals who are right now causing so much pain, we're going to get them to make different choices and make our cities and our state a better place. And with that, I want to introduce our leader. I'm very excited about this new initiative, Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that introduction and kind of setting the table for all of us. So we are working together to address the crime increase that we've seen across the country, but we've seen it here in Michigan as well. I want to start by taking a second to acknowledge Kalamazoo Deputy Sheriff Ryan Proxmire, who we lost in the line of duty just this past weekend, and my heart goes out to him and to his colleagues. Today we are here to address a critical issue that unites us all, and that's keeping our families and communities safe. Every Michigander, no matter where they live, no matter who they are, no matter any aspect about them individually, They're all Michiganders, and we all deserve to live freely and safely. Unfortunately, that's just not true for too many communities across Michigan right now, and disproportionately not true for Black Michiganders. People are scared, and they're afraid to pump their gas or merge onto the highway, pull up to a red light, drive to work, drop their kids off at school. And that's not right, and we cannot and will not accept this as normal. No one should feel unsafe as they go about their lives. Now, the statistics paint a very clear picture, unfortunately. Across the United States, violent assaults and murders have increased. There were more than 20% more homicides in 2020 than in 2019, and 30% more in big cities. It's the largest single increase in the rate on record. There are 43,559 gun deaths in 2020, of which 19,403, or 44.5% of those, were from homicides, were unintentional, or defensive use. We're seeing this in Michigan too. Violent crime here was up 12% statewide in 2020, murders up 36%. So this trend is true all across the country. Violent crime was up in the city of Detroit 12.2%, which was pretty low compared to what we've seen in other cities, 28% in Lansing, 42% in Sterling Heights, 50% in Grand Rapids.
All right, guys, going to take a step away from our Michigan leaders as they were again giving us an update about violence they are seeing not only in their capital but across the state. And of course, we'll jump back out to that press conference a little bit later here today. But what I want to do is first pop up this radar. You can see the tropical storm Fred is making its way inland, and that's exactly the story we want to head to here next for all of our viewers here with us. So as mentioned before, the tropical storm Fred has now hit the area. It's making its way through the Florida Panhandle, and some areas have been feeling its effects already. So we are joined with Fox's Jayla Whitfield in Fort Walton Beach with the latest. So hello, Jayla, and let's get that update on what you're seeing with those conditions right now.
Definitely. I mean, it's sunny outside right now at this moment, but earlier this morning there were cloudy skies. But what this tropical storm did leave behind is heavy wind and high turf. That is something that's happening as we speak right behind me. But residents here say that they were never really worried about this tropical storm because they've had much worse.
Tropical Storm Fred hit the Florida Panhandle with 65-mile-per-hour winds. Local business owner Brent Perry says the only time he gets to surf is when a storm comes.
It's like being in a washing machine. So you gotta know the current, you gotta know the way the water's moving, and then you gotta time it right.
Dozens of residents and visitors were on the beach before the storm hit.
Came to watch the waves and hopefully some surfers.
Bernadette Darnell just moved to Florida, and this is her first storm in the Sunshine State.
Well, last night it appeared that it was going to come right within this area. We could have lost power and such as that.
Darnell says she's ready, but it's not bad enough to leave.
I have batteries, a full tank of gas, water, food for Lucy Bell.
But other residents say they don't need to get prepared. Perry says he's been through much worse, like Hurricane Michael.
And that was the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the Gulf. So I went through that. So that was crazy. This is nothing compared to that.
The governor of Florida has declared a state of emergency for the Panhandle and is urging residents to stay safe.
You don't see a lot of beginners out here in conditions like this because it's shallow. It's a shore break, so it's like a foot of water. If you crash, you got to go feet first.
Tropical Storm Fred is now working its way to Alabama and Georgia. It's supposed to be having some heavy rainfall and strong winds. I'll send it back to you.
All right, well, thanks for that. And it looks beautiful out there, Jayla. I have to say the lighting is beautiful on you today, but we do appreciate that update as you keep an eye on Tropical Storm Fred.
Thank you.
All right, and we will continue, of course, to have you covered not only from tropical storms, but also that news out of Afghanistan as we continue to see many people trying to flee the country. But we've also been getting updates on crime across the country. We have a lot of these stories coming up. We're going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. We'll come back to much more news right here on Live Now from Fox when you return. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to bring you press conferences and news that has been happening not only across the country but around the world. Earlier here today, we had comments from President Biden as well as the Pentagon and the State Department all on Afghanistan. It's been news that we've been circulating and going through all day here, but we're taking a step back from Afghanistan, focusing some issues that are going on right here in the U.S. Now, that's not only COVID-19. We've been hearing that there's a lot of people getting ready for tomorrow's big launch of the vaccine passports in New York City. But another topic has been the violence and gun violence that's been happening across our coast. So what we're going to do is go back out to Michigan. We had leaders joining in on a press conference talking about their plans to try to combat and put more emphasis on strengthening the public safety, helping their police officers continue to do their duty. So let's go back out to Michigan. The governor just stepping up to the podium. We're going to be watching it right here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that introduction and kind of setting the table for all of us. So we are working together to address the crime increase that we've seen across the country, but we've seen it here in Michigan as well. I want to start by taking a second to acknowledge Kalamazoo Deputy Sheriff Ryan Proxmire, who we lost in the line of duty just this past weekend, and my heart goes out to him and to his colleagues. Today we are here to address a critical issue that unites us all, and that's keeping our families and communities safe. Every Michigander, no matter where they live, no matter who they are, no matter any aspect about them individually, they're all Michiganders, and we all deserve to live freely and safely. Unfortunately, that's just not true for too many communities across Michigan right now, and disproportionately not true for Black Michiganders. People are scared and they're afraid to pump their gas or merge onto the highway, pull up to a red light, drive to work, drop their kids off at school. And that's not right. And we cannot and will not accept this as normal. No one should feel unsafe as they go about their lives. Now, the statistics paint a very clear picture, unfortunately. Across the United States, violent assaults and murders have increased. There were more than 20% more homicides in 2020 than in 2019, and 30% more in big cities. It's the largest single increase in the rate on record. There are 43,559 gun deaths in 2020, of which 19,403, or 44.5% of those, were from homicides, were unintentional, or defensive use. We're seeing this in Michigan too. Violent crime here was up 12% statewide in 2020, murders up 36%. So this trend is true all across the country. Violent crime was up in the city of Detroit 12.2%, which was pretty low compared to what we've seen in other cities, 28% in Lansing, 42% in Sterling Heights, 50% in Grand Rapids. Each of these double-digit increases, though, are people. They're communities. It's pain, and it means that we need to work together to address this issue. In Flint, Mayor Neely declared a state of emergency for gun violence, and as he's seen shootings increase in his city as well. As I said, this is not unique, but it is a problem, and we are working together to address it. As a former prosecutor, public safety is a critical issue for me. My guiding principles here are clear. We're going to bring down crime. We're going to work together, bringing different perspectives to the table so that we work to keep communities safe. And that's why my team and I have met with hundreds of people across our state over the last month. People from, of course, hundreds of cops, community leaders, faith leaders, and families over the last few weeks in particular. And I'm committed to working with our law enforcement officers, law enforcement organizations, and unions to help them combat this surge and serve communities. And that's why I've worked to foster real collaboration between the Michigan State Police and local departments on specialty services in particular. I've signed budget bills delivering $1.4 billion to local governments to help them fund local law enforcement, fire departments, and emergency medical services. I've delivered $40 million in COVID hazard pay for local officers and first responders, and over $10 million premium pay for Michigan State Police troopers. Finally, we've put Michigan families first, and we will continue to work with anyone who wants to work on this problem so that we can serve everyone in the state. If we work together, we can have safer communities and less crime. So thanks to the resources that we have received from President Biden's American Rescue Plan, I'm here to outline $75 million in investments that we can make to bring down crime and help families feel safe. Now, these investments that I am proposing can be broken down into 3 categories. First, dollars so that police are better equipped to fight crime today and have resources to fight it tomorrow. Initiatives to get illegal guns off the streets. And holistic investments to expand opportunity by investing in education, in jobs, and our justice system. Now, I want to be very clear. There's not one solution to this complex problem. It's going to take a comprehensive plan that addresses every part of this complicated equation. We need the right solutions, not the easy ones, not the most visible ones, but the right solutions. And I know that the folks in the legislature, we're joined by so many of our legislators here today, I know that we are all serious about addressing crime. And I know that we can come together to address the issues that we really care about. We proved it last month when we got a bipartisan budget deal on education for our children that closed a 30-year gap, an equity gap. We can do the same when it comes to keeping communities safe. So first I want to talk about the first part of this 3-point framework. We're going to talk about law enforcement officers. Every time we leave the house, Michigan's law enforcement officers put their lives on the line to keep the rest of us safe. Deputy Proxmire kept Kalamazoo safe through his service, and today we mourn his loss. So, for the last 18 months, we know that officers have been working overtime through the pandemic that has left every one of us exhausted and has exacerbated so many underlying issues. We need to honor their service in both our words and our actions, and that's why on Saturday I have ordered that the flags will be flown in half-mast across the state to honor the men and women we've lost in the line of duty. Today I'm here to act. I'm standing here to propose investments that will bring down crime and keep us safer, to make sure that police have the resources they need to stay safe and to keep us safe. We need to fund them so that they can do their jobs, and I'm proposing dollars to hire more police officers and ensure that they've got great pay, good training, and better resources to do their jobs effectively. We need more cops in communities experiencing a rise in gun violence that's been associated with this pandemic. Under my plan, we will make better local investments by developing initiatives for police to be able to live where they serve. We know that when police come from communities they serve, policing is safer and more effective. My framework also calls for resources to bolster law enforcement recruitment and meet our diversity goals. Now, this can be done by expanding scholarships and financial incentives, including loan repayment for people who serve their communities. By hiring more police officers and keeping them in the communities they serve, we can foster trust and keep families safe. But we can't just say we respect those who put their lives on the line. We need to act to show it. The second aspect of my proposal aims to get illegal guns off of our streets. Now, right now, there are more guns, legal and illegal, out on the street. The rise in deadly weaponry ramped up at the start of the pandemic, and now there are more guns than ever as we emerge from the pandemic and continue this economic jumpstart. To decrease the number of illegal guns on the street, we need to know where they are and who has them. Another aspect of this plan is to get these illegal guns off the street by tackling the backlog in our court system. Right now, there are 3 years worth of cases awaiting action right here in Wayne County alone, and it's not unique and only here in Wayne County. We know that many of these backlogged cases are firearm related. By increasing the number of visiting judges and investing in the backlog, which is piled up during the pandemic, we can ensure that people get the due process they deserve and we can move faster. This will also ensure justice is done for the community and Michiganders who have already been convicted and are awaiting sentencing and are not on the street for years at a time while this process plays out. And finally, I'm proposing a range of investments in jobs, justice, and education. So thanks to the Biden administration, Detroit is one of 15 jurisdictions nationally that is boosting investment in collaborative community violence intervention programs, or CVIs. These CVIs will back community organizations and local governments as they develop evidence-driven, prevention-oriented initiatives focused on young people at the highest risk for violence. The programs offer a range of solutions, including innovative programs that help prevent retaliatory violence by intervening in conflicts or at scenes where violence has occurred. There are also hospital-based violence intervention programs that will strive to break the cycle of violence by bringing specialists and experts to provide counseling, peer support, mediation, and social services to hospital patients recovering from gunshot wounds or other violent injuries, and to family members close to the victim. The research shows that patients recovering from these injuries who received in-hospital interventions were less likely to commit retaliatory violence or be re-injured than patients who did not. The last investment proposed in this agenda is focused on education. Just a few weeks ago, the legislature and I came together to put Michigan students first and enact the largest education investment in our state's history. One of the pieces of that bold investment was additional resources for schools to hire more nurses and counselors and social workers. We know that early investments in mental and social health help reduce crime in the long run. If higher risk students are given the resources and support they need to succeed, they do. So, with the historic influx of federal resources, we need to hire more highly trained personnel to foster the mental, physical, and emotional well-being of our students. We can end the school-to-prison pipeline and build a path leading from preschool to prosperity. We need to continue having these conversations. Hundreds of conversations helped inform this framework. But as we move forward, this is not the whole solution. We're going to continue to work with partners across our state and across disciplines and expertise. I'm proud of this framework that we've laid out today. I'm looking forward to working closely with our local leaders, our law enforcement leaders, our community organizations, and the legislature to get this done. We have an opportunity right now to use these resources from the Biden administration to really address so many aspects of what is contributing to greater crime across the country. We can build a safer, more just Michigan in the process as well, not just for today, but a path forward for future Michiganders. So, as always, I will work with anyone who wants to solve problems, and I'm excited about the work that we have an opportunity to do together. I say let's get it done. And with that, I'll hand it over to my friend, the prosecutor of Wayne County, Kim Worthy.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. But before I start, I would be very remiss if I didn't introduce my colleagues. One, Eli Sabat from Washtenaw County and Karen McDonald from Oakland County, who are our collaborators as well. I also want to recognize, my budget hearing is tomorrow, I want to recognize my Wayne County Commissioners, Chair Alicia Bell, Irma Clark Coleman, and Jonathan Kidnock. I am simply ecstatic that Governor Whitmer is taking such a deep dive into Michigan's massive public safety issues. I'm confident that these discussions are and will continue to be fruitful, continuous, and solution-oriented. While funding for police officers is important, and Governor Whitmer understands this, I must emphasize that properly funding prosecutors, focusing on mental health solutions for defendants and victims of crime, and focusing on global and holistic results that she just pointed out will ultimately be what drives down crime. Some of the old ways of doing things will no longer work, especially since family violence, gun violence, criminal driving offenses are totally out of control. I want to give you one quick example. In Wayne County, we usually see anywhere from 6,000 to 8,000 cases of domestic violence every year. Last year, we topped 10,000. And this year, we're on track. These are the non-fatals. And this year, on track to get to probably 12,000 reported cases of domestic violence this year. We normally get 7 to 12 domestic violence homicides. We topped 24 last year. We're already at 19 this year, and we have 4 more months of this year. That's how out of control it is. Surely the pandemic is a huge part of this, but it's a mistake to lay it all on the pandemic. Collaborations are going to be key here, real collaborations. Collaborations that are meaningful, innovative, and designed not only to reduce crime, but will help prevent crime from happening in the first place, and delving into the root causes. Those are the successful collaborations. Changing the culture of crime has been my mantra for years, and that is what is needed here. Simply, we're going to have to throw out many of the old ways of doing things and programs of the past, because if they worked, perhaps we wouldn't be here now. Solutions have to be global, with all hands on deck and all minds open, and that's what we have here. A few notable mentions that we've talked to the governor about, and she's already mentioned some of these. Court backlogs must be a focus. In Third Circuit Court alone, we have almost 3,000 backed up trials that have to be tried. We always in Wayne County were able to get our trials done anywhere from 90 to 120 days. It is new to us to have these people waiting for trials for so long. Just in 36th District Court, we have almost 5,000 cases, and we have 24 other district courts. So you do the math. Prosecutors for true justice must be resourced, and this is a huge problem statewide. The governor understands what few do not. You can add visiting judges, but when you add visiting judges, you have to add prosecutors as well. We always get blamed, and sometimes rightfully so, when things don't go right in the criminal justice system. But at the same time, you have to fund us properly as well. Mental health has to be a major focus. We have great ideas that we've discussed, and not necessarily the ones that are currently on the table in some places. This is going to be a major expenditure, and I know the governor understands this, of resources, not only to tackle defendants and victims with mental health concerns, but also those that are not currently in the criminal justice system. Young children, teens, adolescents, and others, we need to make sure that they get the treatment and resources that they need so they will not develop behaviors that get them in the criminal justice system in the first place. An expansion of current diversion programs and all other programs where the community, as the governor said, is at the forefront of dispensing justice for lower level crimes. This is key, and do not include jail and prison. Educational prevention programs, this is one of my last points, that really educate the importance of not doing things like drag racing, drunk driving, super drunk driving, domestic violence, all forms of family violence, gun violence, to those serious ones as simple as learning to open carry properly. The governor and the mayor understand that just taking guns off the street is not going to work alone, because there will always be guns to replace them. But global solutions and collaborations will reduce crime. I am always happy to work with Governor Whitmer. As I said, I'm extremely excited that these discussions are happening. And this is a framework where these discussions will continue, and they'll be solution-oriented. That proper people will be at the table discussing these things, we won't always agree, and that the old narratives may be a thing of the past. Dealing with the root causes, tackling violent crime, and mental health issues holistically are the key ingredients to success. I thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Detroit's new police chief, well, not so new anymore, Chief James White.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm super excited to be here today. You know, those who know me know that I have a few models that I use, and one is, if you're doing something that doesn't work, literally do anything but that, because all you have is proof of concept of failure when you continue to do things that don't work. Today represents doing something different, working in collaboration, and I'm honored and humbled to be here, standing with the governor and the mayor and the rest of you today to talk about doing something different. This proposal, this opportunity gives us that opportunity. Our community deserves to rest easy at night. We must make crime unacceptable. We must make victimization unacceptable. We must understand what drives crime. You know, I've had an opportunity to work for this police department for 25 years plus. And coming back, I know that I'm blessed to have some of the hardest working men and women in law enforcement. But it's not enough to arrest people. You cannot arrest your way out of these problems. It doesn't work. Because the moment we make the arrest, there's someone lining up to make another bad decision. And what you have is a pipeline to prison when you don't look into the issues that are driving the bad behavior and the poor decision making. So when I hear about some of the investments in mental health, I know the importance of that. As a mental health practitioner myself, I know that we have a community that is suffering from PTSD. We have a community that is seeing people victimized by crime. And if you want to know the impacts of PTSD and how it impacts you, I simply draw you to any time you've had a car accident. 10 years, 5 years, 20 years later, you go through that intersection, that tension that you feel, that stress that you feel, that's PTSD. So if you've lost your loved one, if you've seen someone get gunned down on these streets, that's what you're operating with. And the research tells us if someone's been victimized by violent crime and they don't have the requisite treatment, guess what happens? They are twice as likely to commit a violent crime. So these opportunities, when I hear the investment in education and I recognize the fact that these are complex problems, so they're going to require complex solutions. This is not about some cliche of a war on drugs, a war on crime, a war on guns. They don't work. This is not about scaring somebody straight. Scared straight programs don't work because the kids we're talking to are already scared. This is about doing something to support our community. Our community supports us. I'm so excited that the governor, the prosecutor, and the mayor recognizes that we've got to do something different, and I'm humbled for the opportunity to be a part of it. Thank you very much. It is my absolute honor to introduce Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to be very brief. I want to thank the governor for her leadership in addressing an issue that needs to be addressed and bringing together that collaboration of federal, state, and local officials. Violent crime is increasing across the country in large cities, and as you heard the governor say, in the state of Michigan. And it's become such a political issue that nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody's afraid of it. But people are living in their homes scared to death every day to go about doing things that they used to be able to do safely every day. I am tired of people making us make false choices between public safety and racial justice and criminal justice and social justice. It's a false choice. You know, there was a poll in USA Today 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I don't have the exact number, and I'm not going to use the wrong number, but more than 70% of the people in the city of Detroit are worried about violence in their communities, or worried about their safety. We need to be working together to invest in the collaborations you've heard everybody talk about today. I downriver, because people want to put labels on us and say all these things which aren't true. I've been going and meeting and all of my police chiefs, all of the local law enforcement, and thanking them for what they do every single day to keep us safe. Their morale is low. They don't feel appreciated. They're not being paid enough. They're being recruited by the city of Detroit that's paying more, which is good. Or Oakland County, a young woman was paid $8 an hour more working in Oakland County. It's not even a contest. But the message that was the loudest is they don't feel appreciated. You know, I want to say this. I did a little Fox rant on this several months ago. Didn't mean to, but I had it. The law enforcement at the Capitol saved our lives on January 6th. They were attacking us the day after we had a memorial service for another policeman that gave his life on Good Friday. They're keeping us safe every day, and we need to thank them for that. But if you also talk to them, they're not getting enough training. They have, what, 8 hours, Chief? I'm not sure of this. 8 hours of training a year is what's mandated?
We have 24.
24, but down, I don't know, but each municipality is different. You talk to Kim. Her prosecutors are the least paid prosecutors in the country. We don't do enough. We've got a stigma on mental health resources. We practically shut them down decades ago. You know, I'm the product. I lived in a household that had domestic violence. I know what it's like to hide in that closet and wonder if you're going to live. And then what didn't happen? how there weren't, I mean, nobody talked about it back then. You know, it was, you know, too much of an embarrassment. We need to make sure that people who are think about what it's like to have lived in a home this last year. Totally, you may not even be able to use a phone. You have no income to live on. You feel totally dependent on the abuser. People, I've talked to the kids that are in that situation. We need to be getting them help. You heard Kim's statistics. They're horrific. We need to be collaborating on all of these problems. And one other thing, I'm probably going to get in trouble as usual, I'm unscripted, but never as eloquent as the mayor. You know, kids belong to gangs because everybody needs a sense of belonging. They need to feel wanted, and a gang is what gives them that company or their want. We need to be working to give those kids an education, to give them some place to go after school or some place to go at all if they're not in school. We got to invest in a lot of things. We got to invest in mental health. We've got to invest in social workers, but we've also got to invest in our law enforcement officers, in our courts, and we've all got to work together at the federal, state, and local level to deliver for the people that we represent and the communities in which we live. Thank you. And now, I would like to introduce from District 6, State Representative Tyrone Carter.
Thank you, Congresswoman Dingell. That's a tough act to follow. And good afternoon, everybody. To my brothers and sisters in blue and brown, I salute you. You know I support you. I'm one of you, even though I'm retired, but it's just in my blood. And we mourn the loss of our colleague. I'm going to stay on script. I'm proud to stand with Governor Whitmer and my colleagues today. My colleagues are here. We have Representative Joe Tate, Representative Helena Scott. You guys stand up. People need to see we're here to support this. Mary Cavanaugh, Stephanie Young, Cynthia A. Johnson, Sharif Thanadar, Senators Marshall Bullock and Senator Adam Ollier. We're here to stand with the governor to support this public safety plan that will keep Michiganders safe. Thank you. Funding our law enforcement, getting weapons off our streets, and providing innovative approaches to public safety using funds from the American Rescue Plan allows us to act now to end the surge of violence in our cities. While it is important to have men and women on our streets to protect and serve, this plan ensures that police officers have what I've been pushing for, accountability, and the resources. You will never hear me say defund any police department. I'm working on trying to get retirements better, health care after you retire better. And to begin, this also will repair the broken trust between the communities and our law enforcement, the people that they're sworn to protect. As a former law enforcement, I don't like that former, as retired, I know how important it is to keep public trust for our police departments to work efficiently and effectively. Thanks to the public safety plan, we now have the funds to bring us a step closer to rebuilding that trust and provide the means for us to take action against horrific violence causing so much pain and trauma in our neighborhoods, while healing the relationship between the police and the community. But just as important, this plan also enables us to eliminate one of the main sources of this surge by providing education, job training programs to communities that are most affected by the violence they see on the streets. These programs are crucial in tackling the surge and increasing public safety for all Michiganders. It is time that we provide the resources needed to reduce gun violence and strengthen public safety for our friends, families, and neighbors. This Public Safety Act does just that. Those who know me know that I'm really passionate about a few things: our young people, our communities, and our seniors. And I just had a conversation yesterday with Mr. Grayson, 100 years old. He's been in that house since '51. And some people are afraid to sit on their porches. We can put all the speed bumps that we can in the neighborhoods, but when they're selling Hellcats and Chargers, and these young guys are doing what they do without any consequences, we got to do better. So I joined Prosecutor Worthy in saying, you know, we have to change this culture. We have to grab them and talk to them and let them know we care about them. Because there's a saying, how society treats its children, it's how its children will treat society. We have to let them know that they care. So I am honored to be here with the governor. And Governor, all yours.
All right. Thanks, Rep. Carter. Thank you. Thank you.
Luda?
Breakdowns of dollar amounts of these different components. I'm sorry, my apologies.
That's okay. He was going to go, and then we'll come to you. Okay? Great. So this is a framework, right? And there are 3 pillars of the framework. One is to pay and support and ensure we get resources into our police officers across at every level. I would include our prosecutors as well as very important parts of our criminal justice system. In that conversation, we know that when police have relationships with the people they serve, that it is better and it's safer and it creates a more conducive environment to avoiding conflict escalation. So we are going to continue to work with our local leaders, our police officer unions, our police officer organizations, as to how we could fashion something that would be encouragement, not mandate, but something that will acknowledge that when police come from the communities that they police, that we can get a better outcome. So it'll be in collaboration with our police organizations. Not necessarily, but I can't tell you every possible way that we might accomplish this goal, so that's not something we would anticipate.
Any idea on the breakdown is how much percentage of the money will go to the funding of the salaries versus the other components?
You know, we've set a bar. I mean, we've set a goal, $75 million. Now, we do have an unprecedented opportunity in front of us thanks to the Biden administration. Billions of dollars have come to Michigan. $75 million, I think, would make a meaningful improvement in terms of resources to support our police officers. But this is something that will ultimately will need partnership from the legislature, as I'm so glad to have so many great legislators joining us today. But we'll need to work together to get this done. And so what that final analysis looks like will be dependent on that process.
Here's my ignorance. I have a follow-up. So this money, how it gets allocated, needs to be legislative.
Needs to be appropriated, yes.
Okay,
I was sorry to hear of his passing, and I have not yet connected with his family, but I certainly will be doing that to convey my condolences. Thank you. Any other? This is on, I think what we are proposing is that we tackle the crime increase on all of these fronts. And I said in my remarks, there's not just a silver bullet that immediately fixes the issue. There are many different aspects to us being successful. That's why we've convened conversations with law enforcement, as well as prosecutors, as well as advocacy organizations, as well as educators and ecumenical leaders. I mean, this is something where we have to look holistically. And there's not one solution that will address the issues in every community. And that's why it's so important that we continue to flesh out what the precise policy looks like as we ask the legislature to take action on it. Well, there are 3 aspects to this, right? One is supporting our police officers and our criminal justice system. The other is getting illegal guns off the street. And the third is the education and jobs and skills and enhancements in the criminal justice system. I'm not going to say that one is more important than the other. All of them work together. If we just focused on one, we would still combat the problem and have other problems that we would create because of it. And so that's why we've really got to think holistically and be inclusive as we're moving forward. All right.
All right, once again, the governor highlighting her plan as they continue to try to combat violence, them saying it's not only happening all across the country, but also in the state of Michigan. So they are trying to help support police and keep the public as safe as possible. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more stories from some of our stations across the country when you return. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you in these late evening hours as we continue to bring you some stories that are happening all across the country. Some of our viewers may know from just hearing me speak before, I'm a mom now to a 1-year-old. My daughter just turned 1 last week, and it continues to be a learning experience, to say the least, but it's been amazing to watch her grow, and I know many parents can also say that's true for them as well. They think it's great to watch them learn and play and continue to develop, but sometimes there can be some toxic parenting traits that we unfortunately do. Let's go into a story on that with our Fox 26 team.
Well, most parents genuinely want the best for their child. Some, though, develop toxic patterns, which can greatly impact a child's self-esteem and well-being. Psychotherapist Mary Jo Rapini is live with me with 5 tactics that could be damaging our kiddos well into adulthood. Good morning, Mary Jo. I think that a lot of us are guilty of at least 1 or 2 of these on the list, maybe all 5. This is a judge-free zone, so let's go ahead and run through them here. Number 1, you say comparing one sibling to another.
That's right. And Sally, I think why this is so important is it's good. I mean, most parents are really good, but it's easy to cross that line when you go too far. And this is one of them. When you compare your siblings, there's a winner and a loser. And the one who loses, oftentimes you'll see more animosity, and the kids won't work together because they're vying for attention from the parent.
Yeah, that can create that sibling rivalry, right?
Right.
The second one you say is yelling at your children. That is a toxic behavior that we need to work through.
And we all do that at some times, but when you consistently do that, you confuse your child, and it really stunts their emotional growth because they worry, they're full of depression and anxiety, and we see that a lot in our offices right now. Especially, it's important that you talk softly, and if you lose control, you leave the room.
And shaming children for how they're feeling, if they feel sad about something, if they feel like they can't sleep, you should validate those feelings, not shame.
Exactly. You know, the home is where the child learns that how they feel really matters, and it's much better to allow your children to feel what they feel rather than shaming them. When you shame them, you make them feel guilty and ashamed of what they're feeling, and they learn not to share their feelings with you or any other person in their adult life. Many times this leads to violent behaviors, anger, and depression as a grown-up.
And you say avoid blaming your children. What can that lead to?
Well, when you blame your children for making you lose control, basically what you're doing is you're telling your kids that they have to behave perfect or you'll lose it. You're trying to teach your children that everybody is responsible for their feelings and their actions, and you don't do that when you model something differently for your child. If you lose control, then you take control of what you're feeling and remove yourself from the situation.
That's a good one. Okay, and then finally, you say another toxic behavior is when you withhold love or affection as a form of punishment.
That's right. When you make your child have to be worthy or perfect in order to accept your love and attention, you're teaching your child that they're only lovable when they're perfect or they behave well. What ends up happening is your child doesn't share with you the times they make a mistake. They begin lying or withholding as they get older into adolescence. If you don't want to create a child who lies, then you want them to be open with you and be able to share how they feel. And even when they fail, you still love and hug them.
Man, parenting is hard, Mary Jo. I need this whole conversation in my mind throughout the day.
It's hard for all of us.
Yeah.
Even psychologists, it's really hard. So just keep up the good work and we'll make it.
Right. Maybe small steps, change little things at a time.
A lot of great tips there. It's something we've all probably done a time or two, or maybe we found out from that list we consistently do when we're parenting our children. It can be frustrating sometimes to have to be the one in control all the time, but again, it's about being aware of your actions, how it can possibly be affecting your children that they're pointing out. And continuing that conversation with our Fox 26 team is the Mom Squad.
We're back with more on the topic of toxic parenting with our mom squad. We've got 3 moms, all with similar aged kids under 12, Connie, Chandra, and Oni. Good morning, ladies. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
Well, I have 2 under 12 as well, so we're all kind of in the same boat here, same stage of life. So let me start with you, Connie. We highlighted just a few moments ago with our psychotherapist some of the toxic parenting behaviors. What specifically have you experienced that you've had to overcome?
I think for me, it's been the yelling, right? Like it's something that you're so used to when you're younger, like people just always yelling at you and getting upset if you get upset. And I think that that's something with my kids that I noticed how anxious they would get or how more visibly upset they would become if I raised my voice. And it's something that after a while, I just kind of broke it because I couldn't continue in that cycle.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't keep raising my voice and making the situation bigger than it really was.
Right.
So I think that's one situation that I kind of broke away from.
Well, I can kind of relate to that. But what do you say to parents who are like, you know what, it seems like when I finally yell after asking them to do the same darn thing 5 times, they finally do respond. And so the yelling does seem to sort of work. I mean, what do you say to parents who don't want to be considered, a softie either?
Well, but you think it works, but then what is the perspective on the other side? Like, how are the kids seeing you? And I felt like when I would do that, I would become like mom monster, right? Where they were just so much more scared to do anything or say anything because I would become so loud or get loud. But I totally understand that situation of like, well, you didn't do it until I became that person. But I think it's just something that you have to observe and just kind of manage with your own kids. Every situation is going to be different.
Yeah, good advice. Chandra, let me bring you into the conversation. What kind of toxic behavior has been hardest for you to work on?
Well, this labeling, but I take issue with the labeling being a toxic behavior because I think it's important to reaffirm your child. I don't see anything wrong with telling your child they are smart, especially if they are smart. My son had straight A's all last year during the pandemic in person. He did 9 weeks in virtual learning. So I don't see anything wrong with saying you are smart, you are handsome, you are kind. In fact, if more people said you are kind, then we wouldn't be having this debate about mask wearing and saving people's lives. We would all be global citizens. So I don't think there's anything wrong with self-prophesizing and encouraging your children and reaffirming them.
Yeah, that was an interesting one that Mary Jo didn't really point out, but a recent article in the Huffington Post said labeling your children, whether it's good or bad, can be toxic, right? And you should say more things like, oh, I saw how hard you worked on that test. Good job, instead of saying you are smart, which you say is something that you don't fully understand. I see where that can be difficult. Oni, which toxic behaviors can you most relate to?
Well, I actually relate to both yelling and quieting emotions. With quieting emotions, it really came from upbringing. I think a lot of us want to either be like our parents or even improve upon it, but quieting emotions is easy to do when you want to just get straight to the point, have your child calm down whether they're anxious or throwing a tantrum. But what I've realized is that was a reflection of my own past, my own trauma, not wanting to engage in an emotion that makes me uncomfortable. And so being able to actually work on myself and remembering when I was a child wanting to express that emotion, but not knowing if I had a safe place to do it, it's helped me be there for them and allow them to know that's okay to express their emotions and have the emotions that they have.
Do you think that toxic behaviors really do depend on the generation and sort of your stage in life and culture too? Have you found that to be true, Oni?
Yeah. It's so big with culture. So my culture is very passionate and blunt with how we speak. And so yelling is something that I was used to, and it's often something that I did initially when I first became a parent. But I realized that, just like my co-panelists mentioned, that it brought a lot of anxiety to them. And it was me actually reflecting my own emotions on whether I was the angry mom or I was just really anxious and didn't know how to express myself. So for me, I knew that I needed to do the work to heal my generational.
We're back with more on the topic of toxic parenting.
All right. Well, thanks again to Fox 26 and the Mom Squad for more on that toxic parenting. As one of those panelists had pointed out, sometimes the word toxic isn't the right place because we do all make mistakes. But I think, as the psychologist had pointed out, it's about realizing how your actions can have a long-term effect on your children is really where we need to start working, not only on the way we're parenting, but also the way that we are working on ourselves, too. So it is a continuing thing that you have to always evolve time and time again. And just getting some of those great tips, it's going to be something I'm going to do moving forward. Again, I only have a 1-year-old, so sometimes the discipline thing does not always work. We're starting to enter some phases with walking that she's getting into a little bit of trouble. So it's been a challenge, to say at the least, but at the same time, watching her experience these new things and grow from it as well is going to be just amazing. So a lot of great tips there. Thanks again to our Fox 26 team for those pieces. I'm going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, we're going to be talking about COVID-19, not only the variants, but also the effectiveness of the vaccine. It's all coming up here again after a quick 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. And we want to continue to give you some of these pieces that our stations have sent here to our Live Now from Fox desk. So what we're going to head out to next is on the topic of COVID-19, since that has been such an important topic, especially with the surge of cases in the Delta variant. We do have a doctor interview that I want to play for everyone with our Fox 26 Houston team on all the variants we're seeing with COVID-19.
Well, we know the Delta variant of COVID is much more contagious than previous strains, but how much more at risk are we? Let's bring in Dr. Linda Yancey with Memorial Hermann for that very conversation. Good morning to you, and thanks for joining us here on Houston's Morning Show.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
Well, we have all been wondering, especially as we see all of our kiddos heading back to school, crowded hallways with children without those masks. How do you feel about the Delta variant and just how contagious it is? Because before, doctor, we were hearing that, you had to really be around someone for about 5 minutes before you had to be pretty concerned about COVID. Is that still the case?
So the Delta variant is much more contagious than regular COVID-19. It is as contagious as the chickenpox. And if you're old like me, you remember just how contagious that was. It can go through an entire classroom of kids in a very short period of time.
Okay, so when we are talking about whether we're in a grocery store or wherever you are, so just if you walk by somebody, does that mean you would have a chance if they were breathing out those germs that you could get it?
If you're in an indoor setting, yes, it is a possibility, which is why we're urging people as much as possible to do outdoor activities.
All right. Now, we're also hearing more about Lambda, and the thoughts are that it could even be more contagious than Delta, which for me is hard to even fathom. Can you explain what you're learning about Lambda at this point?
So everything we know about the Lambda variant is very preliminary right now. It's based on individual studies of small numbers of people. I would urge everybody to let's wait and see with Lambda. We're going to get much better information in the coming weeks.
I like that thought of don't panic, don't read too much into it yet, and just wait to see how it affects us here. Now let's talk about breakthrough cases. How are we doing on that? Because everybody, it seems like, knows somebody who's getting scared because they know somebody who has a vaccine but is getting Delta. What are your thoughts about it at this point?
So vaccines are not impenetrability barriers. They're more like seatbelts. Your seatbelt isn't going to prevent the traffic accident, but it's going to ensure that you walk away from it when it happens. People who have gotten the vaccine can still get COVID, but they will get a much less severe case. They are highly unlikely to be hospitalized and very, very unlikely to end up on a ventilator.
All right. How do you feel like we're faring in the Texas Medical Center and in the Houston area right now? Are we seeing more and more patients being pushed in to those tents and all of these things being set up outside of hospitals because we're at max capacity?
We are definitely under strain right now. We're 18 months in. Unfortunately, we're getting good at COVID. But that being said, hospitals do more than treat COVID patients. We're urging everybody to get the vaccine so that we can go back to elective surgeries and being able to adequately treat people with things like strokes and heart attacks.
All right, Dr. Yancey, thank you for your time from Memorial Hermann today. And as this ever-changing situation, you always do a great job of keeping us up to date. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And thank you again to our Fox 26 team. As you just heard, doctors continuing to push the COVID-19 vaccine, especially for those who haven't gotten any doses yet, saying that it really is something that we need to be considering. And once again, we're going to continue this conversation, this time going out to our Fox 13 Tampa Bay team, who is talking about the effectiveness of the vaccine.
All right, let's talk vaccines now. We learned late last week that people with weakened immune systems can now get a third dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. The FDA okayed that. But as cases continue to rise across the country, some people are wondering just how effective their vaccine is and how many booster shots are we going to need. Let's talk live now with someone who can give us some answers. Dr. John Green. He is chair of the Infectious Diseases Program at Moffitt Cancer Center. Dr. Green, thanks for taking some time with us here on this Monday.
Great to be with you.
Okay, let's talk about these vaccines, and we've got enough of a sample size now to make some determinations. How effective are these against the Delta variant?
So I would say the vaccines are quite effective against the Delta variant, all three of them. And they range from anywhere from, say, 50, 60% to 90+%. And if you were vaccinated and you still got sick, you're much less likely to be admitted to the hospital, be in the intensive care unit, and even to die from the infection. So not only does it prevent infection, but even those that are getting infected are much less likely to be admitted to the hospital and be in the intensive care unit. So they are very effective at preventing moderate to severe disease and fairly effective preventing mild disease that doesn't require hospitalization.
Yeah, and I think that's been something that we've all been wrapping our mind around, is that the vaccine doesn't guarantee you're not going to catch COVID, but that in most cases your infection will not be severe. Is there any concern? We've heard some reports about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Any concerns that it's not as effective as the other two?
Well, I would say that the percentage was better for the Pfizer-Moderna vaccine, but the J&J vaccine was still able to do 87% prevention of infection versus 95%. And some of the numbers say, well, the Delta variant is only 67% effective. That's true for mild symptoms, but when you get into hospitalizations and very sick patients in the ICU, it's close to between 85 and 90% protection. So whether you got J&J or the other two, you're still much better off than without a vaccine.
Yeah, and 67% is still better than the protection we see with other vaccines for illnesses like the flu. So that's still a number that a lot of people, a lot of doctors are confident in. Let's talk about booster shots. Do you think everyone will need a booster shot? And if so, when do you think that will happen?
So we're ramping up to give a third vaccine to our immunosuppressed population because the 2 vaccines for the messenger RNA was not enough to keep many of those very immune suppressed patients' antibody levels up to prevent infection, nor was it lasting as long as we hoped, 6-9 months or more. So we are going to give those patients who are the #1 group that's most at risk a third vaccine. And then we're talking a booster vaccine. We're talking about people who've already had the vaccine, but their immune system has waned and dropped somewhat, and they're more susceptible as time goes on. That booster vaccine will be recommended probably for those over 65 healthcare workers, and then they might start rolling it out to other age groups.
You know, we're really out of time here, but I want to ask you for a quick answer on this. Based on what you know and what you've seen, are we, most of us, going to need a booster every year for COVID?
Yes, I would say we're likely going to need a booster. The good news is the current variant that's most dominant, the Delta variant, is covered, and the science is there to keep up with the variants as they mutate and change.
Okay, Dr. Green, your time and your expertise are much appreciated. Thank you.
And thank you to our Fox 13 team for that interview. Going to continue the COVID-19 topic, going back out to Fox 26 with more on coronavirus.
As students face more uncertainty this school year, concern is growing over how it will compound the learning students lost during the height of the pandemic. This morning in our Fox 26 In Focus series, we're speaking live with Dr. Tricia Zucker with the Children's Learning Institute at UT Health. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Melissa.
I think it's really important for all of us parents to realize we can actually help with those math concepts at home, and it doesn't have to be like homework, right? It can just be everyday living.
That is so true. For parents, especially parents of young children, the most important things to be doing every day with your children are just counting, grouping, and comparing. These are ways to support math during your everyday routines. And, you know, although most families have gotten the message that we should read to our children daily, a lot of families have not heard this idea that you could do math routinely at home and really for fun.
Do you have some ideas? Because I think, to be honest, math and the word fun, those don't seem to go hand in hand. So you're going to have to sort of change our way of thinking.
Absolutely. So, you know, starting with counting. Counting is one of the things that parents tell us in our research studies is just so easy to layer into almost anything. You can count the number of steps that you're taking. You can count how many toys you have. You can count how many crackers are on your plate to start, and then you can look at how many you've taken away as you've eaten them. So you're introducing early ideas of addition and subtraction, even just, you know, as you count gummy bears or crackers at the dinner table. Also, grouping is very easy to do with objects around your house. Children love Legos and other toys. Take some time to sort them by color or shape and size as you put them away. Also, making sure that you're taking time to compare things. Comparing things in the natural world is often the most fun. So comparing the size and shape of different leaves or dogs that you're seeing in the neighborhood. All of these ways of counting, grouping, and comparing are some of the earliest foundational skills for math success.
And I love the fact that you can do this into your everyday thing. And like we said, it doesn't have to seem like math. You don't even have to use that word. It can just be part of your conversation. Now, I love all these ideas. Do you have a list through CLI where we can go to and check those out, and especially age by age, because what you're talking about does sound like for the real little ones?
That's right. So a lot of wonderful videos and text messages for families you can sign up for at the CLI Engage website.org. So that's the Children's Learning Institute.org, and we're at UT Health. So you can see videos that I think make this really fun. One of my favorite videos is a mom and her some additional clapping so that they're patterning as they exercise. Other families are collecting data. You can watch videos of how you do that. Simple things like, just counting and timing how long it takes you each day to do simple routines like brushing your teeth, giving your kids a challenge, but also showing them there's math everywhere. There's data everywhere, whether we're looking at prices at the grocery store and pointing out numbers there, or in these other more systematic ways where you really do an intentional activity around math. But my favorite thing is to just layer it in to your everyday activities so that it doesn't feel like one more thing to do.
And we have been talking about the younger ones. Is that something that you could also do with kids perhaps who are in middle school or junior high, or are all of those skills pretty much in place by then that you could possibly do at home in a typical conversation?
Right. Well, by the middle school age, parents are going to play a different and very important role. And that's really around addressing math anxiety that might be starting at those ages. Kids may have some false beliefs that perhaps they're not good at math, or that, their gender is not good at math. Parents can really combat that with a growth mindset and saying things to your child like, you can all be good at math when we practice. Do you want to practice some of your math facts together? I'm happy to do this with you. Or just reminding them that math was hard sometimes for you in school, but the thing you had to do was just to keep practicing. It's not that some people are good at math and others are not. It's just all amount of practice and time we put in.
All right, Dr. Zucker, great information to share with us. Thank you for taking time to do that today.
And thanks again to our Fox 26 team for that interview. What we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. And earlier here today, when we come back, we're going to be playing out a vigil for all of those Haitians who got hit by that powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake. There was a vigil held out in New York earlier here today. We're going to be playing that out for all of our viewers again after a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to give you news stories happening all across our country. Earlier this morning, we had a vigil for all of the victims in Haiti after that powerful earthquake took the lives of more than 1,200 people. We're going to be playing out some of that vigil here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
Recognize Reverend Dr. Samuel Nicola, who's always with me whenever I call. I want to recognize Councilmember Farrell Lewis. Her office was very instrumental in doing this. I want to recognize Representative Yvette Clark. She's championing our cause in Washington, D.C. I want to recognize Assemblywoman Radisky Short, who worked very closely together to make this event happen, and she's been championing our cause for the longest time. I also want to recognize New York Public Advocate Jumaane Williams. When we did the Haiti earthquake, I worked with him very closely. It's amazing how, the past is very similar to the present. We work together to make this happen as well. Reverend Al Sharpton is not here yet, but he will also be joining us. Democratic nominee, Council Member-elect Rita Joseph. She's also here. We have other distinguished members, Jean-Pierre Louis from Capricaire. We have Saint-Pierre from Haitian American Caucus. We have Violette Williams from Haitian American Alliance. Mayor Bill de Blasio will also be here as well. I cannot name everyone, but let me just start by saying thank you for being here. And right now I want to recognize the person who represents this district, Council Member Farrell Lewis. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know what? My bad. We always start with a prayer. We put God first in everything. So, my apologies. Let's do this over again. Let's please welcome Reverend Dr. Samuel Nicholas, who is the Haitian clergy president. There you go, sir. Thank you so much for reminding me.
Good to see you.
See you.
Before I pray, to the elected officials that are here, my fellow clergy members that are here, community members that are here, the press that is here also, we'll be doing a formal prayer on Saturday, the 21st at St. John's the Divine. We'll be gathered in the church at 6 p.m. on Saturday, this Saturday at St. John's the Divine. Just a couple of brief remarks before I ask you to pray with me. In 1770, a strong earthquake devastated Port-au-Prince. In 1842, we had another earthquake that destroyed Cap Haitian. In 1935, we had a cyclone that killed over 2,000 people. In 1946, a tsunami and an earthquake killed over 1,700 people. In 1954, Cyclone Hazel killed hundreds of Haitians. Cyclone Flora left more than 6,000 dead in Haiti and Cuba. Cyclone Gordon, Cyclone George, 2004, Cyclone Jane, January 12, 2010, magnitude 7.0, earthquake, killed over 200,000 Haitians. That was in January. In September, we were hit by cholera and then Ebola. A month ago, I stood before you and I asked you why such a calamities happened to us. I said a month ago that I believe that Haitians, we suffer, but we're still surviving. I believe that one day our suffering will end. Like Martin Luther King had a dream. I'm standing here today telling you as a Haitians that we too have a dream. We have a wish list for our country. We have a wish list for education. We have a wish list for health. We have a wish list for transportation. We have a wish list for tourism. We know that in Cap Haitian, that Royal Caribbean is already there. We have a wish list for security. And to those of you that are here today, we understand that everybody's here standing with us today to address some immediate needs. Search and rescue, food, water, dry goods, medical supplies, doctors. I am calling on our friends to help us long term. We need short-term help today, but we also need long-term help. We need our friends here and abroad to help stabilize our infrastructure, help build roads, hospitals, hotels, schools, hotel chains, build and invest in our country. We have some of the best beaches in the Caribbean. If you have visited Bassin-Bleu, you will see it is one of the best beaches. We have Sodo, we have Jacmel. Why not visit Haiti? Visit Cap Haitian. Visit Citadel. Why invest in Haiti? If you haven't tasted lambi, or black rice, or poisson grossel, you have not tasted Caribbean food. I invite you that are here from the media to show some of the good parts of Haiti. show some of the nice places that we have in Haiti. We are asking today for long-term sustainable help from the federal government. We are not asking only for short-term release, but we are asking today for long-term sustainable help from the federal government. We are asking today that our dreamers be granted not only temporary protection status, but we are asking for permanent visas. We've had temporary protective status for the last 10 years. It hasn't done anything for us. We need permanent visa. These dreamers, they've been here for over 20 and 30 years. They need permanent visas. Right now, you've been giving us Band-Aid solutions. We need permanent help. We need permanent solutions. As Moses intervened and prayed for Israel, as Nehemiah intervened and prayed for his country, today I am intervening and I'm praying for my country. So please bow your heads, and as we're going to gather and we're going to borrow from the book of Samuel of Psalm 25. We do not have to recreate the wheel. We're going to look at the prayer of Psalm 25. It is a prayer that the nation of Israel utilized. And we too, we're standing here today like the nation of Israel. In 1948, they had the national community come out and they helped them. Today we are asking the national community to help us one more time. Long-term sustainable help. Not short-term Band-Aid, long-term sustainable help. And that will help us. Bow your heads as we pray. To you, O Lord, I lift up my soul. We as Haitians trust you, my God. Do not let me be disgraced, or let my enemies rejoice in my defeat. No one who trusts in you will ever be disgraced, but disgrace comes from those who try to deceive others. Show me the path where I should walk, O Lord. Point out the right road for me to follow. Lead me by your truth and teach me, for you are the God who saves me. All day long I put my hope in you. Remember, O Lord, your unfailing love and compassion, which you have shown from long ages past. Forgive the rebellious sins of my youth. Look instead through the eyes of our unfailing love, for you are a merciful God. The Lord is good and does what is right. He shows the prosperous path to those who will not go astray. He leads the humble in what is right, teaching them his way. The Lord leads with unfailing love and faithfulness all those who keep his covenant and obey his Lord. Turn to me and have mercy on me, O Lord. Turn to Haiti and have mercy on us, O Lord, for we are alone in deep distress. Our problems go from bad to worse. One more time. Our problem goes from bad to worse. Save us from them all. Feel our pain and see our trouble. Forgive all our sins. See how many enemies we have, how viciously they have hated us. Protect us. Rescue us, O Lord. Do not let us be disgraced, for we trust in you. May integrity and honor protect us, for we put our hope in you, O God. O God, who ransomed Israel. O God, who ransomed Haiti from all this trouble. Ransom us. This we pray in the name of Jehovah God. Amen.
Thank you so much for this wonderful invocation, Reverend Dr. Samuel Nicolas. I would like to bring up right now one of our champions in this district, Councilmember Farrah Lewis. She's been working hard in this endeavor for us. Welcome her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilmember Farrah Lewis. I represent the 45th Council District, which encompasses East Flatbush, Flatbush, Flatlands, Marine Park, Canarsie. And I am honored to be with my community today and Friends of Haiti today. But before we move forward, let's not forget that this is supposed to be a prayer vigil. I'm very appreciative that the press is here, but this is a prayer vigil because this is what our community needs right now. And I'm a daughter of the Haitian community. I'm a daughter of Haiti, and this is the community that made sure that I got elected because they knew I would represent them in each and every way that I can. we're asking for prayer right now. So I'm very happy to have a few more friends from other communities that encompass the 45th district that's here to pray with us. So first, I'm going to call up Rabbi Bob Kaplan from the Jewish Community Relations Coalition, and he's going to provide some words of encouragement. Thank you.
I'm going to take a page from the Reverend and turning to Psalms. From whence does our strength come? Only God understands why these things happen. Only God can open his heart in such a way to allow for us to heal from such destruction. From whence does our strength come? Not by power, not by might, but by the Spirit alone. So we must open our hearts to that Spirit. Well, we can't end at prayer. We can't end at just opening our hearts to prayer and that Spirit. We must become partners with our common Creator in comforting and bringing strength to those who are suffering. On behalf of the Jewish Community Relations Council, on behalf of the Jewish community of New York, we are here to say, we hear your pain, we feel your pain, we want to be your partners. We want to be partners with our common Creator in bringing comfort to so much pain and so much destruction, to bring comfort to those who have lost people, to bring comfort to those who are fearful of having lost people, and to those who are surviving this horrific earthquake and the number of other things that have happened to the people of Haiti, not only there, but here as well. In our city, in our New York, where we so value our partnership with the Haitian community. Councilwoman said that she represents Canarsie. Well, that's where I grew up. We all share our neighborhoods. We all share our city. We all share our present, and we all share our future. So our jobs is to become true partners with God, true partners with our Creator in making sure that those who are suffering will have comfort. God, give us that strength. However, give us that wisdom to be your true partner. Give us that wisdom and that understanding on how to bring comfort, how to find that strength within ourselves so that we can bring it to others. We don't understand your ways, O God. We don't understand your judgments, O Lord, but we do understand what you require from us. You require full partners in taking care of the humanity that you created, that we are therefore responsible for. And let us all say, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rabbi Kaplan. I appreciate it. Next, we're going to call... Next, we're going to call Mohammed Razvi from the Council of People's Organization that's representing the Pakistani community, Muslim community in the 45th District. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. Thank you, Reverend. Just real quick, I want to do a prayer first, and I'll give a small speech. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Rahman ar-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin.
And once again, we're listening into this vigil that took place a little earlier here today. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we'll go back out to listen into that vigil that took place in New York. But again, all their thoughts and prayers going out to the Haitian people. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to give you news across the country and play out events that happened even just a little bit ago. That's one of the great things about what we do here at Live Now from Fox. We not only go into those live breaking news events, but we can also replay some of those scenes that happened earlier here today. So we're going to head back out to Brooklyn, New York, where there was a vigil for those Haitian people who got hit with that powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake. Again, the death toll continues to rise. There's more than 1,200 people who have been confirmed dead, and there's thousands of buildings that have been destroyed. It will definitely be a time of recovery, but they are not only trying to clean up and also get everyone reaccounted for, but they also are being hit with some storms as well. So we continue to have our thoughts go out to the Haitian people. We're going to go back into that vigil, and then coming up in the next hour, we're going to have another segment for all of our viewers. It's called Pulse of the People. We'll be playing it out again in just about 20 minutes. So once more, going out to Brooklyn, New York for that Haitian people vigil.
These different states, but here we all feel the pain. And we stand here together in praying for a quick recovery for Haiti, and much as we can, as collectively we can do. We've already collected $5,000 in our community to give to the people of Haiti. And I request everyone, and this is what New York is about. Everyone, please chip in whatever you can do. We are also going to be a drop-off site at 1077 Coney Island Avenue for any non-perishable items, from canned goods to dry products, for napkins, anything. Please send it. We're working with Rodney's Bichat's office, Farrah Lewis's office, and also Rita Joseph. She's the one who we're going to be working with very closely. We request everyone, please, at this moment, if you do care and you are a New Yorker, please help Haiti and come together right now. This is what they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would now like to recognize the man, Reverend Al Sharpton. He's been fighting for our community for a very long time. He's been a protector of the downtrodden, a defender of the downtrodden, of the underserved. All I could say is, here's Reverend Al. Thank you for being here, sir. National Action Network.
Thank you, Reverend, and to Councilwoman Lewis and to all of the elected officials. When we got the word on Saturday about what had happened in Haiti, and I've been going to Haiti since I was 10 years old with Bishop Washington, we immediately reached out to Rodanice and Councilwoman Lewis that we all need to stand together, because we're all Haitian. We're all African, and it is, to me, our responsibility that in this, the first black republic in the Western Hemisphere, that we all stand with them at this time. In the last 30 days, Haiti has seen its president assassinated, a 7.2 earthquake come, and now a pending storm. If there was a time that we need to show solidarity and humanitarian concern, now is the time. We talk a lot and we give a lot of proclamations, but now is the time for action. And that's why I don't care what our political differences are. I don't care who doesn't like who. This is about when the family comes together and stands together when the family's hurting. I would hope we put our politics aside, our ambition aside, our old grudges aside. Our nation is in trouble, and we need to stand by our troubled nation. And that is why it is important that we stand and do what we must do. Let us also say that we must understand that this government of the United States must give assistance to Haiti. That's right, bro. Immediate assistance, not occupation, not takeover, but assistance to Haiti. We join in the call for U.S. government assistance, not replacement, not displacement, but assistance to Haiti at this time. Lastly, we want to say that we in National Action Network will give to whoever, guided by Rodenice and by the councilwoman, $10,000 to help in whatever we need to do. We're not raising money, we're giving that. I hope everyone else will raise and give to wherever they say. So those that come with scams at times like this will not be fed. We want to make sure it goes where it should go. We are reminded in the Bible, there's a story, Councilwoman, of a man named Job. He lost everything. He lost his children. He lost his property. He lost his riches. And someone said to Job, someone close to him, his wife said, why don't you just curse God and die? And Job, through his pain and through his misery, looked and said, even with his health gone, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. I'm going to wait for my change to come. And God blessed him for his patience through his pain. I don't understand what God is allowing to happen in Haiti, but I'm standing here with those that have believed God before, and God brought them through. And God will bless the patience through the pain, and those of us that stand with them, with the spirit of Job. These Haitian brothers and sisters led by strong Haitian women. Some about women in charge that gives us the bear, the patience, and the endurance. I was raised by a single black woman. And these women organize all weekend to follow them. And we're going to let God have our change to come. Let us pray. Dear God, sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's even painful. But we'll understand it better by and by. But we know that you call on us sometimes in times of discomfort to see if we will reach out and be brothers and sisters, or whether we are more caught up in our own careers than in what you've given us as our calling. Give us the strength to stand with those in Haiti, that we can help make them strong as they've been throughout centuries. Strong when Napoleon was there, strong when others came, strong when they faced hurricanes and earthquakes before. And they will endure through this if you would but bless us to rebuild and restore. Give comfort to those who have lost loved ones, comfort to those that don't know if their loved ones survived or not. These are uncertain times, but we are certain that you are still God, and besides you there is no other. Bless us, humble us, and bring us through. These blessings we ask in your name and for thy sake. Amen. Amen.
Bipartisan push, I'm part of that. I just got back from Haiti, so I will come back to you, Reverend Al, to let you know what these guys are doing. If they align, okay? What happened in 2010 is not happening again. That's right. We have both. We have Republicans, we have Democrats fighting for the same cause. That's right. I'm here, and I will come back with your report.
Thank you. Father Francois, please come up. I want to recognize Father Francois. He's from St. Jerome Roman Catholic Church. They opened the doors to us when we asked at the last moment, impromptu, to come, that we're doing a prayer vigil and a press conference at the same time, which Mona Lisa facilitated greatly. And I want to recognize Father Francois from St. Jerome right now. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
I salute Al, and yes, thanks for coming, and also all our brothers and sisters. I want to say something. My name is Father Francois, Jean et Francois. I'm Haitian. I live here. This is my place. This is my parish. And I say, on behalf of Bishop Dimazio, he's the bishop for the Diocese of Brooklyn. They called me this morning and said, you have to be sure to be here. I can say one thing about Bishop Dimazio. Back in 2010, when the first earthquake struck Haiti, he was the first one as a spiritual leader to set up a mission in Haiti under the tents, where the bishop, they were almost the bishop in Haiti, almost all of them were missing in action. But Bishop Dimazio went, coming from here. He sent priests from the diocese to be there with the people. And he collected money, he sent them. He gave money to people in particular. That means we know where this money went to. And he did a lot of good stuff. I want to thank Bishop Dimazio. I know he will know that. I want to thank him for his love and generosity for the Haitian people. He loved the Haitian people. He will do everything for us. On behalf of Bishop Dimazio, I'd like to thank the press and everyone who has come to assist us. And as Al was saying, we need assistance, truly good assistance, long-term assistance. And at this time, I don't want to be long. Let me say a short prayer for the place, for Haiti, and for all of us here. We need the strength and the encouragement. Heavenly Father, we turn to you. And these are difficult times. You know that. Like Job, we would like to say, you have given, you have taken away, may your name be blessed. We bless your name, Father, because we know you act with us like a father acts with his kids, with his daughters. I don't see any punishment at this time. I see good things coming from for this country. The old one is going away, but the new is coming. That's my faith. And I ask you, Father, to help us. We need this help. There is no false pride at this time, saying, oh, we have this. We have nothing at this time. We stand before you naked like Job. We have nothing. The people are suffering. And I'm so scared for them. And I ask you to touch the heart of anyone. And I ask a special blessing at this time of Pope Francis. Yesterday, he was praying for Haiti. He took the cause of Haiti into his hands. May he be blessed, this Pope, and everyone who came to be with us. Bless Bishop Dimazio. Bless all the pastors, all those who are here, Rabbi, everyone who came to help us. We need this help, and we ask this help in your name, who live and reign forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Father Francois. At this time, I want to recognize some of the elected officials who are here and bring them up. The first person I want to bring up is Mathilde Fontus, Assemblywoman. Please come up. I know her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to call up my Assembly colleagues to stand with me. I'm joined today by Assemblyman Nick Perry and Assemblywoman Amanda Septimo. So I'm Assemblywoman Mathilde Fontes, representing the 46th Assembly District, Coney Island, Bay Ridge, Dyker Heights, a proud member of the Haitian American Caucus in the New York State Assembly. I wish I was standing here today under a very different set of circumstances. It is no exaggeration to say that we are at our breaking point and the Haitian people have had enough. Right now, I want to get the message out that Haiti has been here for everyone over the years. We are a proud people, and when you hear that name Haiti, Haiti stands for independence. It stands for freedom. We helped America gain her freedom. We have been loyal to all of our friends over the years, and I'm asking everyone who's listening to us today that this is the time that we need your friendship back in return. We were the original Black Lives Matter movement, the original freedom fighters movement, fighting for Black freedom in a world that had no care, and frankly, in a world that did not want to see Black people free, and we took our freedom and our liberty. And, you know, over the last few weeks, let's say it, over the last few years, it's been one thing after another. The assassination of our president, economic instability, gang violence, putting lives in jeopardy, unemployment, hunger, so many things happening one after the other. And so today I want to put the clarion call out that we need to support organizations on the ground. Listen to us very carefully. The days of making a profit of Haiti's back are over. Over. The days of making money at our expense, c'est fini. No more. We are starting on a new page. We are supporting Haitian-led organizations who are on the ground. And yeah, because we have organizations on the ground. We have where's Capricare? Look at, we have Jean-Pierre Louis right here. Look at an organization right here, literally based in Lekai. They've been doing the work before this earthquake, saving lives, providing medical care, helping children, helping the infirm, the disabled, everybody. So we have to support them now in their time of need. Please reach out to all of the Haitian American elected officials to find out how you can help, and we will put you in touch with those organizations on the ground. Thank you.
Right now, I want to bring up to the podium D.A. Gonzalez. Thank you so much for coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brooklyn DA Eric Gonzalez, and the Haitian diaspora across this country is the largest here in Brooklyn. And as the DA, it's so important that I say that I stand with the people of Haiti. I stand with Haitian Americans in this time of crisis. I remember it wasn't that long ago that we had a really incredible loss of life in Puerto Rico, where my family comes from, that we had that Hurricane Maria, who had destroyed so much of my beautiful island, and people from across this country.
All right, guys, do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have Pulse of the People Town Hall, as we do have both stations of Fox 11 as well as our Fox station out in California, KTVU, Fox 2. They're both going to be talking about wildfires, cost of living in California, COVID-19. It's all coming up here after a quick 2-minute break.
a nationwide initiative from Fox television stations, connecting you and lawmakers in conversation. Tonight, our exclusive town hall discussion. Senator Alex Padilla answering your questions on the biggest topics affecting your family. From California to Capitol Hill, this is Pulse of the People.
And good evening. Welcome to Pulse of the People. I'm Alex Michelson from Fox 11 Los Angeles, host of our statewide political show, The Issue Is.
And I'm Greg Lee with KTVU Fox 2 in the Bay Area. For the next hour, we are getting answers to your questions on COVID, the homeless crisis, climate change and wildfires, and so much more.
Here to answer your questions is the senator from California, Alex Padilla. Great to have you here.
Good to see you both. Happy first day of school, at least for those of us in Los Angeles Unified.
Yeah, very exciting. Senator, we want to get to that. There's a lot of California-centric questions ahead of us, but we first want to start with the deteriorating situation in Afghanistan.
Yeah, and we have seen these horrific images coming out of Afghanistan today. The president had basically said before that this wasn't going to happen, where the Taliban would just take over so quickly. Why did he get it so wrong, and where do we go from here?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's absolutely heartbreaking. I've seen the images, I've been seeing them unfold all weekend long, and I think the attention right now is being paid where it needs to be paid, right? The safe withdrawal of American citizens from Afghanistan, federal employees, and frankly, partners. You know, one of the bills I've been working on for the last several months is how to expedite the visa process and timetable for interpreters, other Afghanis that supported our mission there. How do we make sure that they are withdrawn safely? Because we know it wouldn't be pretty for those that might be left behind. So, you know, when I heard the president say a situation like what's unfolded was highly unlikely, I think there was an acknowledgement that it's quite possible, unlikely, but boy, it's been kind of the worst case scenario playing out.
Yeah.
Senator, I want to ask you, when you have veterans and people who served in Afghanistan, family members who have lost loved ones in this war, what do you tell them as they're watching these scenes unfold and they're just aghast about what all this sacrifice was for?
Yeah, no, it's difficult. And look, my office, which is on standby, by the way, to help anybody who knows somebody, has a family member trying to evacuate, padilla.senate.gov is our website. And so we hear from a lot of veterans and military service members and their families as well. And it's pretty mixed. You know, a lot of people who, after 20 years of service and sacrifice, right, more than 2,000 fatalities, more than 20,000 who sustained injuries, at least physical injuries. We know the mental health toll is even greater. There's a lot of service members who are saying, finally, you know, what was our mission there to begin with anyway? What was that again? Remind me why we're still there 2 decades later. And those, of course, who did serve, many who sacrificed, who felt this is not how we wanted to leave.
But our mission to begin with was to keep us protected from al-Qaeda. This was a safe haven for al-Qaeda before September 11th. Right. You're a member of the Homeland Security Committee. Are you concerned that this could become a safe haven for al-Qaeda again? We see prisoners being released from their jails. Yeah. What do you say to people that are concerned about that?
That's a very legitimate question. The concern is a very valid one. It's been 20 years, and there has not been a 9/11 on our soil type of incident in the last 20 years. But was it going to be a permanent presence there? I don't think that was ever in the plan under Democratic presidents, under Republican presidents. And so, look, when the dust settles, we'll go back and argue, was it the right decision? Was it the right time for him, et cetera? As I said, right now, I think the attention is where it needs to be, and that's getting folks out safely.
Senator, obviously there's a lot of concern as we shift gears to COVID about the Delta variant, the spread, sort of a race versus variants and vaccines. And I think we want to get to a viewer question.
Yeah, and this is a question from Richter about what to do about people who are refusing vaccinations.
All right.
I'd be wondering what he's planning to do on people who aren't willing to get vaccinated, you know, what the plan is for that.
What's the plan?
Look, we're all in this together. There's, you know, federal ideas and policies in place, state leaders, of course, local leaders in Los Angeles County. Folks are going even further with reinstating the mask mandates, et cetera. Look, first of all, it's important to get good information out there. One of the challenges from the beginning of COVID was the impact of disinformation. No, COVID is not a hoax. Yes, the vaccines are safe, right? That was what I got mine months and months ago, and I'm thankful for it. and it's effective. It works. We've seen the big difference between those who haven't been vaccinated in terms of them getting the Delta variant, transmitting the Delta variant, and those who did get the vaccine. Second, vaccines need to be made more available. That's why I was thrilled that one of the first actions I took as a member of the Senate was to vote on the American Rescue Plan to help fund the manufacturing, the distribution, the administration of vaccines. Clearly, there's a lot of folks who still aren't convinced, who don't want to get it. I think these policies, Governor Newsom was one of the first that said, state employees required to be vaccinated or submit to weekly testing, to be the first state to say teachers need to be vaccinated or submit to weekly testing. You're going to see more governments, more private sector employers moving in that direction until we hit much higher thresholds of a vaccinated population.
I want to ask you about that. You talk about some of these local approaches. Starting on Friday, San Francisco will require in a lot of indoor settings for people to show proof of full vaccination, not just one shot. LA said to be molding that idea. Is that the right direction to go? And could you see the federal government stepping in that way?
Potentially. But look, here's, for anyone who has a question or maybe is frustrated at these ongoing changes, it's been more than a year. It's been a difficult year for all of us in so many different ways. Ultimately, the answer to these questions depends on us. If each and every one of us did what we're supposed to do, just follow the advice of the public health experts. We didn't have to be here, but we are. How soon we're going to get over the hump depends on, for those who have been vaccinated, what are you waiting for? Make your appointment. It is free. You don't need to show proof of insurance. Get it done. For those who have been vaccinated, thank you, thank you, thank you. But let's continue to follow, whether it's distancing, mask guidelines, until the numbers come down for good.
But Greg, we've got a question about the fact that there's still a lot of people who aren't listening.
Yeah, this is Andrew Shaban, who wants to figure out the best way to go about this.
How do we do that? Instead of still saying we're going to do this, we're going to do that. No. How do we get everybody as a society to say, okay, we understand the problem. We're going to set that aside. And it's not throwing money at it. It's not anything else. It's got to come from a feel-good situation, which I don't know if it's, high-profile stars, whether it's influencers we could use, however we go about it, but we have to utilize these resources because it's not getting done. I mean, look how long this has been here, it breaks my heart.
Yeah, he's onto something. He's onto something. It's not just the good information, but sort of who is it that you're hearing from? In 2020, tough, difficult year from a COVID perspective, but nonetheless, when I was still serving as Secretary of State, how did we get good information out there about, options for voting, right? Just government officials talking and talking. It works for a lot of people, but not for everybody. It was also a census year. We needed people to participate in the census. And so whenever there's these big, massive campaigns, we do need different message carriers. Who are the trusted voices? For some people, it could be celebrities. For some people, it's community leaders or local elected officials, or a social media influencers, as he said. It's an all of the above approach. And back to my point earlier, now it's on all of us to each do our part.
And, COVID impacted schools in such a big way last year. Now we are finally returning to in-person learning, including your own kids with your drop-off today for the first day of school. Before we get into all that, what was that like for you? What's that like for your kids? And do you feel safe with them in school right now?
So, look, we do feel safe. Because the protocols are being implemented. There's still distancing, mask requirements, especially for kids that aren't old enough to get the vaccine. But is there some concern? Absolutely. Yeah. So glad to hear not just the governor's announcement last week, but LA Unified specific, vaccine requirements for teachers and all school personnel. Lucky, we feel blessed that, my wife's been vaccinated, I've been vaccinated, my mother-in-law, my dad, our extended family, everybody's done their part to try to stay as safe as possible. And God, we're just praying that the numbers stay down, that the kids can continue to go to school in person. We did our best last year. We have 3 boys, remote schooling, click on your Zoom, turn your camera back on, pay attention. Right. It was difficult. I can't imagine how much more difficult it was for folks that didn't have as good of an internet connection maybe, or aren't as literate with all the apps that they needed to have functioning simultaneously to keep up with what was going on in the classroom. Right. You can absolutely tell ABCs and 1, 2, 3s are the easy part, the social development that kids missed out on. was tough. And we're going to be, making up for that for a long time to come. So we can keep the kids in person. That'd be great for the kids and for parents. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. But it requires all of us doing our part. Get vaccinated. Keep your mask on for now. We'll get through this together.
Senator, we want to go to another question. We have Jennifer, who's concerned about what an outbreak, what we do if that happens at her child's school.
My son is a senior in a high school of 2,100 kids, and I'm pretty nervous about that, and I'd like to know what their plan B backup is before an outbreak happens.
Yeah. Well, look, plan A is to try to avoid another outbreak or epidemic, which is why we continue to hear from leaders, elected and otherwise, so much, emphasis on vaccines, vaccines, vaccines. We know they work, but they only work if you get it. So get your 2 rounds. While CDC determines, what's next, is there going to be a booster, or in a year from now, what do we need to do? So the first step is each of us doing our part and reminding each other, holding each other accountable. Sure. For kids 12 years and older, you can sign up. So high schoolers, they can and should be vaccinated. Let's hope that we don't lose another year of graduations and proms and all those great memories for yet another class of kids.
But there are people that say, okay, there's still people that aren't getting vaccinated. What happens if there's an outbreak? We heard that from a lot of people that are concerned my kid's school is going to get shut down again.
Yeah, look, that's quite possible. More than 600,000 lives lost to COVID in the United States of America alone. It's a once-in-a-century global health pandemic. I'm not saying this last year and a half was easy. It was hard. Right. It was hard for a lot of us that are blessed, resource-wise and everything else. But I'd rather go through that and keep our families alive and healthy. But if it can be avoided, let's do that. And that means getting, holding our friends, holding our neighbors, holding our own family members accountable.
You suggested this a little bit, which is this distance learning and how hard that was for a lot of folks, especially folks with special needs. We got a question about that.
What are you going to do for children in public schools throughout the U.S., like kids in the autistic spectrum, ADHD, dyslexic, physical impairment, and just all kids in general with this long-distance learning, all this stuff going on?
How do we make up for all the loss? And kids with special needs especially hurt.
Right. Look, one of the dynamics of COVID, as devastating as it was from a health perspective, as devastating as it was for a lot of families from an economic perspective. I think one of the good things it's done from a policy perspective, it's exposed a lot of underlying inequities that we've had in society since long before COVID, whether it was, unequal access to school resources, access to healthcare, job opportunity. So education, as we've been trying to, close the learning gap for kids in different communities, young students with special needs especially have been impacted by this difficult remote learning. So let's not just get to the other side of COVID, and think it's done. What can we do going forward to bring more equity in terms of resources and support and academic performance for kids with special needs? So I appreciate the question, I really do, but it's not just through the lens of COVID. This one is a bigger policy issue that we need to stay focused on.
So what's the answer?
Look, the answer is, more resources. The answer is, what are the best practices when it comes to curriculum and instruction for children with special needs, and make sure that more schools, more school districts are adopting those and helping those young students and their families learn better and prepare them for a better life in the years ahead.
Senator, you talk about inequities. One of the things that a lot of people are concerned about is you drive around California is the homelessness issue, such a major problem. You introduced a bill with Senator Feinstein to address the root causes of homelessness. What are those, and what needs to be done to get to the other side of COVID, but better?
Yeah, so there's a couple of categories that I invite people to think about. Number one, when it comes to homelessness, it's not just a housing unaffordability problem, because we are in a crisis when it comes to affordability, but that's part of it, whether it's can people afford a home? Or how are we building more affordable housing, for example? Los Angeles seems like the most expensive place to build affordable housing in for people experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. So we go back to basic economics, the laws of supply and demand, right? We don't have enough supply out there, not for affordable housing, not for housing in general. And so we need to be back in the supply business. The federal government, I think, is doing a good chunk of its part in providing resources for the development of housing. The state, I know, is pushing in that direction. It's a big priority of the governor. And we need local governments to embrace the construction of more housing, not put up roadblocks whenever there's a development that is proposed. Number two, the root causes of homelessness. Some people think, oh, it's just a bunch of people who are substance abusers. Look, there's a good number, but it's not everybody. Right? Or look, it's how rampant mental health conditions are in society. Well, that's a good chunk, but that's not everybody. It's a combination of reasons why people end up homeless. And so therefore the solutions to that need to be comprehensive as well. A roof overhead is a starting point, but why do people get there? Is it because they need maybe job training for a better, more sustainable job? Is it health care, including mental health care? Is it some sort of counseling? Let's get at those root causes to get people off the street, not just for a night, not just for a week or a month, but for a more productive life.
So there's not one blanket solution.
Not one blanket. The wraparound services is what we're talking about now in the housing conversation, and all the more reason why we're not just investing in physical infrastructure at the federal level, but investing in American families to make sure we can give people a better shot at success.
Eddie had a question about homelessness.
I've noticed a big increase in just the general homeless population, and I understand that there are economic issues and things like that, but I'm just wondering what they plan to do about the homeless problem.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up the issue of housing. There are a lot of folks that say this state is way too regulated, and it makes it hard to build in this state because of that. A lot of the Republicans running in the recall election say we need to amend the regulations in this state, make it easier to build. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's some changes that can make it easier and more quick to get those approvals, to be able to break ground. It's always been a delicate balance between sort of state mandates and local control. Local cities can, they're trying to maintain the sort of, what the communities feel like at a local level, right? Big cities, small cities, all around. But at the end of the day, every city needs to do its part in terms of the supply situation. Our population is growing.
So what kind of changes?
What kind of changes? Well, there's a lot of incentives, particularly in urban areas, right, where we're building out rail and bus systems. It makes sense to talk to any city planner to densify areas along those routes, and especially around those stations. Yeah. So, without sprawl, getting into more natural spaces or places that interface with wildlife or wildfires these days. Let's densify some of the urban centers, especially as we're investing in more efficient public transportation.
We got to take a quick break, but we've got more of our exclusive one-hour town hall with Senator Alex Padilla.
Up next, one of the most important and most emotionally charged issues in our state, immigration.
And a little later, so much concern about climate change and impact it's having on this state, especially when it comes to wildfires.
And as they mentioned, they're going to be going into a quick break. So let's also send some of our viewers off into that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more after that. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Pulse of the People is a town hall nationwide with elected officials across the country. Tonight, we are over in California as we do have Fox 2 San Francisco with Fox 11 Los Angeles as they have a conversation with Senator Alex Padilla. Let's go back out to that conversation happening right here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back to Pulse of the People, a town hall event with Senator Alex Padilla.
Senator, thanks again for being here. We want to talk about an issue that so many people have become, unfortunately, acquainted with during this pandemic, and that's unemployment. And some of the calls, many of the calls that we receive to our newsrooms are people frustrated that in California it has become so difficult, fraught with fraud. I know this is a state issue, but what could you tell your constituents about what the federal government can do to get people the resources they need?
Yeah, so again, go to our website, padilla.senate.gov. We have a whole team of folks in the state responding to constituent concerns, constituent issues, whether it's the federal government or state government issue. We have contacts at different departments and agencies to try to move things along. I've heard the same, not just the concern, the problem about fraud and what it's cost state taxpayers, but people sort of waiting much longer than they need to wait to get the resources they're eligible for, right? We're all paying into the unemployment system. It's that we can benefit it if we're in those circumstances. COVID's been tough from a health perspective and an economic perspective for so many. So if we can help get those checks that you deserve, we want to be there to help.
All right, let's talk for a moment about the recall. You were appointed by Governor Newsom, the first Latino senator in the state's history. I know you and the governor are close. We've seen in recent polls that Latinos are actually in favor of the recall. Why do you think that is, and how do you change that before September 14th?
Yeah, well, I think we've seen a mixture of polls, but in all of them, I guess the bottom point is the work is cut out for the governor and his team to make sure that we're communicating to voters. Right, that's what the campaigns are all about. At the beginning of a campaign, people think they may know who they want to vote for. A lot of people are undecided. I think that's the case in a lot of these polls as well. And during the course of the campaign, once people hear what's at stake, I'm convinced that recall will be defeated. From a national perspective, here's, an important lens, I think, for the conversation. Same way the Republican Party has been trying to grab power in Arizona through this sham of an audit, or the way they're advancing voter suppression laws in Georgia and Texas and elsewhere. They know that in California, that's not going to fly. So they're trying to abuse the recall because they don't stand a chance in a regular election. Now, that being said, this recall is real. It's qualified.
It's legal.
And it's legal.
Constitutional.
And on September 14th, that's the last day to vote. Most people will vote by mail. But September 14th is technically the end of Election Day. Here's what's at stake. Do we want to go backwards on a lot of the issues that California has led on, whether it's how we embrace immigrants, how we tackle climate change, how we expand health care and more, or do we want to go backwards on those policies, because that's really what the forces behind the recall would like to do on issues of equality, voting rights, on and on and on.
Senator, I want to ask you, a lot of the candidates in this recall election have criticized the handling of COVID by the governor, and that's kind of what drove a lot of the signatures on this recall petition. Do you believe there were missteps or things that could have been handled differently?
Well, let's be clear. Are they disapproving of how the governor handled COVID? Yes. Because here's what happened. Governor Newsom was the first governor in the nation to take the bold actions necessary to protect us, keep us safe early on in the pandemic. Whether it was the stay-at-home orders or, the mask recommendations and mandates, those sorts of things. That's why for a good chunk of last year, despite having the most populous state in the nation, the COVID rates were on the much lower end of the spectrum when it came across the country. Was that inconvenient? Absolutely. Was it frustrating for parents homeschooling? Let's bring that up again. Absolutely. And if that's what led you to want to say, let's get rid of this governor, I'm sorry. We just disagree. And I think most Californians are going to see it for what it is.
Are you going to be campaigning over the next month?
If asked, I will be there. So, yes, I am against the recall. It's nothing but a power grab, in my opinion. And I think the best thing for the people of California is to keep Governor Newsom.
All right, let's talk about an issue, immigration, which you're so familiar with. A lot of people don't know your personal story, and let's take a moment to talk about that and show some video in the process as well. You grew up in Southern California. Your dad, a short order cook, your mom, a housekeeper. You're the first Latino senator in the history of California, as we mentioned, a state that is now majority Latino. The last time you and I were together, we were on board the USS Iowa. This was a naturalization ceremony for immigrants there, which is a beautiful thing, right before July 4th. Your parents once prepared for this. You helped prepare them for it. Right. You brought your son Diego out there as well, which was cool to see him to watch all of this. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, have you had any moments where maybe you're with some of your white colleagues and you talk about or think about immigration issues in a different way than they do when you're in the Senate? I mean, how does that change your perspective?
Look, I don't think a day goes by without having at least one of those moments, to your point. And whether it's me trying to bring up a different perspective on something that we're talking about, or some of my colleagues sort of acknowledging what my presence has meant for them as they learn my life story and the perspective I'm bringing, not just on behalf of myself or my family, but it's pretty indicative of California. Right. There's more people in California than any other state in the nation. There's more immigrants in California than any other state in the nation. Yeah. And by the way, when we talk about California being the 5th largest economy in the world, that is not a coincidence. That's also a result of the economic contributions that immigrants have made to California via the workforce, via our spending, via our entrepreneurship, et cetera. So that is another significant reason why immigration reform has been such a top priority of mine.
Is there a specific story, though, or a specific moment where you're standing in the Senate and somebody says something to you and you're like, that is not how this goes at all?
No, I'll tell you, I will try to be brief with this one story, and the senator shall remain nameless just out of respect.
Oh, that's more fun. That's not as fun.
But I will say this was a colleague from across the aisle.
Okay.
Saying, look, I'm not anti-immigrant. In my state, we rely on immigrants, this industry, that industry, et cetera. And trust me, look, I know immigrants, they come here to work hard, they want to do good, they have kids who grow up to be pretty successful. Some become teachers, some become firefighters, some will even become a supervisor at the same plant that their parents work in. And I kind of paused and I said, and one could even grow up to be United States Senator someday. And there was that palpable, like, okay, I get this now moment.
Senator, we want to get back to some viewer questions. This is from Ken and says, please ask what he's doing to reduce the huge backlog in legal immigration, including 10-year green cards and naturalization. What help you can offer your constituents in this regard? Routine applications are taking years, he says.
Right, and in large part because of how those departments and agencies were starved for the last 4 years. And so working with my colleagues, trying to fund those departments and agencies with more staff, more capacity to process those applications on a much more timely basis. That's number one. Number two, for the people who may distinguish, well, there's quote unquote illegal immigration versus legal immigration. The reason people feel sometimes compelled to come not through the normal process is because of how long it's taking for the legal. So we've got to fix the legal immigration system, not just the laws of who's eligible, et cetera, but capacity for us to handle, visa applications, naturalization applications, asylum requests, and more.
Right. And we've seen these horrific images from the border of a lot of these people. That's a real humanitarian crisis, right? Hundreds of thousands of people coming per month. An estimate there could be 2 million people coming in that are migrants this year alone. And one thing I've heard from a lot of the folks at the border is that they need more immigration judges, that it could take years before these people get before a judge. Is there any thought at the federal level, let's put some more money into this, let's get some more judges out there and actually come to some sort of deal on something that seems like both parties could agree on?
The answer is absolutely yes, and part of that is included in these budget proposals for the next fiscal year that we're in the process of negotiating. So that's really what I mean by capacity, not just the judges themselves, but where are more judges going to work? Right? They need more office space, more courtrooms, which take a minute to build. They don't just open from one day to the next, and then the support staff that's necessary for the proper administration of it all. But You know, it's a short term, we've got to respond to, yes, the situation at the border, the increase in numbers, and make sure it's done in a humane way, not a cruel way. But for the long term, recognize that, yeah, we need to get rid of the backlog. It's not just people, you know, who are coming to the southern border in the last few months. What about the nearly 12 million people who have been here, adults on average, by the way, for 18 years, working, paying taxes? In my opinion, essential workers, farm workers, TPS holders, dreamers have earned a pathway to citizenship and the right to live without fear of deportation. But it's going to take investing in, you know, again, the federal departments and agencies to process those that paperwork.
A process your own parents went through.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's been a few years, but it took them nearly 30 years to finally decide to begin that process, a couple years to get through it. They were fortunate. Everybody today working equally hard with those same aspirations deserve better treatment.
Senator, we got to take another quick break, but more than 100 large fires are burning in the West. The biggest is the Dixie Fire in Northern California.
The drought and bone-dry conditions are making containment that much harder for firefighters. Your questions on wildfires, climate change when we come back.
And with that, we are going to be sending our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. Again, we're listening into Pulse of the People. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to listen into this nationwide town hall put on by Fox, where they talk with elected officials across our country. We're going to go back out to California, where we have Fox 2 San Francisco and Fox 11 Los Angeles, both speaking to our Senator Alex Padilla. Let's go out to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
The Dixie Fire in Northern California is threatening thousands of homes. The fire started more than a month ago and has burned more than 570,000 acres across 4 counties. More than 1,000 homes and businesses have already been destroyed.
The drought and drier conditions have helped fuel these fires. Welcome back to the Pulse of the People. I'm Alex Michelson from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
And I'm Greg Lee from KTVU Fox 2 in the Bay Area. Tonight, we're getting questions answered on important issues facing California from Senator Alex Padilla. Now we turn our attention to fires and climate change.
And we have a question from one of our viewers on that topic. Let's go to Carrie.
I'm wondering what can be done either at the state or the federal levels regarding California's wildfires, not just emergency funding or measures happening after the fact, but what can be done and what is being done to help address and prevent the wildfires as part of global warming and climate change.
I know you're going to visit the Dixie Fire this week.
Well, she's got it absolutely right, Carrie. It's both what we're doing short term, immediate term responding to the current fire, but also what can we do longer term to try to prevent or mitigate future fires of this magnitude. In the short term, the emergency resources, the personnel working to not just increase the size of the federal firefighter workforce, but pay them better. So it's a more attractive job for people willing to work in that particular field, and recognize that there's no longer wildfire season in California. The threat is really all year round. So it's not a matter of bringing firefighters on a temporary basis when the wildfires break out, but a lot of the prevention mitigation work that can be done around the year to contain the impact of future wildfire years. That's in the short term. Longer term, climate change, climate change, climate change. The reason the fires are so bad is because we have the extreme heat and drought conditions, in large part the result of climate change. And so learning from California's leadership on climate policy, trying to get the federal level to adapt more renewable energy, right, reduced emissions, not just in the electricity sector, in the transportation sector, and other sectors. One particular example, because this is a great example of how that prior experience really comes into play. You know, one of the measures included in this bipartisan infrastructure framework that we just passed would help school districts transition from diesel school buses to zero emission school buses. That technology exists today. It's being deployed now. Imagine we can retire those diesel buses, better for the environment, better for our public health, right? Less diesel exhaust that our kids are breathing in, and then better for their academic performance because healthier kids learn better.
Senator, talking about the here and now, you've asked the Department of Homeland Security to ensure FEMA has the resources California needs to fight this wildfire season, as well as asking to handle these jet fuel shortages that we're seeing all across the state for these aircraft that fight these fires. What was the response you've gotten, and do you feel comfortable with where we're at?
Oh, the response is always, yes. And so I am comfortable thus far, but it's a matter of staying on top of them, not just as the fires grow or evolve. The situation on the ground may change. Our needs as a result may change. Maybe it's more firefighting equipment in the air. Maybe it's more personnel on the ground, or a combination of both. And of course, at some point, it's going to be the reimbursement of a lot of these expenditures due to emergencies once they are formalized. But thus far, the administration has been very responsive.
Mona has a question.
Senator Padilla, given the UN's recent report on climate change accelerating faster than we had previously thought, how optimistic are you that we'll do what's necessary to avoid heating the planet past the point of no return? And what can we all do to help?
So the UN report from a couple of weeks ago was just the latest reminder of what so many of us already know, right? That's why there's a big distinction between California's action on climate versus the rest of the nation. You know, other states trying to follow in California's footsteps, but we need a national policy and plan, and of course, collaboration with partners around the world. But we know the blueprint. It's reducing emissions in the electricity sector, in transportation, in construction and demolition, and so much more. I think what the UN report has done, what it has been able to do, is add the urgency back to the equation. It's not a matter of what if. We're seeing what can happen through these wildfires in California, and on the other extreme, ice storms in Texas. A few months ago, extreme weather patterns on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, and the big electrical grid issues with that as well. So climate is a big part of this infrastructure bill that you guys just passed, and we're going to talk about that coming up next. The U.S. passing a $1 trillion infrastructure bill. What's in it for California?
We're asking the Senator what's in the massive bill and sharing more of your questions. Stay with us.
All right, and with that, we're going to send some of our viewers off into another quick 2-minute commercial break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're listening in as we have our Fox 11 and Fox 2 stations doing the Pulse of the People program.
We continue our statewide town hall with the senator from California, Alex Padilla. We got questions in all different forms, including on social media. Here's one of them. Megan wrote to us saying, unintended consequences for small businesses are often overlooked by state and federal policy. Would you consider doing regular small business roundtables to better understand the challenges and barriers affecting lower middle class entrepreneurship?
So, absolutely. We've done them over the years in my numerous capacities as a member of the City Council in Los Angeles, as a state legislator, even as California Secretary of State, partner with businesses to promote nonpartisan, voter participation, and now even more critical, given the challenges of COVID. A lot of resources available for small business owners. Go to padilla.senate.gov and learn more about them. But absolutely got to keep the conversation going. COVID safe, of course.
You've got the branding thing going, man. On message with that Padilla website.
Senator, we talked about EDD earlier in the show and unemployment benefits. We've got a question from Yvette about those benefits ending soon.
For unemployment, if people would be, getting the same benefits as before, is it going to be less money? Because it could affect people like it's already been affecting us.
As this recovery continues, a lot of people are concerned about some of these federal bonuses and benefits ending. So what do you tell her?
Yeah, well, as I've been asked over the course of several months, what is the right time frame? Is it 2 months of extra help? Is it 5 months of extra help? My answer kept being, it depends, right? It depends on where we are with the pandemic. And I keep going back to not just the health impacts, but the economic impacts of COVID. So if we need to extend those benefits, for the same reasons why we put them in place, last year to begin with, then for me, that's the reason to extend them. If we're sort of recovering from that, the economy is looking better, well, that's a different story, whether it's unemployment benefits, whether it's eviction moratoriums, right? We see what's going on there. When there's a hard and fast deadline and people are worried about, oh my gosh, if I can't afford my rent because I lost my job during the pandemic, we got to be helping people during a crisis, not hurting them.
So that's kind of a complicated issue, right? Because you've got landlords that are saying, we need money, we need to get paid. And then there are people that are saying, well, we don't have the money to pay you. So what do we do? I mean, does the eviction moratorium need to extend it even longer?
Well, I think the president just extended it within the last 10 days.
Right.
So that's good news. It's at the national level. It's more in line with the protections that are in place in California,
right,
which are still, for the next several months. Part of what we invested in through the American Response Plan and what we're investing in through this infrastructure package. And so now working with state partners to make sure that money is not just approved, but it's getting through the state into the hands of people who need it. Landlords will be made whole. We just got to make sure that the money keeps moving.
So that's kind of a perfect segue for us as we talk about a lot of the work that you're doing on Capitol Hill as it relates to the infrastructure bill. So when Californians ask you what is in this bipartisan bill for physical infrastructure, what can they expect to see here?
No, great question. And as historic as this bipartisan infrastructure bill that was just approved by the Senate is, we know that it's not enough. And so we'll follow that up with a supplementary package that deals with investing in America's families, not just the physical infrastructure that you're referencing. But what's in this first bill? It's money for transportation and public transit. A lot of jobs going to be created in the process, but let's expand out our rail and bus service, especially in the urban areas of California. Funding for water infrastructure. We're in a drought. We got to make maximum use of the water that we do have. When you lose a lot of it to leaky pipes or other methods of moving water from where we get it to where we need it, we can reclaim a lot of that water through modernizing our infrastructure. Resiliency of the electrical grid. We're talking about the impact of climate change. We need to invest in the grid, not just for resiliency during wildfires, but efficiency purposes. We can reduce emissions, move more electrons at the same time by investing in the electrical grid. Broadband deployment, for parts of the state that don't have a good quality internet connection or don't have one at all. we saw how critical that was for all those kids that have been remote learning this last year. So there's all of those items and more in this bipartisan package.
And also just things like roads and bridges, also an electrical charging system for cars around the state as well, which could be an interesting thing. But there's so much money that we're talking about here. I mean, trillions of dollars that you've passed between the COVID relief bill and now the physical infrastructure bill and the human infrastructure bill. It could be $6 or $7 trillion passed in 7 months. And one of our viewers wrote asking, now that we have some funding confirmed for infrastructure, what will be the process in determining the priorities? And can we expect that Congress will have the traditional behind-the-scenes deals that those of us paying will never know about? Basically concerned when you got this much money being thrown around, somebody's getting the short end of the stick, and somebody who is maybe a lobbyist is getting the long end of the stick.
Yeah, no. So while the bill itself didn't say this project, this project, this project, the grant programs or the loan programs that we are funding through this, and the criteria for those puts a lot of projects in California in really, really good shape, like the Purple Line extension here in Los Angeles and Northern California, the BART extension in to San Jose, for example. So yes, devil's always in the details. Part of our job is not just approving the funding, but then staying on top of it to make sure that it goes to worthwhile projects, that California is getting its fair share, of course, in all categories.
What about high-speed rail? Because there are a lot of people that think that is not a worthwhile project, and that's a lot of money's been wasted on that, although that was part of the potential negotiations, right?
It is, and I'm supportive of high-speed rail for folks who have seen, the transit of the future, not just across the country but across the world. I can't see the United States 100 years from now without some form of high-speed rail. The high-speed rail project in California, this is also important. It's not just a California project. It's a significant leg, and eventually it's going to be a national network. And so whether it's a standalone independent high-speed rail system, how it plugs into Amtrak, how we're improving Amtrak service in different parts of the country, that's the way we're really got to start thinking.
That's been frustrating for a lot of people. The idea was that you were going to be able to go from LA to San Francisco. We're not anywhere close to that. It is over budget. It is not following the deadlines. I mean, is that an example of what's working?
Well, again, it's been started, and it eventually will reach the places that we need it to reach. It is over budget. Can't argue with that. But our point is, from where we are now, how do we bring it to fruition and into service sooner rather than later in the most affordable way?
Senator, we've got another viewer question for you. Janie has a question about infrastructure.
We seem to have a bipartisan support for physical infrastructure, but the Republicans are completely opposed to any sort of human infrastructure. So my question is physical infrastructure useless without human infrastructure? And what do you plan to do about it?
It's a big question on Capitol Hill from Jeannie. Your thoughts?
Yeah, again, so that's why it's not one or the other, it's both. To the extent Republicans were willing to support and participate in the passage of this physical infrastructure bill, we'll take it. I wish everything could be done on a bipartisan basis, but there's a lot of Republicans that aren't willing to go vote in favor of. Child care is sort of the big example that people keep pointing to. That's not infrastructure. Since when is that considered infrastructure? It's really hard for people to go back to work if you don't have a safe place to leave your kids, when they're not in school. And so is it part of laying down the infrastructure for our nation's economic success, for the ability for every working family to be able to do well and prosper? Absolutely. And if Republicans won't vote for it, then we're going to use this budget reconciliation process to invest more in child care, the care economy, education, healthcare, housing, and more.
So when you say child care, let's break that down for people. What exactly does that mean? I have kids, you say child care. How does that help me? What does that mean for my actual life?
Yeah, look, so for parents that have been in the shoes that my wife and I have been in, it's, what do you do in the summers when the kids aren't in school? What do you do when they're not old enough for preschool or kindergarten? Yeah, or even after school, depending on your work schedule. We know child care is tough to find, quality, affordable child care. So it means not just subsidizing it means building capacity. Just like we were talking earlier about building capacity of departments and agencies when it comes to immigration, how do we help train more child care workers? and have more child care slots available for the many, many families who need it but can't find it today.
So the government's essentially going to help pay for my babysitter, or I mean, what does that look like?
Working with state and local governments to build out that sector, if you will, to provide more child care options, quality child care options. Like, it's in our interest. We know that children, California's been a leader in this, the whole First 5 initiative. When children are better prepared going into school, they do better. Right? Those first 5 years of life are critical. And that's really what we're talking about, preparing them, not just a safe place, but a quality experience, better able to perform when they get into kindergarten, elementary, high school, and beyond.
Senator, I want to go back to the idea of broadband access for low-income communities, because that's something that you've been passionate about and something that we have sort of seen the inequities as a result of COVID. How impactful is that, not only for distance learning, but people to have access at all?
Yeah, look, it's, as time goes on, it's more and more important for people to have a quality internet connection. Some of this is maybe from the trauma I suffered my freshman year at MIT, when it was very clear that I was not on par with a lot of my classmates when it came to digital literacy, had to catch up quick. But it's not just remote schooling. You know, I think telemedicine is another story of the pandemic. If you've been sick this last year and a half, you call your doctor, the first thing they tell you is don't come in unless you absolutely have to. Right, stay away from the hospital, stay away from the clinic. We'll set up a call with the nurse or a video chat with your doctor. Well, if you don't have a good internet connection, all of a sudden your health care is not comparable to what others are benefiting from. So that's inequitable. It's not just e-commerce. It's not just watching, you know, streaming movies. It's healthcare. It's education. It's economic opportunity. Broadband connections are hugely critical, and California's on the forefront of deployment and speeds, but not everywhere. And so we're looking forward to taking advantage of these federal dollars in some parts of California as well.
So we've got a sort of a big picture question about the way business is done in Washington. Here's Beverly.
I would ask them, why don't politicians in the government take better care of the public? It seems everything is about money.
Have you noticed that, actually being in the room where it happens and the influence of money?
I like to think not, but again, bigger picture, when you see so many of my colleagues refuse to acknowledge climate change, let alone advance climate change, it's got to make you wonder, because the science is absolutely clear. I think it's twofold. Can we align our priorities and investments better in people in a way for folks to not just understand it, but feel those benefits? Absolutely. It shouldn't be this hard to invest in housing, healthcare, education. But when it becomes that partisan, that says something. Right? And I also think whether you're very progressive on this or not, we can all do a better job of communicating what it means for people. So we're caught up in this physical infrastructure, human infrastructure lingo. What people want to know is, hey, between tax credits, and some of what's going to be funded, my cost of living is going to be helped. Right. My monthly bills are going to be lowered because of an investment in healthcare, housing, job training, and more.
So do you have the votes right now to pass both bills? I mean, because we know this is going to come down to getting the Democratic caucus on the same side, Joe Manchin agreeing with Bernie Sanders. You're probably closer to Bernie Sanders, but not all the way there. But do you have the votes? Is the party all together on this?
Interesting, by the way, sitting in meetings with both of them simultaneously, both on budget and on voting rights and so much more. Well, the bipartisan bill was just approved by the Senate. So the answer is yes on that one, and I'm highly, highly confident it will pass the House, be on President Biden's desk in the
But Speaker Pelosi said you got to pass both at the same time.
So the question is the other one, and I'm highly, highly confident that we'll get the reconciliation bill out, the technical term for the Democrat-only package. Are all the details ironed out? No. But that's, what last week's all-nighter was all about. Can we say yes to a $3.5 trillion framework of a plan? Committees are hard at work filling out those details. When we return from this recess in mid-September, hopefully acting on that partisan plan in late September, early October.
What do you tell, though, constituents like Beverly who say this should be about compromise, this should be about finding a way together instead of reconciliation? What is your message to her?
There's that magic C word, compromise. Is it a good word? Is it a bad word? I think here's what we really need to know. Am I willing to work with my Republican colleagues to get things done? Absolutely. But I'm not going to compromise on what I think is important for helping families in California and families throughout the country. People need better shots at a good paying job, not less. That's a big part of what this infrastructure package is all about. Yes, addressing climate, addressing transportation and congestion, et cetera. But if we can create millions of good-paying jobs in the process, that's a huge win. And if there's colleagues that aren't willing to go along with a vision like that, and we can work around them to still get it done, then that's what we're doing.
Let's talk about the issue of voting rights, which is something you're really passionate about as a former Secretary of State. There is concern on the Democratic side about what the Republicans are doing.
All right, guys, I do have to interrupt that program because we do have a breaking news alert I wanted to bring to all of our viewers here with us. And this is a live picture. We are taking a look at a police pursuit that is happening in Phoenix, Arizona. You can see a white SUV here making its way around the Phoenix metro area. Our camera is going a little bit in and out as our chopper tries to follow this pursuit along. So do want to just say that we do try to give you these pictures as they come in here to our desk. But again, this is a white SUV police pursuit that is taking place in Phoenix, Arizona. At the time when we were alerted of this and our chopper made it to this police pursuit, it did look like that the SUV did have at least one of its tires that had been taken out. Looked like there was some sparks that had been taking place. Let's go back out to that picture. It does look like this person, multiple people that is, getting out of the car. You can see there the chopper's spotlight shining down. The driver just slowly walking away from the scene here, while there was two others that fled from that car as well. They are running, looking like they are trying to find another vehicle to get into. So once again, this is live run unfiltered here. As you can see, we do have multiple people that left from that white SUV. Chopper has a spotlight down on these individuals. That's the police chopper following along here with the driver of that SUV here in the Phoenix area. And once again, this is a live picture that we had coming into our Live Now from Fox Desk. Apologies about the signal there. Sometimes when our chopper is up in the air, what happens is there's mountains that interrupts the signal coming back to the station. So as we are getting these pictures back in, you can see the driver here on foot now. This police pursuit going to continue on foot now as he's trying to climb the fence into the back of someone's yard. In some situations, when we have a scene like this, what happens is the person tries to then hide in these backyards. So again, it could be sometimes a dangerous situation for those involved if they don't know what's going on. Maybe they have an automatic light that then goes off and they go outside to check on things. So again, apologies for that chopper as our signal continues to go in and out. We did have that police pursuit that we were able to catch the very tail end of as the driver and its two passengers did bail. And once more, police now going to have to conduct the rest of that pursuit on foot as they try to locate all of the individuals that were inside of that vehicle. Not a lot of information on what they had wanted that vehicle for, but we did want to break in and bring that to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So once more, we do have that chopper picture back. Let's just go ahead and take one more look at that here on our feed as we continue to just try to learn a little bit more information. And this, again, is just a live picture. That home where we do have that spotlight shining. You can see the person in a yellow T-shirt walking through the backyard. That was the driver of that white SUV as there was that pursuit in the Phoenix area. There were 3 people that we saw get out of that truck as it came to a stop. And again, when I first saw the chopper arrive above the police pursuit and the truck was driving on some of our roads, that truck did have its front left hand, so the front driver tire did look like it had been deflated. It had metal that was sparking on the ground. So did want to bring these pictures to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. If we do learn more information, what I'll do is try to update our viewers here with us. But until that time, we're going to head back out. There's about 5 minutes left here of our a program that we were showing you. It is the Pulse of the People. We were listening in as they were talking with the California senator. So we're going to go back into that here for our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
win. And if there's colleagues that aren't willing to go along with a vision like that, and we can work around them to still get it done, then that's what we're doing.
Let's talk about the issue of voting rights, which is something you're really passionate about as a former Secretary of State. There is concern on the Democratic side about what the Republicans are doing in other states. You have a bill to potentially nationalize the election process in certain ways. It has not gotten the support of any Republican colleagues. And then there's questions about whether Democrats should change the Senate rules, change the filibuster to pass it. Where are we at on that? I know you are strongly saying, change the rules, we need to pass this. Some of your colleagues are saying, no, we don't. Where are you at on convincing them?
So I think we're making progress on convincing the last few who are still holding out on the filibuster and accommodating anything short of a 60-vote threshold to better protect our voting rights. And I want to be clear on something. I'm not talking about federalizing elections or nationalizing. That what we are trying to create is a baseline of fundamental right to vote and access to the ballot. Right. In California, we got it good on all fronts. Multiple options for how to register to vote.
Right.
Online, automatic, same day. Multiple options for how to cast your ballot. Vote by mail, vote in person, vote early, and then have your vote counted. Every voter in the country deserves that same type of access because it's also making our elections more secure for folks who are concerned about election integrity. But that's not what we're seeing in places like Texas or Georgia, where they're trying to manipulate the electoral process to skew the outcomes. And so because our right to vote is so fundamental, then yes, if we need to tweak the rules of the Senate to protect people's right to vote, then let's do that. Some of my colleagues have been reluctant to take that last step, but I think they're seeing the unwillingness of our Republican colleagues to stand up for our fundamental right to vote, and we may be near that breaking point.
So you think that's going to happen? You think that the Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema's of the world are going to say, all right, let's do a special exemption for voting rights? Is that actually happening?
I think it's still possible. I know they're not saying that today yet. They want to give it another go. And so in the meantime, as we're navigating these budget and infrastructure negotiations, I'm back in another room with, Joe Manchin and Raphael Warnock and Chuck Schumer and others trying to craft a targeted voting rights bill for a vote when we return in September.
Yeah.
Senator, we wanted to go quickly and ask you about, as California prepares to vote in this recall on September 14th, what voters need to know to ensure that their vote will be safe and secure, and things that you and I have talked about many times in this process?
Great. First of all, make sure we vote no when we vote. Make a plan for how you're going to vote. You want to wait till September 14th and vote in person, vote early, or vote by mail, which is really the most convenient way to do it these days. I won't bore you with California has the voting systems that are headed to the higher standard when it comes to election security. But the one thing you can do for a tremendous amount of peace of mind is sign up for tracking your ballot. Go to the Secretary of State's website, sign up to get alerts by phone, by email, or by text message on the status of your ballot, whether it's in the mail on its way to you, or whether it's you've mailed it back, even an alert when it's been received and when it's been counted, and if there's any issues with your ballot.
And last question, you've been in this job about 7 months now. Biggest surprise so far?
Biggest surprise? Has it been 7 months already? My God, time is flying. I think twofold. Number one is the pace, which, you look at the job, it's a big job, a lot of tremendous responsibilities, big issues, but it's also such a unique time to be making this transition and serving in this capacity. Given COVID, given the insurrection of January 6th, that's one. I think the other is, the constant focus on family, making sure that Angela and the boys are doing okay through all this. It's not easy always. We know it's worth it, but it's not without some sacrifice. So appreciate you asking.
Senator Padilla, we want to thank you as always for your time. We know you've been very busy, but thank you for making the trip to LA to have this chat with us.
And thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
And thanks again to both our Fox 11 and Fox 2 teams for bringing us that special program. I do want to let all of our viewers know we do have a little bit of a better signal here. So once again, we've been following this pursuit that took place here in the Phoenix area. You can see those flashing red and blue lights and that searchlight above this home here in the Phoenix area. Now, once more, for all of those viewers here with us, that white SUV did come to a stop. There were 3 people who got out of that truck, and 2 of the passengers ran in one direction, and the police followed the driver here to this location. The driver had tried to hop a few fences as he was trying to get further away from that scene, and has now located himself here in this yard of this home. Looks to be like police have gotten this area surrounded, and he is in between those 2 houses last that we saw here with our chopper up in the air. So now police are going to be conducting a search, trying to continue this pursuit on foot. You can see here our spotlight from the police chopper searching through the backyard, seeing if they do see any movement. Again, that driver was wearing a yellow t-shirt and was last seen here in this backyard as our chopper continues to follow along here up above. So Sky Fox giving us this live look, and we are bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. So thanks again to all of our viewers who are here with us. We appreciate each and every single one of you. As I had mentioned, our chopper feed had been going a little bit in and out earlier here this evening, so we are happy that we were able to get this picture back here. And once more, 3 people were inside of that SUV when police were pursuing it. We did see that tire on the front driver's side looked to be like they had popped a tire, whether that was from spike strips or whether that was from another incident, unknown, because when our chopper had caught up to that scene, we did see some of those sparks flying up from the rim and the metal hitting that ground, and then that's when they had those 3 individuals flee from the vehicle. So once more, we are taking this live look. Viewer discretion advised, just in case there may be an incident that takes place, but we wanted to give you this picture here, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. So police looking like they are moving in here to this area with their flashlights, and as they hold up their guns. It's one of the scenes where you don't know what the driver may have on them. That individual could possibly have a number of things on them. So they are going to try to take this very carefully as they search around this home. And scary for those homeowners. Once again, this is not the location where the driver and his passengers bailed. The driver had hopped over a few different backyard fences and had moved himself into this area, and he was last seen over here near these 2 homes that these officers seem to be trying to now make their way into those back alleyways and into the backyard of this house. So we are watching this again live here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you to all of our viewers who are here with us. What we're going to do is send some of you off into a 2-minute commercial break. And if there is more updates on the want of this officer or of those the driver and the truck that they were in pursuit of course, we'll be trying to update all of our viewers on that. But again, just wanted to say thank you to all of our viewers. We're going to send some of you off into that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news coming your way when you return. And for our viewers not on that 2-minute commercial break, here is a look as they are bringing in the driver in custody here in handcuffs. So it is good to see that the search does look like they have located their suspect and that it did end safely for those officers who were trying to look for that individual. Again, there was 2 other passengers who also had fled the scene of that white SUV after they had stopped during this police pursuit, and police will then be conducting interviews and, of course, continuing to search the other area where they had ran off in the other direction from the driver and trying to locate those other two who were also involved in this incident. So did want to bring this update to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. A police pursuit ending here in Phoenix after the driver and two passengers did flee from that white SUV. Driver now being taken into custody here on this Monday evening. Local time in Phoenix is just 10 after 8, and what we're going to do is continue to bring you more news here on Live Now from Fox after we do see them put this driver suspect into the vehicle. So once again, a successful search did put this person into custody, and we have been watching this live, raw and unfiltered here for all of our viewers on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to bring you that update since I did see they were putting that person into handcuffs. They were taking him out of that area that we had been keeping our eye on as we had seen them all running from that vehicle just a little bit earlier here this evening. So thanks again to all of our viewers. Just want to reiterate once more that this pursuit had ended. The driver and two passengers had fled from the scene, and the police chopper following that driver. And after a search with police officers on the ground, they were able to apprehend that suspect, put him in handcuffs, and now he's going into the back of that police SUV and squad car. So just wanted to let everyone know we're going to continue to give you more news happening across the country. Of course, Afghanistan continues to be one of the topics of conversation that many of our people have been focused on here today, as Biden did address the nation, saying he does stand firm with his decision to pull U.S. troops from Afghanistan, even as Taliban makes waves across the country, taking control of Afghanistan. We're going to go back, listen into his remarks that he had from earlier here today. Plus, then we're going to be going into the State Department briefing as well as the Pentagon briefing, also addressing what's going on over in Afghanistan.
We're taking to address the rapidly evolving events. My national security team and I have been closely monitoring the situation on the ground in Afghanistan and moving